Call of Duty fans, we're in for a good one.
They ain't ready for you. They ain't ready for you.
Who's better today? That is going to be the question. What other dirty tricks have you got up your sleeves?
Ready for you.
Let's get on our feet! We are wasting no time!
Cannot believe it! That'll be it! Beans again!
Oh man! I do not believe what we are seeing. The newcomer can't even be the hero. Hey,
Knock it out the park, yeah, show in it.
Ghosty going big. Ghosty spits on him!
I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get up on it.
Whoa! There is no place to hide.
They ain't ready for you. I cannot believe what I am witnessing.
And that will be the game. It is over.
Of this B bomb site. KiSMET says if Huke can do it, I can do it too. Free first blood. There's the second KiSMET. The highlight reel for number 3. Top 5 plays. How you doing?
Give him the ace. Oh, God, that was disgusting.
That was KiSMET dropping from the sky and picking up an ace against OpTic yesterday. Despite the Subliners loss, he definitely had the play of the day. Welcome back in Twitch and YouTube. We're live right now with day 3 of week 2, pucking alongside Alley Cat and Nameless. Alley, let's start with you. What are you looking forward to most today?
Looking forward to most? I don't really know. What I'm really looking forward to is the fact that we're already almost at Major 4 already.
Major 4. Columbus is right around the corner. Nameless, today we have bounty games continuing. For anyone who missed the show, how's this working?
Listen, we put a bounty over these teams' head, and if you win, you get the points, but also an additional $10,000. We got some money up, and we got 2 matches today.
All right, first opportunity for Monday is going to be coming up for Vegas and LAG, but we got to talk about another squad that's been climbing the ranks and making noise on the right side of our standing. London Royal Ravens pulled off their 6th win of the season yesterday, catching a lot of people off guard and kind of holding Vegas back from that 8th place that they're striving for.
Yeah, and a win that was desperately needed for the London Royal Ravens, not only for points, but maybe for team morale as well. It really all started in that map number 2. They go down 0-1 in this series, and it's been free Asim all season, and he single-handedly took over on this El Asilo search and destroy. But then when we opened up the control, it was really the Nastie show. He started up with a 9 opening spree. Ever since he had that role change with attack in hand, it feels like he's become a different player. And shout out to Yuli, who had a fantastic map number 4 to close out this series, Ant.
He also had a huge 2v4 that sort of kicked this whole thing off.
Yeah.
On a strong map for Vegas Legion and El Asilo S&D. They don't win that round. It's probably a different story that we're telling here. But Ulysses, big series. Also, Scrapz, a guy we need to show up, had a 1.37 in the series. The man took to Twitter talking a lot of trash, saying people were doubting them. You know, when we talked to him, he said, like, in practice they look great. So hopefully they can continue to play spoiler.
We got a chance to hang out with Yuli after their matchup, and he told us, you know, despite Vegas getting that game 1, this is a team that likes to keep composed, and that's his strength in particular. Here's what he had to say in his post-game interview.
Yuli, I want to ask you, you know, sort of about the situation that you're in. So you come from Challengers. Obviously, it's a struggling roster on the Royal Ravens. How do you guys keep the morale up after these games? Because I feel like it'd be really easy to come in here and just be like, oh, let's just try our best, see if we get the win. How do you keep the morale up and improve and get better each day?
Well, the biggest thing for us, I feel like our matches haven't really showed how good we can be. In scrims, like usually, like everyone says this, but like we've showed that we can compete with top teams in scrims. So whenever like the matches like that we've lost, we're like, okay guys, it sucks. We just got to go back to the lab and then finally show what we can do in the actual matches.
London's victory is going to jump them up our Major 4 standings. They're still going to be at the bottom of the leaderboard for the overall season, but as you can see, they're currently in 9th place with a chance of finishing 2-3 and maybe stealing a spot in that winner's bracket. Allie, is it likely that we see the Royal Ravens moving on and playing in the winner's bracket come Columbus?
I don't know about likely. I mean, the possibility is still there. Again, we're going to have to continue to see Yuli kind of move off that momentum from that winning series and hopefully show us a little bit more more than he did during his debut.
Something to note on the left side, we have Thieves and OpTic Texas undefeated. Meanwhile, our Major 3 champions, Toronto 0-3, and that's tied with the Mutineers, who could get their first win in a matchup against the Ultra today. This one on paper is a one-sided affair, but anything could happen to Ultra at this point, Ant.
Absolutely, and no team has ever started 0-4 after winning a major. So that's the situation that Toronto have found themselves in, given they've had a tough schedule. They've lost a ton of Search and Destroys. That's 0-5 in their last 5 S&Ds. They've lost a majority of those by 1 or 2 rounds. So they just need to be more collected in these clutch situations, these clutch rounds. We saw in the early series, they had a lead in a lot of these S&Ds. So they're just throwing these away. I still think they're a very dangerous and strong team, and I have them winning these next 2 games.
Looking across their series, they've gone to Game 5 twice. Yesterday was just a 4-game series for the Ultra. What are you thinking is going on in the Ultra camp right now, Allie? Because this is a squad that was always known for putting up the numbers.
Honestly, it's kind of been their search and destroy. They've, like Ant said, have been getting clutched on a lot. They've been in 2 Game 5 series against Seattle and Boston, 2 teams not to sneeze at, and then they lose a control to the Atlanta FaZe, which has been their best game mode. They have been the best control team in the game. So for them to lose LSELO, their second best, in the way that they did, they need to have a bounce back here as they round out the rest of Stage 4 qualifiers.
If you're a Florida fan, you love to hear that Toronto is struggling in 2-3-5, because that's exactly how I think you beat the team today. Let's look at the Mutineers and remind everybody what's going on with the roster. Havoc, key piece of this team since the very beginning of the Mutineers, on the bench. He's going to put himself there. That means Vickle comes back into the starting lineup. He had a pretty decent series. I think they went a lot further than anyone predicted going up against FaZe. They went to that Game 5.
I agree, but to be fair, I mean, they are on a 4-series losing spree. We can talk all we want about how far they're getting in these series, but they are just not closing it out. And going up against a team like Toronto, even though they're struggling, they have to start cleaning up some of these respawns. We saw what possibly could be a different Florida Mutineers when they went up against Minnesota, and it was Capsule that really had a huge turnaround and kind of pushed them through that series. But again, the consistency has just not been there.
Yeah, I think Florida in a very tough spot. Havoc is their star, and like Vickle comes in and like he looks fine in the LSELO Search and Destroy, but the respawns have been tough. Like MSC is a respawn that they've been okay at, but will teams let that through now that they know that's the only map the Mutineers really feel comfortable on? Hotel was a map that they were dominating in Hardpoint. They were 3-0 on it with their old roster. Now with Vickle back in the lineup, they haven't been able to win it. So I think it's just a world of pain for Florida missing their star.
Go to Game 5. I saw those search numbers. I believe in you, Mutineers. It could happen. If not, you're looking at an 0-4 start and a guaranteed spot in that lower bracket. Let's keep it moving, though, as we talk about the match that's going to be kicking off the day with $10,000 on the line. It's Bounty Week for Vegas and LAG, as well as LA Thieves and Texas OpTic, or OpTic Texas, I should say here. So, Allie, $10,000 each matchup. We got to talk about that headliner, though, at 6 p.m.
Yeah.
LA Thieves, unbeaten at 3-0, are taking on a 2-0 OpTic Texas. What have we learned from the Thieves so far in Major 4 qualifier?
This is going to be a banger matchup. I mean, the Thieves have executed nothing but dominance so far when it comes to Major 4. Their hardpoint, their respawn in general has just been disgusting. And to be honest, I feel like it's really been off the back of Envoy. I know Octane has just been lights out as well. I mean, he has a 1.31 hardpoint right now, but Envoy has a 1.51 during Stage 4 right now, compared to a 0.92 at the start of this qualifier. So a huge turnaround from their main SMG to get them some of these dominant wins.
I mean, these teams look like the front runners to win this next major.
Yeah.
OpTic and Thieves, I think that they are the favorites. I mean, there's some other contenders in the mix. I think Atlanta is a contender, Toronto, but these two teams have just been buttoned up. I mean, you talk about the ability to get kills. Everybody's playing on another level, but also the small things have been so clean for both these squads. Like, even OpTic, they were running through teams. When they got into some tough situations, especially on that HyDra, like they were getting out of it by sheer communication. And you think about Thieves, that's how they've been all season, is the fundamentals. So they're looking ridiculous. This is going to be a battle. Whoever wins this is going to be super confident at Major 4.
I have a request for the observers. Keep the eyes on the ARs, especially this man, Octane, putting up the single best numbers for a best-of-5 series. That went down yesterday with a 2.16 overall. He was popping off in the hard points with a 30 and 11, I think. Man was shutting down the Guerrillas single-handedly.
I mean, those numbers are insane. And the fact that I think Octane has kind of put himself in the conversation right now is probably being one of the best ARs in this game at the moment.
Sure.
I don't think anybody would disagree with me on that.
Yeah, he's kind of been up there for a minute. Let's talk about his competition, though, because Dashy is on the other side of this matchup. In OpTic Texas, they have been looking ferocious recently, especially young Shotzzy in his Game 4 last night. I don't think I've seen better movement than what this man was showing us yesterday.
I mean, he was just doing anything that he wanted when we got to that Game 4. Shotzzy is such an impactful player on this team. You know, they have such a crazy 1-2 punch with him and Dashy, but on the rotations, the big brain plays that I'm seeing out of him, it's been really impressing me. Like, at times before, I thought it was Shotzzy who was costing them games, making mistakes, but now it seems like he's developed with this roster since they've added Ghosty to where he has the green light to go and make these plays on rotation and extend them as well. So I really like what I'm seeing from Shotzzy. He seems like a good captain on the squad.
OpTic taking down the Subliners puts them in our top tier of competitors coming into Major 4. Tonight we find out just how strong they are, and as you can see, this one, it's a bit of a rivalry that's been brewing all season. Just 10 points separating these teams. Thieves could jump up into a third place with a win tonight, or OpTic could grow that gap with a 2-game lead.
Yeah, I mean, this is big, right? When you talk about champs at the end, the seed that you want to be able to jump them. So LA Thieves and OpTic is an absolute battle. Could very well be our final at the next major.
We got to take a look at the full schedule. It's Sunday, meaning 3 matches are coming your way. We start with Vegas Legion, LA Guerrillas. Then it's Toronto Ultra and Mutineers. Somebody gets a win today. We close it out with 10 grand on the line between the Thieves and OpTic Texas. It's going to be a fantastic day, so lock in and get ready to predict, because when we come back, it's your first matchup on the night. Clayster and LV take on LAG. This is the CDL.
Call of Duty League Pick'em is back. Bottom to bend, a few more points, and that will be it. Pick the winning team. Pick the final score. Now with 2 new features. Fan Insights are here to give you real-time intel. Feeling good about a pick? We now have double boost points and point matches. Bonus picks, extra points to rank you up on the leaderboard. So as you get hyped for the weekend, pick, watch, win. Ooh, it's getting good.
All shadows, ground team is mobile. Keep them covered.
Eyes watching for the opposition, out there crushing any competition. Long range, yeah, I got the vision. When I'm in the trenches, anyone can get it. I'm with the team when they need me, or out on a dolo mission. They get rocky riding on this road to riches. If I catch you slipping, then it's over finished. War, ready, crew, coming through heavy. Aim steady, lights out, it's the gorillas. Not any winner, one out of many. 5 talents, empty, lights out, it's the gorillas.
Vegas had a big opportunity yesterday to make up ground against the Røkkr, but they let that slip, falling to the lowest seed in the league. The London Royal Ravens got the best of the Legion yesterday, but I don't think you can catch the Legion slipping twice in a row. Clayster seemed a little bit angry after that last series, and he's looking to take his anger out on somebody who may be going by the name of Arcitys. LAG are the targets today, and as you can see, it's a big matchup for both teams that are in the race for 8th.
Yeah, it's not a great situation either for the Vegas Legion, because yesterday should have been an easy win for them to try and secure themselves winner's bracket again in a situation that they're trying to take over the Minnesota Røkkr. But now we're on the same flip side. LAG looking to possibly get pushed up into that top 8. Again, we're all playing for champs to round it out at the end of the season. And after a loss versus London, Vegas Legion have to be down bad.
Yeah, Legion is one of the frustrating squads if you're a fan, because they're up, they're down. You never know where they're going to be, because they started this qualifier with an upset over Boston, right? TJ with some heroics, dropping 38 kills. that was all for naught after you lose to Royal Ravens, but it's not over. You still have plenty of matches to go before that Major IV qualifier. This is going to be an important battle, though, to start writing that ship.
Yeah, the teams outside looking in, they're in the best spot when you look at points, but also in the best spot when you look at what they're excelling at. The hardpoint has been solid, the search and destroy has been solid, but there is one glaring error for Vegas Legion, and it's been all season long. It's been the control. 0-9 in your last 9 controls. Bottom 3 in almost every important statistical metric. They have to figure it out when it comes to the control. The ARs have to turn it on. There has to be better communication, better teamwork. They lost control to a coach, and they still haven't improved there. You know, I got a statistic from one of our guys, Tim. When a team wins control, they win the series 80% of the time. So these guys have been an outlier whenever they're getting wins in these series. So Vegas Legion, they figure that out. They're in a totally different boat.
And to be honest, when it comes to the series specifically, I mean, we do have to talk about Temp, not only because yesterday he struggled against the Royal Ravens, which is extremely uncharacteristic out of the player that for the past 2 years on this roster, we've been like, get this guy some help. So I don't expect that to happen again today, especially because the last time they played against LAG, Temp was a player to watch. He had a 1.8 overall in their 3-1 victory back in January, February, March.
Boom. Vegas looking for a victory against the Guerrillas. Let's talk about a squad wearing purple today because they're coming off a tough loss to LA Thieves. This was a personal battle for Exceed and Drazah, but if you're looking at the numbers, the outlier for me yesterday, Arseny's put up 3 kills on a control nameless. They absolutely shut the man down. You don't expect that to happen on the regular.
I mean, like, what is going on? Honestly, like, how do you get 3? Like, he just simply has to be better. One, he's the captain of the squad, so you got to lead by example. In the hard points, it's just completely unacceptable. Getting blown. I know Thieves is a great team, but getting blown out by 150 plus points on 2 different hard points simply cannot happen. Chalk the time, set up, communicate, execute the kills on rotation. Like, easier said than done, but figure it out, LAG.
I will say, Joe Thieves has had one of the best individual performances this major qualifier. He did that against the Røkkr. I'm looking to him for the Guerrillas again today. You got aBeZy, Mercado, Asilo, HyDra, El Asilo. Let's get our predictions in. Nameless, where do you have it going?
I got Vegas winning this one, man. 3-1. I think it's a great maps for Vegas.
Allie?
I'm going to go with Vegas, I think.
Vegas. I'm going Guerrillas. $10,000 on the line, and we got our casters ready to go. Bryce, take it away.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Pucky. Yes, we're going to jump straight into this one. And it's an interesting one. LAG haven't been looking great, and then we thought Vegas might be on the ascendancy, but then they lost to London yesterday. And considering they had one of the easiest strength of schedules they could have had all season long to get them back into the points, that loss hit hard.
Yeah, and this is arguably the most important game of both these two teams' season so far. If you're LAG, you bring Vegas back into the mix, into that bottom 4 again. Yes, you will still be behind them, but getting to that 20-point distance is going to make things a little bit easier for the catch-up. Whereas if Vegas, of course, go on to win this, you are then just further and further behind. Both these two teams need a win here, Bryce. It's strictly speaking has to be done. But both of them coming off a loss, which is, I mean, look, for the side of LAG, you're going into that game, it's always going to be difficult against Thieves. First time that they lost to them as an organization, but losing that game is not too much of a surprise. Vegas Legion must have a bounce back after a very, very poor performance yesterday.
Well, they're going to try to on this one, and I think one of the most memorable games we've seen between these two teams has to be the one where Marky B stepped in, and it's even then, you know, Vegas still lost the control, so their woes have just been unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise after we see their record in general on control. It's just been non-stop clown show after clown show, to be honest with you. It's just not worked out for them whatsoever. If they can improve on that, the rest of the modes are relatively solid, but as Nameless alluded to, as a stat I was going to use again, he keeps stealing them from me. Ones I've got lined up nice and ready to go. Tim saying that 7 teams, every single game that has went through, every single team that has won the control have went on to win the series this week. So it is obviously very important right now. What is important for these two teams is a rotation over towards P2. It is Legion in the prime position right now. It's going to be a fight over car park at this moment in time, though. Big fight's about to go down over there as the back towards PD, looking like it is going to belong to the Vegas Legion if Clayster can clean up this kill.
Oh, still looking for each other, and we can see through the X-ray, Clayster and Joe Thieves, a little bit like Shifts of the Night, hasn't seen for so long, will eventually get that pick. No team really here at P2 yet, ton. And you see LAG trying to just get into position, but Clayster slow rolling it.
And something to note as well, LAG at one stage with the new roster were 4-0 on this map. Have lost the last 3. Looking for a bounce back, but we know the potential is very much there on this map for them. Potential break coming through. Standy, TJ, all combining well. Lovely break from Vegas Legion. Position themselves well over towards the PD side. I'd like to see the ARs of LAG get a little bit more control there from top parking lot. This kind of area you need to lock down, but you can't lock it down if you're dead. TJ, 3 kills in a row, 6 and 2 from him. Already looking for this rotation, which is coming in a second.
They're trying to get into a position for it, and you can see Vegas don't have the numbers that they might get it right for it as well, but no! Temp does not find the kill. He gets hurt before he can get anything through. And while they've lost P2, LAG are ready for this P3.
It's important that LAG have found this. Vegas Legion really struggled in breaks against London yesterday, only going 1 of 7 in potential breaks. 14% is not good enough. Can they go against that outlier here? Not looking good so far. First kill going to come in from Priestahh. That's actually 6 in a row. The young man himself yet to die, and that's a couple more kills coming through. That break that we said didn't come against London yesterday, looking like it's going to come in here over towards P3.
Already the pre-fire coming in. They know they're going to try and get into this one as well, but LAG, do they make one last heroic gasp at this point? They are looking for it. They're going to come through orange as well. Priestahh, he's got somebody to his right, and he's going to be deflected. This is a good hold from Vegas Legion. It does seem to be the same kind of story, though, from P2 to P3. LAG are there first, but they lose it in the second half.
Well, we have had 3 minutes of hills coming up, Pricey, and Priestahh has yet to die. 9-0 from him. We've got to stay on board with him when he's running this kind of form, and if he can put up these numbers, then it doesn't really matter if Temp's going to have a bad series or anybody else, for that fact, on the Vegas Legion. Priestahh, 9 in a row now. Can he try and find the break here from the top side? Make it number 10 for Priestahh. Helping the rest of his team, who are yet to find a kill themselves, but positioning themselves in a good spot to try and find the break towards the back.
There's still a difficult break for him. That's 11 for Clay. Looking for the last one. Can't get it. Assault will get it down. But the tracer coming through as Assault is going to fall before he gets the kill. The Legion have broken with 40 seconds, but that's a stick as well. Joseph says, hey, we're not letting this one go that easily at this point.
Yeah, that's really tough for Vegas Legion. You lose a couple of kills on the entry after what was a very nice break, and all of a sudden it takes 1 or 2 decent kills coming in from Guerrillas, but to answer right back, Vegas Legion finding kills. Joe Deceives the last one alive yet. 3 in a row. He's gonna have to make it 5 if he wants to lock it down. It's easy peasy for Joe. 15 seconds going over towards the side of LAG. Looking like the rotation is here for them as well. It's a split spawn for Vegas Legion. Potential pinch could be on the cards, but if LAG can read it correctly, they're in a good spot to defend.
And this may be the difference. Well, you've got Priestahh currently dropping 14 and 2. The Legion have not had the rotations. It's the same old story. LAG are here first. The Legion are now moving in numbers. They're going to punch through this. Can they? No! The tray's going against them every single step of the way. Only one player left. It's Clay, and down they go. And that is not what you want to see from Legion. They have to get to these hills earlier.
And Joe transitioning that streak over towards Kitchen as well. But here come Legion 2 coming in from Temp. It's a break through the front door that will work out perfectly for them. For all that the setup was good from Guerrillas, the rotation was good from Guerrillas. It's a very, very nice break coming in from Legion, who, as said yesterday against London, struggled massively. Have struggled hugely in their hardpoint with breaks. Not so far, though. That's a couple who have already found their way towards Vegas Legion. They're about to tie the game.
And this is a really good actual push from LAG. They found most of the numbers, only standing left alive. Gonna look for the player who jumps over his shoulder, still continuing to play his life for as long as possible. The knife flies out, but nothing is gonna come of it as well. We go in to this next set of rotations basically with a tied game, Ton.
Yeah, and Priestahh has slowed down, which has ultimately found LAG back into the game, but slowing down and still be sitting at 15 and 6, not a bad position to be in. Of course, he will have that cruise missile as we head over towards the later stages of the game. He's gonna get gunned off top P3 though. So we're always talking about the rotation over towards P2. Can any team soak up some decent time over towards P1? Right now, Vegas Legion are the best spot for P2. Would like to hold this side of the map down if they can and extend over towards that car park side. But Legion currently struggling to deal with LA Guerrillas, who've soaked up a little bit of time over towards P1.
And they're just trying to play this out as long as possible. As long as they get those spawns, then keep the pressure up. And Clayton's going to do exactly that. They line up for him. Unable to get the second one as he throws every single bullet he can towards AC, but dies to a grenade in the end. And the Legion are spreading out. They are getting ready for this P2 rotation. They are only 11 points behind.
Yeah, you've seen Priestahh push that side of the map. You've seen Temp push that side of the map. It's the best position to be in if your team have PD control. It's another stick from LA Guerrillas. Are the magnets in those guns? And those guns and those grenades, same thing. Now, how is this push going to come in from LAG? It's going to come in on the back of the cruise missile. He's going to send it in. The rest of Vegas Legion have to drop back into the point. And now PD is open. You've got to move as your Guerrillas.
They're trying to get forward. Arsene's the first man into it, has fallen as well. And they're still held at bay. Assault can't move. The rest of LAG are lined up, but it's all good positioning for Vegas. Priestahh and TJ ready for any push to come through. Stanley's going to hit the flank as well. He knows where these players are going to be. Can't get there in time, surely. And eventually we'll have to clean up, but he goes down. Clayson now left alive, alone on this point.
And that's really tough if you're Vegas Legion, and tough actually for the members of LA Guerrillas who are sitting in the middle of the map there. They're going to get caught off guard just momentarily. But Legion were in a really nice spot to defend this. They got a spawn towards mid-map, started wrapping over towards parking lot, got control there, but then just lost the fights ultimately, getting caught in the crossfire of LAG, then getting the split spawns themselves. But ultimately, after all of that, it is a healthy lead, maybe the biggest lead we've seen so far, belonging to LAG. Nice setup here from Legion though. Got to lock down this bridge side. First kill's going to come through from Clayster. He's got PD control. Legion inside the point.
Standy alone, and now no gun, and they've kind of let this go through as well. TJ, the rest of LAG are just punishing them as they push forward. A huge push all the way through. And I tell you something, I don't think Legion were expecting that kind of push. They were expecting maybe Orange or somebody splitting the map, but LAG just brute forced it.
Yeah, and those bricks have been too easy to come by, I want to say. And Clayster actually investing the cruise missile here, trying to get it in before anybody can do something about it. In terms of trophies, Assault will dip inside and dip back out. 20 seconds to play for here for the LA Guerrillas. Vegas Legion trying to answer back, but they do have the PD location, or did, but they're going to get wiped by Guerrillas, who seem to be the team catching fire right now.
They certainly are catching fire. Let's find out how they are feeling in the comms, though. With an LAG, listen in.
Shoot back before.
I'm
having a shot, right?
I'm top office. I'm top office.
Fun guys.
You two work together. Joe and Adam.
I need back.
Okay, I'm going back. Yeah. I don't see anything deep. They opened the back door.
We back, we do.
I don't see him back. He's playing back fan if anything. Nothing. I don't see him back. He's not here.
I'm trying to back time.
Shoot, in the back. Open the back door.
Back or
Plus one.
I'm payment over
You come H1. I'm
H1.
I don't see anything.
Doggy. Nice. Doggy.
Back door. Chair's weak too. Back door. Laying down. Laying down back door. They spawned the back. They spawned the back. I spawned Ivy. I'm stunning your deep Ivy, Joe. Ivy, Joe.
Back door done.
Donnie's close right chairs.
Listen, I'm going top to back. Top two. I'm one shot back door dead.
Nice. Three. Doggy, right? Doggy probably?
I'm one shot probably.
I'm trusting you guys. I'm
rushing Eli.
Go quick.
There's Eli. Yo, Eli, doggy, not weak.
I've rolled.
H1, showing you.
I got time.
P1
down, I killed one new. Nice, came this one. He's trying to
P1 P2 next.
Donnie should be close though. Donnie or T should be close.
He's red. He's red. Killed me.
We're staying on top.
Keep holding red. Keep blocking red.
He was low red. He was low red.
Oh,
He did a wall bang.
Keep blocking red.
I'm about to try half.
I'm just red stairs. Yo, red stairs dead.
I'm a gas. You go help him.
I'm top paper.
I'll play P1.
Pitch me gas.
Camper effect. Gas. Let's get them. Bait me.
Yo, I'm cutting off bench. I'm cutting everything. Yo, laundry.
I'm one shot at him.
Dead.
I my gas.
Ivy dead. Laundry got me.
It's Eli.
Crossing laundry right now. Two of them maybe?
I'm probably gonna
help you. Help them.
You got my red?
Well, the LAG, they're fluid in the comms, they're fluid on the map, and they are finding the kills and potentially the victory right at the end here.
Yeah, Assault holding this down. The break was again superb from LAG. 10 away now. Kitchen's being locked down. Have to find the push here for your Legion.
Here they go, one last chance. Go for it as well. Exceed firing, but Stanley finds two. And Assault's going to get for it, but TJ gets it. And they hold on by the tiniest of margins. But we've seen this before. When it goes to P1 on this map, you cannot make a mistake, and it is difficult to do so.
And if you're also, this is just about staying alive top bridge. Locking down the point where you can. This is time being soaked already from LAG. They may well just do it here. 2 seconds to go. Clayster will get them out. But that is time that Vegas Legion cannot concede over to Guerrillas.
Any tick, any move, any point, and it could go wrong for them as well.
They're on again.
The point the game's going to be over. They keep happening. Chow, 2-4-8 still. Joe deceives, flies out. Does he gun? He does. It's basically going to be the game. It's done and over. You cannot allow it to go to P1 with that little time remaining. There is no way to succeed, and LAG have just hit a distraught Legion.
And LAG. Honestly, for me, we've seen some decent performances around the ball, but Joe deceives over towards P4, not once but twice. Breaks it open and holds it all on his own. And you can't let that happen if you're Vegas Legion. It's, you know, you see the trades come through. You've seen these moments in Hills where one kill will come through from one team, one kill will come through from another. And it's all right to go down to 1 versus 1. But so many times he was able to find multiple kills that found LA Guerrillas picking up bags and bags of points. I felt like they were more efficient with their breaks. They were set up just that little bit better. Whereas Vegas Legion were kind of left clawing at what they could. Priestahh started the game at 10. It was actually 11 spree in the end, which is actually a tied record for hardpoint specifically in terms of streaks, but it's not enough to get the game. A great start from Priestahh, a good start from Legion, a great closeout from LA Guerrillas.
It is great. Don't get me wrong, everything Clay has done there is great, but for Vegas...
Inconsequential?
A little bit. Like I said, the difficult thing is always going to be is when you come down to these rotations, you can break them, and Vegas did look very good in breaking into these hard points, but you shouldn't have to keep doing it. Eventually, you may get rebuffed, and then you're going to lose a significant portion of time, and that's maybe just what happened. We saw Thieves starting to get hot, we saw Assault starting to get a little bit hot, and the slaying was no longer going their way. The rest of the team weren't keeping up with Clay, the rotations weren't perfect, and it's just difficult to do that over and over again.
I mean, you know, we kind of talk about the main slayers on the team. You think of Temp, you think of Standy. Looking towards the end, 14 and 21 from Temp, 17 from Standy. Yes, okay, we don't talk about kills in terms of how important they can be, but those are not the numbers you would associate with players like that. If they can put up some decent points, they can match players like Thieves who was making big plays, then maybe, you know, you've got a different scoreline. You're not allowing him to find those kills. You're not allowing those moments to swing LA Guerrillas' way. But Assault with a big game as well. Huge AR battle that was going on. And for all that Priestahh started well, you know, you're very right. It's if you're not finding a lot from one player, finding 11 kills in a row. Yeah, what was the lead one? I want to say 15 or 20 by the time he died.
Yeah.
Like, you need to find something from that, right? You need to find something from players going on these streaks, finding these magical moments. You need to produce from that. They didn't ultimately at that stage. It's very early in the game, of course, but it just never felt like they were in the game. It always felt like LAG were going to find a moment, and they did so. 250 to 196. aBeZy hardpoint will fall their way. Mikado Search and Destroy coming up, which is something that, of course, Vegas will feel good about. It just typically is Search and Destroy. Then LSC will control that already on the back foot, considering their control and how poor it has looked.
Yeah, that may be the biggest change into this one. Fortunately, S&D is next. A chance for the Legion to get back to their bread and butter. They were one of the best S&D teams in the league at one point. Does that still reign true against LAG? And the less said about the control, the better. This is still a long way to go. And realistically, I know a lot of people at home are talking about this. It's still not out of the realms of possibility for many of these teams to make a run. Get the points in qualifiers, that's going to be a given. But if you can find the points at the major as well, it can flip our table just a little bit. Obviously, Legion just 30 points behind. They're looking to go further, but LAG, they're only, 30 points behind them as well? They would have to have 2 incredible splits to do it, but it's not impossible.
It's not, and I think both these two teams, you know, need to start trying to push for those winners bracket positions. So you have that extra chance when you get over towards that. Okay, you may, even if you lose your first game, you will have a hard one, no doubt. At least you have that opportunity to come in and then potentially go on and have a little bit of losers bracket run, get some decent points over there. But of course, you need to still have a good online stage, which neither one of these teams are doing right now. It's an interesting one. Typically, you know, across the board, Vegas have not done too great against LAG. The one win that they did get against LAG, of course, over the 3 series that they have played, it is currently 2-1 in terms of LAG. The one win that Vegas got against them was when Marky was playing for them. And of course, we had the whole issue with Arcides not being able to play. So it doesn't bode well for Vegas Legion. You're heading into the Search and Destroy. You've got to close this one out, because then you've got to control, which Vegas, strictly speaking, are 0-6 in. This is a must-win in the season for Vegas Legion. This map is a must-win in this series.
Well, let's see. Only time will tell us the answers. And I feel like one of the worst things about this is so many hopes coming into the split were on Legion, making the team change. Everybody's confident, everybody's feeling great. And maybe it's just a bit too much negativity around here, so we're gonna get that off the table. We're gonna say good night to map number 1, hello map number 2. Let's find out if this is 2-0 or 1-1. On board first of all with Standy. We switch to the sniper with Arcides, but nobody gonna be on his scope yet.
Big hit over towards A. Typical strat coming out and Round number 1, no trophies to play with if you're the defensive team, so you just hit it full force. Assault will stun, Assault will get out. It's going to have to be a 4v4 retake if that bomb does go down, but Nastie not quite in the position to do so yet.
LAG, double tunnel stack. Legion will chow this at some point. So many angles are covered against them. Temp will get Joe to Thieves first of all, though. They get away from that double stack, and the Clays will get Exceed. All of a sudden, Legion have secured their bomb site. They can think about getting this down now, Ton.
Those first bloods so crucial. Guerrillas now going to really struggle. Assault can't quite get the angle that Temp and TJ should be covering, but he can get the angle. He can get out as well. The shot coming in from aBeZy as well, and you would have liked that one to hit home. It does, but just not true enough. Clays there, middle of the map. Surely he gets one of these.
Everybody's putting bullets in everybody, but nobody's going down. Some sort of Terminators wandering around this map. There's another fight going through the mid here. Temp covering at the same time. Actually waiting for aBeZy, but aBeZy's going to find the kill. Bomb is planted. A 1 versus 3 for aBeZy. He's found 2, but not the third. Victory pulled from the jaws of defeat there for the Legion. It was messy. It was mad, but it was a win in the end.
I'm shaking my head here, Brycey. That should have been significantly easier. The fact that Assault is able to push up that tunnel when Vegas Legion have pretty much covered it. You know, okay, the stretch has come through to stop that being as much of an issue as it possibly can be. But it looked covered to me, and, well, okay, they didn't find the kills, and then things got a little bit scary. Clayster, a little bit windy in mid-map. Not something you would really attribute to a player like himself. 2-0 to kick things off. Vegas Legion will be happy for the win, but a scrappy one at that, you're very right.
aBeZy still watching the mid here. Standy going to be close. Cantina is still contested. There's probably splinters in Standy's hair now. Was flying through, but they've caught him. Assault is watching that jump up. Now they have the numbers. TJ looks to make a move here. He's going to be a dead silence push as well. Fires the first. The second is gunned by TJ. That's a reset in the dead silence. He has the cover as well. Advantage to the Legion.
Huge plays from TJ, make it 3. Searching for the aces. TJ, hell, he's going to get it as well. My word, TJ. Absurdly good in the search and destroy. And that one was significantly more clean than round number 1. Wonderful plays from TJ. The dead silence popped. He pushes forward. And then from then on out, aBeZy is dead to rights. TJ lighting it up in round number 2.
Well, they needed him. They had a player down. But fortunately, they still had a TJ with a dead silence pop. But you also got to give credit to his teammates. They were watching the angles so TJ didn't have to. He could concentrate on moving and shooting. And that's all he had to do when it's close quarters in Cantina. And speaking of which, we aren't going there this time. The Legion have decided to kind of throw caution to the wind. They're going straight to B here. Only aBeZy is going to be the player to deflect this.
Yeah, aBeZy is going to be spitting in the comms immediately. He'll be hearing plenty here. That stun is going to give him that information. But look at the island player in Temp over towards A. Catches them napping. Now, if you're LA Guerrillas, you've got to think about the retake. You've got to think about Temp. Disaster scenario. This could very easily be 3-0 for Vegas Legion here.
Well, there you go. Double nade already gets closer down.
Gotta go fast.
Back to a 3 versus 3. They're going to know that Temp is flanking as well. There's the bomb. They're trying to figure out exactly where Legion are, but they're all tucked away. Hidden for this one as players jump left, right, and center. So now going to go chaos. Now Standy finds one. And an Assault somehow they keep going through the doors. Players everywhere around 10. TJ finds another one as well. It's aBeZy in a 1 versus 2. And it's done. Why is every round the Legion have so close?
Oh, living precariously if you are Vegas Legion in that scenario. And why I said that LEG have to go fast, because you have to worry about Temp. He's going to be on the flank, but you know he's going to eventually find his way there. But which angle does he come from? It's such a hard thing to cover, because what you then have to do is just hit it faster, and maybe get a little bit unfortunate not to find Standy. I think he kind of crossed through the doors whilst another player crossed past him as well, and it gets so mixy around that corner. It's hard to hit your shots as quickly, and eventually does find one. I think if he falls, we're looking at a very, very different outcome. But every single time, the outcome of the round has been a Vegas Legion win. This has been crucial to their series and their season so far. 3-0, but LEG have found themselves a big hit over towards A, but the potential pinch being set up by Legion.
Oh, they know as well. They figured it out. The TJ's around the side. Wallbang's coming through as well. You can see them firing through that window. Without aBeZy's watching mid, they are now being pinched on both sides. Legion are circling LAG.
Legion choosing to allow them to have site control. It can sometimes get a little bit mixy when you just headbutt over towards A, of course, into Cantina. Vegas Legion will have to find a retake. We'll have to try and pick apart LAG from the outside.
So many times when it's 4v4 and this bomb goes down, the defending team win it. It is a hard break in every single direction. Arsenes will be the first man who sees the Legion moving through. 10 finds that first blood. 26 seconds left to go.
They're just waiting on the other side for them to push out because the 3 hit the back so wonderfully. Played by Legion. 3v2 in their favor.
Assault sitting here has been seen as well. The shoulder comes through. TJ gets him at the same time.
Wow.
Completely clear it out. That is not usual. LAG fail in so many gunfights. And that's 4-0 to the Legion. It's a streak for TJ. And that is an unbelievable retake.
Fantastic retake. I love the play. You can see Clayster has just set himself up there in the bottom left corner. You look at the minimap. 3 members of Legion hit towards the back alley. And he is waiting for the fact that LAG have to push out. They know that they're going to be stacking over towards Cantina. It's something you just can't deal with on occasion. As soon as Arsenes dies, that puts LAG on the back foot. But they think to themselves, right, okay, let's back up. Clayster is there, ready and waiting. If you look towards the stats, Vegas do just play these bomb sites so well. The highest retake in the CDL at 58% when that bomb goes down. Perfect example as to why that stat is so high for the Vegas Legion there. 6 spree for TJ, 4 spree for Temp, 4 spree for the Vegas Legion in rounds.
They're doing it again this time though. LAG maybe a little bit more aware of going this cross. Temp holding this with a Vaz. Not the easiest. Maybe it just comes down to a bit of information. That bomb goes down first. Temp waiting for the flank as well. Last time this was scrappy, it could be again.
Playing the same role if you're Temp. It's that island. They're searching for him. XC will be the first to fall, and Temp just runs to the other side of the map. They have to think about him again. If you're LAG, the 3 remaining members, you have to move quickly here.
Thieves opens the door, trying to play around it. You know there's so many corners, so many places people could be hiding. And Thieves doesn't go to check, but fortunately Assault's watching over him. TJ gets another one. Down to a 2 versus 3. Now TJ again, he gets 3. Vegas Legion continue marching on flawlessly into this one. There's smiles on the face of Clayster. And with every right, TJ's 9-1.
If we only played S&D, I'm pretty sure Vegas Legion will be in contention for champs. Like at this moment in time, they are playing wonderful search. And to put that into perspective, what they're doing to LAG here. LAG are sitting at 3-3 record, okay, not the best, but they've lost it a few times so closely. They've never been beaten by any more than 2 rounds. 6-4 the last time. I mean, 6-4 seems to be the typical score. 5-0 right now for Vegas Legion. They're blowing them away in every single corner of the map. LA Guerrillas are trying something different. We need to see something different for the next 6 rounds if you want to walk away with a 2-0 lead.
Here we go, cruise missile. One thing this will do is slow down LAG. And potentially means they take their eyes off some of the alleyways that Legion will be trying to get in. But TJ throws it through the top here. That's first blood again to the Legion.
Now what do you do if you're LAG? The positioning from Legion is there, ready for the retake. And honestly, I doubt that they make a move until LAG do. If they find another pick, we may well see them just fly into action. You can see Clayster may well have some eyes on the bomb, but eyes on the Temp from Joe Thieves. 3 versus 3 now. A minor slip, if you like, from Legion. Didn't need to make that move. Now LA Guerrillas have got 30 seconds to make a decision on what they want to do.
Right now, LAG just sweating inside this tin. It's a hot summer's day, and they are surrounded by a sea of orange. They have to make the move. Oh! Gets another kill. That's an 11 streak for him as well. Stanley's on the hunt. He's going to find one, and Stanley will get the last. It is a flawless S&D from the Legion. And Clayster barely even reacts at the end there because it felt casual, it felt easy, it felt like ranked play. That was unbelievable. What a bounce back.
I mean, Joe Thieves is sitting there smiling, shaking his head. What can you do about that? Vegas Legion play that to almost perfection. TJ ascends into a different kind of human being when Search and Destroy loads up on his screen. There's a flawless performance from Vegas Legion. 11-1, 7-2. Standy didn't really have to do anything. He's big chilling. The donut from Exceed will not feel good, but to be honest, in those kind of scenarios, it doesn't matter if you drop a donut because you've been bodied across the map. Every single one of your teammates weren't able to do anything about what Legion did across the map. Perfect retakes, perfect defense. Not much more to say. Flawless from Legion.
Yeah, I mean, TJ died in the first round and then went for the next 5 rounds. I just won't. I just won't die. We're going to have a lot of first bloods as well there for the Legion. And realistically, we asked for a bounce back. We said that they need to rely on their surge to make sure everything is good in this series, and that they did, Ton.
Yeah, feeling good about the search, but control's coming next, so, you know, we just balance these feelings out, Brycey.
No, that is very, very true. Let's find out, though, what happens in the control after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Call of Duty League. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are live in the middle of a game. It's Vegas Legion versus the LA Guerrillas, currently all tied up. A decent hard point, but a blowout of an S&D as the Legion went to work to get themselves back into this game. but it has been a very interesting game so far for both teams. And to break down something incredible, a very favorite person of mine, here's Nameless.
All right, how's it going, guys? So the goal of these Telestrator plays is to bring you guys inside the mind of a Call of Duty team. So this is the swing moment in the hard point. In every single hard point, there's usually one moment that you can identify as to why did we win this HP. So this is rotation to top AC. The spawn points here are bottom PD and then also gas station right here. So you could see number 7, he's just holding this, waiting for this gunfight to go down inside of PD. But unfortunately for LAG, KiSMET ends up picking up that kill. But you could see how they pivot, how they salvage the play. He's going to spawn up here and back gas station, go and cut the players off that are spawning bottom PD on Vegas. And then Vegas is going to lose these gunfights up top. So you could see the patience, the communication by LAG, and what then leads on to be a W for LAG. So let's roll the clip and see how this plays out. So you can see the gunfight goes down, and they're hoping that he wins that gunfight so they can then get the PD spawns and then converge onto top AC, get the time, and then start to kill them in the spawn blender bottom gas. But he loses that fight. But it's okay because they then converge. They win their gunfights up top, and he plays off the spawn to get the cross kills bottom PD. They then go on to get a majority of this time and win the game in a successful swing moment in the game number 1 hardpoint.
All right, thank you very much, Nameless, for explaining that. What a wonderful segment, what a wonderful man. And that kind of shows you how it went down in the hard point. But coming up next is Control Ton. And these teams, well, both teams, in fact, haven't had a great time on it, but maybe Legion less so.
Yeah, we're about to see a bit of a mid-off here on LSE, Lobresi. I mean, neither team really having too much to shout about when you speak about it. We've seen 13 maps specifically from both these two teams combined. We've seen 2 wins, and both of them went over towards LAG. So it is not a good record across the board, but can Vegas somehow start to find some control games? It was good. It would be a brilliant time, actually, to get things rolling. But looking towards it, I mean, you tell me those numbers in the bottom left don't look good. They don't. The defensive win rate for LAG is maybe something to hold on to. It's a tough one to try and break down on occasion, Elisilo. But can Vegas show us something different? Standing in the roster, maybe something can be conjured, if you like, for the Vegas Legion here. But LA Guerrillas will be slight favorites. I don't think they'll be favorites against many teams on this map specifically, though, Bryce.
Let's see if that plays out to be true. Already Exceed making a very aggressive push straight up to it as well. Looking for a kill. He already knows Standy's going to be here, but Standy is more than aware and reads it perfectly. Still, the pressure coming from LAG onto B.
Big pressure. And very right. Vegas Legion looking for a potential flank. 2 members here. Standy playing this very, very slowly. Still a little bit of presence for LAG. Over towards this field side, they're hunting out their backside. That's what they need to do. They need to make sure they clear the flank that is inevitably going to come through. TJ is going to be the next one here. Very slow and steady from Vegas Legion, but also from LAG. They've got plenty of control of that side of the map, but they haven't quite jumped on the point yet.
No, just waiting for the next set of kills. They get the first one, get onto the point, slow it down. Clay's going to be here, though, and absolutely deletes after he's off the map as well. That is an outrageous gunfight for KiSMET. A lot of people wouldn't take it from that angle, but he does and wins it. And only Exceed here to stop the clock at the moment. LAG have not found anything. And Temp waits like a panther, just seeking out prey from anybody reinforcing through field.
A good spot to do something here, but it's the typical scenario for LAG. It's that carrot that gets dangled. I talk about it so often. You get the temptation of pushing over towards B, but you need to make it count, because if you die here, then all of a sudden you do not have long to get a hold of A. And that's exactly what's happened. Every single member of LAG have just been wiped off the map, and now it's a foot race over towards A. Exceed inside the point, needs to stay alive. The rest of the team are on the way.
They're all rushing, they're all moving here. Temporary has got radio tower and he finds 2. And there are no reinforcements for Exceed. He's alone, he finds the first and down he goes. The rest of the Legion are watching. Standy knows players are now rushing across field for him again. Finds 1, looks for the second. No, the knife by Arsenal. They get in with 6.7 seconds left.
Time's gonna go huge here. Oh, he's gonna die as well. I would argue that he maybe just needs to stay alive in that scenario. Now LAG can start to float towards this side. KiSMET and TJ, little big kills coming through. That should be the round. Comfortable in the end from Legion. 5 spree from Clay starting off this game hot again. Oh, and he's happy about that. Look at that. Look at that. He's getting all excited, Brycey. Control round to Vegas Legion.
Well, probably because they haven't won very many of them. To be perfectly honest with you. They are feeling good. It is a dominant performance on the defense. Only 1 tick for LAG. But this game is not decided in one defensive round. We have a lot of control left to play. LAG will be looking to put the hurt onto the Legion now. But hey, maybe, just maybe, this is the day where Vegas Legion break that streak and find themselves a control. Both teams desperate to start finding the points here for champs.
I don't want to burst the bubble, but LAG do have a 15% offense win rate, so, you know, that doesn't happen very often. I mean, that's around that Legion would have liked to have had another belt. It's one they are expected to win. But LA Guerrillas' defense very, very strong themselves. Can they continue to hold these down? Crucially for Legion, they didn't allow a lot of ticks, so that puts them in the driving seat here. Clayster will find one over towards B. Not a lot of action really going down over towards that side. Legion not able to find much of a foothold towards it, so it's now about trying to find kills. A little bit of map positioning. Temp may well find some here. Shot too early. RCs will turn and burn. And now the push from Legion is going to be -1.
There's one benefit. Clay did actually manage to get that streak earlier on, so they do have a cruise missile. But at the moment, they've still got 53 seconds left to play with. The Legion are moving towards A. Even just capturing this here will give them the advantage in terms of ticks.
Standy covering the flag. He will find one. Clayster another. This is looking good for Legion. Even if they go no further than this, that is going to be more ticks than LA Guerrillas managed to get a hold of in their attacking round. So ultimate advantage now belongs to Vegas Legion. If you can go on and find this attacking round as well, you're in the driving seat. Clayster 12-3. Now for Legion, what's the play? Do you wrap around the spawn? It has to be it. Plat control is crucial. They're looking to try and get a hold of that now.
Looking for RCDs, and it's a long-range gunfight. And he only tickles away his health, doesn't get it all completely. TJ is here, though. They are moving forward, but they don't really have the map control. There are gunfights in green and mid-map. They are going to have to win first.
And the close spawn coming in from LA Guerrillas, but it's a hard spawn to push out from. Only one player left on the flank as well. This is going to start slowly ticking up for Legion. They're in a good position to win this round, Bryce.
They certainly are. They have the pressure. TJ staying alive with a full streak as well. Stanley trying to keep his life alive as he knows that someone is behind him, and he goes for the and wins it. Unfortunately, the rest of his team die. So a huge gunfight for Standy, but they're just going to have to settle for one tick.
It's a huge gun from Standy. The rest of the team even trade at that stage. You're still in a good position. You still have a small grip on over towards that B side. And now all of a sudden, LA Guerrillas can force themselves out of their spawn. They can get themselves into mid-map. They can get on the flank in numbers. Vegas Legion still have some control here. They still have some numbers, but they have a lot of things to worry about when they try and find this push.
Let's just try and make that kill. Makes the first one as well. One life advantage here to the Legion, but they are back into their spawn. There are players running riot. So Vegas actually have to go slow here and check their corners every single step of the way. It means they may only get one push left if they are lucky.
Got to win some of these gunfights, and they haven't won any. Joe Deceives will find 5 in a row. Seems to be a turning point when Joe Deceives starts to heat up for the LA Guerrillas. It was looking like such a good round for the Vegas Legion, but now it's really looking like curtains. It's looking like we're going to level things up. 18 seconds to go. They have to execute. They have to execute quickly.
Legion have gone for full mid-map control. They are now moving all the way through the flank here at this time. The first gun fills could be everything. TJ finds one, but it's going to be RCs to get back into it. They are stopping the clock as well, and Stanley's going to take down Joe Deceives. The rest of the Legion are moving forward, except the last player left. And now it comes down to a 1v1. RCs has to find something. This gunfight will end it, and he bangs him through the wall. And it's held. The LAG hold against Legion. The silver lining being that Vegas got more ticks.
And for Legion there, yes, okay, you know, you will take the win on that one in a certain sense. As you say, they do get more ticks. They will be looking better for that round 5 defense if they do indeed get there. But it's such a frustrating one because it definitely felt like they had the positioning to be able to do something about it. They had the flank covered on occasion. When Standy finds that kill on the flank, they're in a perfect position to then collapse onto B. But it is ultimately the kills that they don't find in that scenario. If they even trade, as I mentioned earlier, it's a good spot to be in. You can keep that control, but because they get wiped, LA Guerrillas can get complete control of the map. And from then on out, it's such a hard round to win if you're Vegas Legion. But back over towards the defensive side, they were solid last time. Can they be solid again?
That's what LAG do not want. They want to consider a little bit more mixy. And Joe Thieves has been playing better as this control goes forward. But this dead silence pop is going to be looking to try and find something, and he does. Already finds that first one, opening the door for his teammates, looking now for any reinforcing players.
Placed next on the chopping block, he will fall. Joe Deceives in the corner now, waiting for the rest of his team to find themselves in the position. They're in it. Vegas Legion now looking for the retake, and I think if you're Guerrillas here, you need to get a hold of A. Last time you spent far too much time over towards B, but you might not even get A either. 55 seconds remaining. The time was stopped momentarily. But the Vegas Legion find the retake. Well played from Clayster again. He's having a hell of a series. 17-7. Well, the Guerrillas now limping away, and it might have to be B at this stage.
TJ on the flank here. He's going to see two as well. So call that one out and looks for another. Not going to get it. It's still all about mid-map control for LAG. 30 seconds left. They will have to commit towards one of these. If Clayster goes down, it will be A.
Just staying alive. No need to push the issue because Temp is the one doing that job. Finds two. aBeZy is the only one to answer back. But look at all this presence over towards the B side. Potential opportunity here for the LA Guerrillas. Not in a bad spot. Has to be a retake from Legion. But the time is not on LAG side.
TJ made a huge gunfight there.
Wow.
aBeZy just jumped on him like Batman. And they have stopped this clock. They are winning the gunfights. LAG are over towards B and towards that tick. They have to get on it, though. They have to stop the time.
5-3 from aBeZy here as well. If he can add a cruise missile to his arsenal, that will help things out. But speaking of cruise missiles, here they come. Clayster screaming, get the grenades in so this one can hit home. It doesn't, but TJ does. 2 kills fall his way. LA Guerrillas still with presence around this point, but 6 seconds to go. They have to be flawless.
Thieves just staying alive. The rest of his team getting there fast as they can. This team should go in. Realistically, Legion shouldn't be able to stop it. It may be just enough, and it is. LAG get that first point on. And now it's a defense. Vegas Legion will have to get across the map and get in position before LAG get in here.
It's just straight into the point if you're Joe Deceives. No messing around. Rest of the team now here should be dead to rights and is. Legion rotated very, very nicely. A good pivot through the map. Now LA Guerrillas still looking for these kills towards the spawn side, but Vegas Legion are starting to dig the trenches over towards A. Top satellite control, or tower control, sorry, is where you kind of have to get things locked down. But LA Guerrillas still pushing towards the back. You need your ARs to pick them apart, but you don't have long to do it.
Yeah, right now, this is all coming down to 1v1 gunfights. It's a little bit of chaos on the minimap as both teams just look for the players they know is going to be in every single corner. But it will be Vegas who win the first initial gunfights as well. 26 seconds left. aBeZy will have to jump onto this zone to stop the clock. Reinforcements coming from green here for LAG. But it's all about playing the life and stopping the clock at the same time. It is not easy, Ton.
Needs to be a full break. Clayster is the catalyst for Legion to keep them in the right position, but 3 of them have fallen, as has Clayster. It's all fallen apart. LAG are on the point. Can they get the job done? And just like that, Vegas Legion crumble.
And that is an attack there for LAG. 2-1 now in this control. Assault 7-16, but they're on the winning side here so far. And we spoke about ticks before that round. Obviously, Vegas would have had the advantage, but now they have to win regardless. They need to win this round, take the last where they will have defense, but first, win an offense.
25% win rate on those offenses does not fill me with confidence. Streak available for aBeZy as well.
15, so.
Well, yeah. You're not wrong. Very well played by LA Guerrillas, but it does feel like a fumble from Vegas Legion. They were a few seconds away from closing this one out, and immediately the streak coming in from aBeZy. It's because a big B hit's coming from Legion, just so choosing to invest this is going to find TJ, but if I'm LAG, if I'm Vegas Legion, I kind of take that as a small win. Streak invested for 1 kill, not the end of the world.
Clayster's still alive. Is he going to push forward here and look for some players off of that respawn? I think he might know where Assault is. All those nades come arcing across. aBeZy's going to be towards the back here as well. He's 23-7. Yes, they're under control. Obviously, hit headlines on the lowest kills in any respawn we've seen today. He is a different animal. aBeZy's going to move forward, but he is going to move into the kill feed. And still not really an awful lot here for Vegas Legion.
I think he found more kills in 1 life than he did in the whole map yesterday. Bryce, I think it was 3. So 23 to his name now. Doing well for the team. I said he needed to step up the ARs on the side of Vegas Legion. Specifically, Clayster has been playing well, but aBeZy's just a little bit ahead in this map specifically. Clayster and Temp combining well over towards A. That's got to be the goal for Vegas Legion. Extend the time. Only 36 seconds remaining, but the time has been stopped. Temp still up top. Legion still in control. It should be A going over towards them. LA Guerrillas may have one more look at this.
He's going through that second tick is as well. LAG may try and make an exit kill here as well. Temp's going for it. He's been stunned. He has the dead silence active. They're going to try to go A, B here fast, or at least Temp is. But they don't have map control. Look at all the LAG players moving forward into field and green.
And I think the call from Temp is, I haven't seen anybody, so they must have pushed up. That's where you can see him turning around, looking towards blue, trying to pick players out. As it just slows down for just a moment. But the team who cannot be slow here, Vegas Legion, 1 minute and 13 seconds to go. You've got to win this gunfight if you're Temp. You've got to get rid of Arcides. He will get traded. But again, LA Guerrillas just extend through to the spawn of Vegas Legion. It's going to be such a pain to get rid of them. Close spawn over towards blue, though, coming in from Temp. Need to get rid of that player that's holding the spawn.
And they hear TJ as he jumps out as well. He had Dead Silence, didn't pop it at that point. And that is a completely broken push now. Vegas Legion do not really have a lot of presence. Only Standy. Superpowers activated. And he needs to be a superhero. He has to make the move and the plays to let his team back into it. And he knows somebody's here up a platform.
He's searching for them. The Dead Silence popped, has found absolutely nothing. There's the flank player, though. That might help things out. But again, there's another one there from LA Guerrillas. Constantly having somebody in your spawn is such a hard thing to deal with, and Vegas Legion have not succeeded. 24 seconds to go. It only took, with 3 seconds left on the clock, LA Guerrillas to find a round. Can Vegas Legion do the same?
Thieves already moving forward as well. It's still not going to be Legion who have control of this one. The reinforcements are flooding in. Thieves is trying to find Clayster as well, and they just cannot get the kills. Arcides has been an absolute fortress for them. He's not let it slip. Thieves is going to find Clayster as well, but Clayster wins the gunfight and he's traded. It's over and over again. It's 0.2 seconds to exceed with a 5 streak, and Legion tie the record for the most losses in a streak in control at 10. Only rivaled by Cold War Surge.
It's not a stat you want to be part of. Records being broken on a few different occasions in this one, for bad or for good. Vegas have got to fix this. You can't go into a series just knowing that the control is out of your reach at this stage. I mean, look, you come down to it. Look, round number 1, solid from them, good defense. You allowed LA Guerrillas literally nothing. But then, yeah, you find your defensive side of things for the most part. You don't win your attack. It's okay. We're at 1 apiece. But then at that stage, you've got to make sure you hold that next defensive round. And they let it slip with barely any time on the clock. Arcides, an absolute mammoth for the LA Guerrillas there. 27 and 12. 22 non-traded kills. The 3.2k damage on top of your forehead. There you go. Much better from Arcides, who really did need to have a performance there after yesterday's foray into the unknown at 3 kills. 27 to his name now.
And that is going to be the difference maker. Arcides just was not missing. And unbelievable, really, after yesterday. That's kind of the craziest thing as well. Nobody would have picked him to rebound like he has. And certainly not the Legion fans who, right now, have probably fallen to their knees in Walmart.
It's just a regular occurrence at this stage. You're playing a best of 4, you're 0-1 down in every series. That's how it feels. And that's got to be so difficult. You know, even if you could find, well, 30%, even 30, 40% of them, you're kind of like, okay, well, we maybe can find a control here and there. We know our hard point is improved. Our search and destroy is good. We should be able to find series wins, but they're now behind again after a control. Is it going to be 8 out of 8 for the week of control wins going over towards the series win? Honestly, I mean, it's a start that, I mean, I suppose it doesn't surprise me that much. We always talk about hard point wins championships. Maybe it's control, Bercy.
We will have to find out, but for Legion, and I'm going to put this as best I can, strength of schedule wise, this was almost a slam dunk for them on their run for champs. Losing again here against LAG and London in the same week will put serious doubts in the minds of whether or not they can make it. LAG obviously want to make it themselves as well, and they are looking good. For Legion, they have to get to a map number 5. They have to be better than what we're expecting. The control's done. The weakness is moved aside. The hard point is up next.
You always tell me we can be sometimes a little bit negative on teams, and let's try and be positive. If they can come in and win this HyDra, they'd be feeling ecstatic about a search and destroy in LSCO. They'd be feeling very good about that, considering what we've seen in map number 2 in the search and destroy specifically from the Vegas Legion. But you've got to get there first. HyDra coming up next, and both these two teams' records don't necessarily pull any trees up. They don't set the world on fire, but we should see a good game anyway. Somebody who specifically on this map always has a good time is Temp. Hasn't had a great series so far. We need to see him step it up. If he can be that player for Legion, they will be able to force him at number 5. But despondent Vegas, squad on your screens, they need this man on your screen here to step it up for them, to bring in a good slaying performance. And if Arsetes goes on to play like that, Temp is going to have to match him.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. For me as well, that this feels an awful big game now for Vegas Legion. It's a bounty match. It's 10 points against a rival that is trying to make champs as well. A lot of people had this as a W in the scoreboard. For Legion, it's a bounce back mentally. It's time to test the steel of their resolve. Can they win this? Can they make champs? For LAG, it's kind of the same thing.
I mean, I would argue that this is obviously the most important game of both these two teams' seasons so far, based on these positions. If you're LA Guerrillas, you lose this, you're 40 points away. You win it, you're 20 points away from Vegas Legion. Yeah, okay, you'd still be quite significant amount away from Røkkr, which is ultimately the goal. But closing them in there, keeping the dream alive, is so important. But it will be a huge dent to Vegas Legion's hopes. Minnesota Røkkr have stepped things up here as well, which is going to hurt them mentally, because Vegas Legion had been playing better, but they're slipping back into their old ways in this series. They cannot slip back into their old ways with Hardpoint now. 4-6 record alongside the 3-3 record from the LA Guerrillas. Nothing really to talk about in terms of HyDra, but the rotations are going to be huge. The breaks on this map are not easy to come by, but yet they do side with Vegas Legion at this stage. But it's rotation, rotation, rotation for both these two teams, and the AR players able to lock it down. But I'm curious on the SMGs as well. Standing against Joe Deceives is kind of another good one for me here. Both looking for the routes, both looking for these gunfights to try and find rotation and spawns for their team.
Well, slight advantage for Legion as they start on this side. They can fight for P1 and try to keep P2 control. Already, if you ain't swimming, you ain't winning. As Legion look to try and bleed P1 as much as possible while holding it. You can already see Exceed making moves.
Big kill to find. Calista will be the first to fall. Spawn's still there, though, for the side of Vegas Legion. If you're Exceed, you're just ready and waiting. Well played. Calista slain again. Another kill coming in towards the mid-map as well. Important kills need to be found here by Temp, because it's looking like the spawns are going to go over towards LAG. The spawn up from Legion, the flip from Guerrillas. You may well be 20 points down and rising after P1, but you're in a good position to lock some good time down here.
It's a good idea. Legion, just try and soak P1 here. P2 is always a difficult break. Already Temp trying to do as most as he can. TJ hold on his way through the water, and he finds 2 as well. That is huge. What a break coming in from the Legion as they sweep aside LAG. They were not expecting that.
He's a slippery little sucker as TJ Halley finds his way through the water. And for LA Guerrillas, they maybe just turtle up that little bit too much. Joe Deceives still towards the back, so potential pinch being set up here, because Vegas Legion are going to know about this. Standing has to get out, smartly done, but he will be broken back again. Vegas Legion may well be 50-0 to the good here, but LA Guerrillas, 30 seconds on offer, will obviously keep a hold of P2 somehow after they were broken initially.
We've just done enough work to hold alive at the back there. And it is a sigh of relief. You can already see the spawn coming out as well. Temp's going to be behind. He's going to take that scrap time away from him, or at least he's going to try to. There's a scrap time going to fight. There's an Exceed fight as well. A little bit of a scrappy map between these two so far, but Legion are in control because they have this spawn as well.
Best case scenario there for Temp. Should spawn up with his teammates and does so now. Could get a little bit of that scrap time away from LA Guerrillas with that spawn towards the back, but again, Arsetes continues to be huge for LA Guerrillas. 7 in a row from him, looking for the break.
This is insane. Has stepped it up in the respawns massively. Does he see TJ? I don't think he does. The gun is in the way. TJ is right below him, but LAG are in control here at the moment. TJ should get that easy kill, finds the first one as well. Standing gets another. And however, LAG win every single gunfight they need.
Crucial that they found them. Will now find themselves into a lead here as well. Joe Deceives will get himself away from the back of the spawn to then start to spawn Legion towards the back. So staggered ever so slightly for Vegas Legion. LA Guerrillas, though, happy to just sit tight here. I wouldn't mind some of them starting to get moving. 15 seconds to go. You got to do something about the fact that Legion are now set up. The trenches have been dug, and they are dug deep. First couple of kills starting to fall through. TJ with 2, won't find a third. LA Guerrillas now trying to find some map presence.
Yeah, there's a cruise control in the air as well. Is this going to be enough? No, finds TJ at the back. There's also going to be an Exceed waiting. He slipped through. I don't think they know he's here, and he's waiting for his teammates to get in position. They find him before he can do any more damage. And it's clean lines now for Vegas.
I almost feel like that cruise missile coming in from Marcides is a little bit desperate there. LA Guerrillas slow to the beat when it comes of getting off P2 and heading over towards P3. The streak then comes in when none of LA Guerrillas are really in a position to do anything minus Exceed. It's been a flawless hold from Vegas Legion so far, but sloppy from LA Guerrillas.
Sandy just trying to stay alive in P1 as they know he's going to be here. And this is a lot of actual resources LAG now have to kind of contribute. They have to try and find out where he's gone. They know the water is available. They know he can find his way towards the back. And he's played his life very, very well. If Legion can convert this from the last hill into this rotation as well, it'll put him in a prime position. LAG won't want them to do it, of course.
Rotations have been heavy for both these two teams. They've been really indicative of who's going to come away with the majority of points, and the majority of points has pretty much been 60s all the way through. Vegas Legion will find this break over towards this backside now with Assault only one here remaining. LAG spawning all the way in the wardrobe in Narnia, and now they're on their way back. Standing towards the back, cannot find the kill onto Assault. It's a crucial one from him, and now the push can come in from LAG.
And he moves out towards it as well, finds one as they fly back in towards him. Reinforcements flying in for the Legion as well. They just cannot win the gunfight inside. Exceed gets one more. Tem's going to fly down looking for the players. There's just chaos erupts, but it's LAG who come out ahead. That's probably off the back of a huge win of Assault towards the back there on Standy.
Yeah, had to find it to allow the rest of his team to then push through the mid-map and have him set up the pinch there as well. A little bit of a split with the spawns coming through. Neither team with ultimate control towards the backside, but it doesn't work out for Legion whatsoever. What may well work out though is this P2 rotation when we do head over towards it. We're heading into the second rotation of hills. P1 yet to pop, but Vegas Legion in control of these spawns for P2 for the moment. Joe Thieves is lingering.
And it's all the waiting game. Legion have control for now. But they know P2 may go against them. They know players will be in the water. They know the pressure is coming from all angles. And at the moment, they're happy to soak every second they will be given.
Soaking the time, you got the spawns as well. Beautiful play from Vegas Legion. It's the best case scenario. And see, Arcides has slipped the net though. Clear step falling will give that indication. Temp will find his head though. Great shots coming in from Donny Temp. Standy finding some more over towards the middle of the map as well. It's been such a good hold from Vegas Legion. Soaking up every single second they've been offered over towards P1. Keeping P2 spawns. Good play from Legion, but 3 dead. And all of a sudden, what was looking like a great hold still is. But those spawns are in jeopardy.
This is a split spawn here. The rest of Vegas will be streaming across this map. LG may even know they're outnumbered as well, and they are. It's only going to be TJ and Stanley who can find something now onto this one. TJ, the only player left alive with the back P2. It should be a great pinch here for Legion if they can make it. TJ has to be a nuisance.
Now, no spawns towards the back because where TJ was lingering, but Joe Thieves will be able to find one. LAG now starting his spawn towards back, but Vegas Legion are pretty much up in their face at this moment in time. Spawn towards the back now for Legion as Guerrillas start to spawn out as well. It's Mixie at P2, but ultimately it's Legion inside the point.
They're waiting for it. Joe Thieves wants to make this chow. He's going to wait even longer as he just tries to get past. There's players all around him. He finds the first though, and not the second. Standy stays alive. Huge time here for Legion in the end.
And the spawn over towards the back. LAG need to get something out of this because now it's a foot race over towards P3. A huge win for Assault again. They are just about hanging on in this game. Vegas Legion are threatening of pulling away even further. But Assault finds this kill towards the back. Last time around, P3 was successful for LAG. They need it to be even more so. This time around, the lead is getting a little bit scarier for your Guerrillas fan.
And Arcides is going farming. Attacks the weapon of choice and already going to go down. He tries to slow them down, and he's done that, but only for a few seconds. It is a long way away here for Legion.
And because Legion are so far ahead, they can almost take their time with this break. They can also meticulously try and break LAG apart, which is exactly what they've done. Assault towards the backside will be able to slow things down if he can find a kill here, but an important one going on towards the back. Joe Thieves going up against TJ, trying to stay alive to set up a potential pinch. He will stay alive. The rest of his team coming in from mid-map, but this time is being soaked by absolutely nobody right now. LA Guerrillas had this rotation, but they haven't had the majority of the time so far.
And now Legion will look to get this scrap time as well. They will not have the rotation again. And already, I think,
the back
die as well on that minimap. There's got a player literally behind him. He has no idea. But it has been a great kind of job by Legion just to deny LA Guerrillas so much time.
And that's the crucial thing. When you don't win that rotation, at least try and stop the 60 coming through. Don't let it happen. And far too often it has happened for Vegas Legion. LA Guerrillas have not been, I want to say, as much of a nuisance as they can be. They haven't been putting the pressure on as much as Legion have when they have had to find a break. TJ is going to fall. Potential for a full 60, which will very much bring Guerrillas back into this game. Around 60 behind with 40 on offer. That's 4 dead as well. Scary times for Vegas Legion. You've got to be careful not to allow LA Guerrillas back into this game.
Well, they're doing it. They have Ruin. They've pushed up on the map as well. The Legion, it's a daunting prospect. They've got to check the corners. They've got to win the gunfights. They've got to get to Hill and not lose the rotation as well with 20 seconds left to go. TJ does not want to give them scrap time. Already looking for that last one, but again, it's LAG who fill the kill feed. They have the kills. They have the ability. They do not have the respawn yet, but this game still hangs in the balance.
Those final 10 seconds going over towards LAG. If you're Vegas Legion, you've got to just hold your nerve now. Standy with the kill over towards the backside. LA Guerrillas still spawning over towards this old hill. And Standy putting that pressure on that we talk about. No good spawns for LAG. They're going to have to break it the hard way through the front. It's maybe going to be a push over towards P3. It has to be a perfect pinch. Vegas Legion are only 25 away.
And already TJ looks the wrong direction at the wrong time. The rest of his teammates are holding towards the back. There's nobody in there for the trade, and LAG are in. Standy comes through. He finds a kill as well, trying to play his life, but it's not going to be enough. Oh! Again, LAG go for a break. Exceed finds 2 at the same time. And they have control at this point. It is better for them than it is for Legion.
Attempt towards the back may well be the catalyst for a break for Legion here. 24 seconds remaining on this hill. LA Guerrillas will need to soak every single one of those points if they want to tie this game as we head back over towards P1 again. The fight's going over towards LAG. Legion spawning out. Time over towards LAG. They're the teams in the driving seat right now. But think about the time that Legion got over towards P1 last time. They're going to need to be as good. And think about P2 potentially if we need to get there.
And there is sweat on every player's brow right now as the game is all but tied up as we go to P1. Exceed has been stun checked. They know he's going to be here on Dome as well. Wins the gunfight regardless. Flies in, not the second for Standy. And it will be the Legion who have primary control now of this map. It's a spawn out for LAG.
LAG cannot win it at P1. They need to make sure they get these rotations in, but you need to get past Temp. Legion are so close to forcing them out number 5, Bryce.
It's only 5 seconds left. Last time for LAG. Move now or go to a map number 5. They're getting into it. They've got 2. It's going to be another one for Temp as well. A 1v1. It comes down to the Claystar as he tries to get these last 2 seconds. He jumps into the point. He wins the gunfight. He wins the hard points. And we're going to map number 5. It is a sigh of relief as they know so many times in the hard point, Legion fail at the last hurdle. But this time they make the jump. They get it done. And we're going to see one more map.
Oh, it got a little bit scary for me there, Brycey. Vegas Legion have been a part of many comebacks. Couple in their favor, most of the time not. But this time around, they will just about hold their resolve. And we said it was about those rotations that started coming through. It felt like every single time a team would find a rotation, they would find the majority of the time, they would find a lot of points. Typically, that is the case when it comes down to HyDra, and that was very much the case there. LA Guerrillas just let that lead get a little bit too silly. Vegas Legion soaked up so much time over towards P1 on that second rotation, and ultimately they will tie the game for some good holds. It got scary towards the end, let's not get it twisted. But they've now forced that map number 5. They always head into a series with a disadvantage because their control has been so bad, but their search and destroy has not. A 6-0 on map number 2 will fill them full of confidence as we head into an LOC on map number 5. It feels like their game to lose now, Bryce.
Oh, it certainly does, and they're going to have very, very confident conversation during this break that's upcoming. So sit steady, relax, and get ready, because this is going to be a great map for both teams. We find out who gets these 10 points and the 10,000 in the bounty match. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. You join us for a map number 5. And surprise, surprise, it's me and Tanner not studying Lando this time, as they seem to take all of the map number 5, but we've got it. And it's Legion versus the Guerrillas. We find out who gets 10 points, $10,000, and maybe, just maybe, a little bit of confidence moving forward for the rest of the season, Ton.
I find the map 5 statistic as one of the craziest in the CDL. That Jay and Lando have so many of them. And we have so little, but we get one here. We've had a couple actually recently, so maybe the tide is turning. But a good one potentially here, especially if you're a Vegas Legion fan. You're feeling confident. Search and Destroy. Map number 2, they pretty much just swept aside LAG, who will have to beat a significantly better Search and Destroy team than they were in map number 2 here. But LSU maybe is pointing towards something a little bit better from them. As solid defensive win percentage out of LAG is something they could potentially rely on here. But they have to rely on TJ not going God mode. Died once, then found 11 in a row when we were on Mercado. LSU now coming up. Is TJ going to find that kind of series once again to maybe close it out in what is a crucial game for both these two teams?
Well, let's find out. Already aggressive here from Legion. Could be looking to move straight into this A control already, and they are moving with numbers. They go stun check, nobody going to be in there. So they're going to wonder, where is the rest of them? Shotzzy's on the outside.
Passive from both two teams so far. No dead silence in play, but, well, nothing in play now for Clayster. He's going to get wiped off the map. Thieves finds first blood. Bomb going down for Vegas Legion here. Will be a 4v3 retake for Guerrillas. Thieves in the spot to maybe be that guy that can get things rolling for them. It's a really big stack from Vegas Legion down low.
And here comes the pressure. LAG have a great position for this one. I think Thieves just failed to bang the door open. He gets it eventually, and now they're all going to swarm forward. You are right, as they compress puck of players here for the Legion. aBeZy's trying to find TJ, who managed to get away. He's been their superstar so far, but he will fall. Temple find another one, down to a 2 versus 2. As Thieves goes flying out, looking for these players. He chows one, finds it. Trade goes down as aBeZy's in a 1v1. Temp trying to stay alive. He's snaking, he's baking, and aBeZy's will get nothing from this, as the Legion will take the first round. Oh my goodness, what a round it is.
It just exploded into chaos, because if you give your early Guerrillas, the last thing you expect is 3 bottom bar. Typically in that setup, you would have somebody up top, but that's the bait that comes through from Legion. As soon as that bomb goes down, they know that players like Exceed, who will find that kill on the outside, will always be looking for players up top. But because of all that time wasted where he finds literally nothing, Vegas Legion are then just going to play the trade game, because LA Guerrillas have to go so fast at that stage. Can't get it done. Trades work in Legion's favor. Round number 1 is this.
And now, can they strike back? Thieves this time. Oh my goodness, Clayster has that sniper out watching mid. Nothing for him here so far. It might be another aggressive push here by LAG. You can already see on the mini-map, there is a Legion player looking to block it.
LA Guerrillas do like to go for the plant, and Standy knows it. Positions himself over towards A. LAG. 73% of those offenses, they are going for that plant, and they are getting that plant. Standy will find the first one, though, will deter them momentarily, but here comes the push. It's absurd from Exceed. Standy will say thank you very much. His second kill of the round. Vegas Legion cruise control right now. It's a 1v4 ferocities.
They might reach out this with a sniper as well. It doesn't matter. Standy's going to run at them. And sometimes it's been said, Standy plays best as an island. If they have it set up on hard point, go roam. An insane thing in the S&D. Reads it perfectly, holds down the sight from them. It's the final kill onto aBeZy. Another big start here from the Legion.
Crucial that Standy finds that first kill. LAG, those offensive wins, as I mentioned, are coming from those plant percentages. 73% of those rounds, they're getting the bomb down with an 81% win rate when that bomb does go down on LSU. Standy finding that first kill pretty much locks the game for Vegas Legion in the round specifically, I should say. 2-0 up now. Defense and attack underneath their belt. Standy still running on this spree. Deton's starting to come into play a little bit more now, but first blood for Guerrillas will help them on their way, but this bomb's going to go down over towards 8 once again.
And this time it's not a compressed puck. They have moved out and taken map control here in the middle. Thieves with this dead silence is checking every single corner and angle. They're worried about where the Legion are.
Because it was so obscure last time around, they're checking a lot. Temp will find one. Thieves will enter back 2v2.
TJ throws this stun out as well. Staffy will combine. Thieves with 22 seconds left on. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hope. They know where he is. There's a nade check. And surely he cannot make this 1 versus 2 as he falls to the Legion.
Just flawless search again from Legion. They don't even need to really find the opening break. The grenade comes through towards mid-map, and Vegas Legion say, well, okay, they have grenade checked that. So at this stage, is there going to be anybody inside? They find the push through. Nobody there. Plant the bomb. Let's see what happens. That number disadvantage is wiped out immediately from TJ, who is, again, being phenomenal for Vegas Legion in the search and destroy. Evening the odds 2 rounds in a row now. It's a couple of 3v4s that have went towards the Las Vegas Legion here. Guerrillas, search and destroy. They are not able to match Legion now. That's 9 rounds in a row towards the Vegas side.
It feels like the Legion have just dumped all their stats into S&D, all their chemistry, all their teamwork. It shows on this game mode, maybe to the detriment of the others, but right now, a great game for them so far. That's 9 rounds in a row in S&D against LAG.
The 5 spree for Standy. A 6th would be the icing on the cake. It's another first blood from Exceeding, this time from TJ. He will fall down now, and that grenade coming through will make it look more likely for an LAG round. But still so much to do, considering how good Legion have been so far. It's far from over yet.
Temp is not going to see this. They've managed to get all the way out to it. And maybe, just maybe, they're going to figure this out eventually. Still, the Legion sitting very, very tight. It comes down to a 3 versus 3 with bomb down. It is an advantage for LA Guerrillas.
I wonder if Temp has seen anybody here on the cross. Yes, he has. Assault will be the first to fall. Top green control. Exceed, though. His hunting will find one on the clear stair. 2 versus 2.
Still moving forward. Time benefiting LAG. Standy now with his part. He's going to find a first kill at the same time as well. Exceed the last one alive. He's going to go for it. He's going to find... What? But Temp is watching, waiting and ready. And not only is Standy going to wait for this dead silence to go through, I think he's waiting for Temps to come up. No, Temps already got it. He's going to wait for his to pop, so he gets a little bit for next round. Gets the defuse in. He has a streak. It's 4-0 to the Legion. It's 10 rounds in a row on S&D.
And they don't hit the player from Exceed. It's a flank coming through with 22 seconds still on the bomb. If his teammate can find that initial kill, you are in the perfect spot. The fact that his teammate then dies, Temp, with the highest level of awareness at that stage, he might well have just heard him as well, to be fair. Turns around, finds the kill, finds the round. Vegas Legion flawless in search and destroy against Guerrillas. A 12-0 will be a big statement in the search and destroy. It's such a frustration for me. It's seeing how good Vegas Legion are at search and destroy. Just tidy up all the game modes, and all of a sudden you're pretty much feeling that you can contest with anybody. LA Guerrillas yet to really contest anything. First blood for Vegas Legion as well.
Just been told by our stats, nobody this year has pulled off a flawless 12-0 in S&D. Last year, Atlanta FaZe did it against LA Thieves when Octane dropped his double donuts. Are we going to see it?
Mentioning the double donuts before a big series against OpTic. You're such a hater. Temp now. Top green. Bomb down. Exceed Arcities, show deceives. What have you got up your sleeve now? You throw everything at it. Exceed up top green. Needs to find this kill. Temp has got to lock it on him, though, as Arcities will find one that clears their 3 versus 3. Exceed. Good bullets into Temp. Needs to find it.
Oh, he gets away. Temp says, I'm not having it.
Looking for Standy.
Well. Standy flying into the site. That's 8 in a row for him as well. Exceed the last one alive. But with 13 seconds left to go, I don't think he can find his players. He drops and he gets another cleanup for Standy, who's on a 9 streak himself. 11 rounds in a row now for Legion.
Just so big from Standy. The round's kind of at an impasse where you need to find out who's going to win it, and those next 2 kills that come through are so crucial at deciding that. Exceed does a good job to get those bullets in an attempt. Things get a little bit scary. You start clearing out top green, you can then access so many different areas where Vegas Legion players might be hiding, waiting for that bomb to blow. But Standy flanking around from up top, drops down the stairs, 2 free kills inside the site because you've taken so much time. It's 9 in a row from Standy. It's 11 in a row from Vegas Legion, looking to go for the perfect session to strike.
Realistically, we should have seen Legion take mid-control there. That's what they're looking for. They want to push this team towards B and play around this cruise missile. Standy going to check inside once again. 2 players from Legion going in. They do want this inside control. Standy in trouble.
Aggressive. Yeah, maybe Vegas Legion feeling confident, and why wouldn't they? Oh my word, Standy. You gotta feel confident when you're pulling off kills like that. Exceed the first default. LA Guerrillas just do not have an answer for Vegas Legion and search and destroy. There's another for Temp. It's a 3v2.
And here we go. Can LAG find something in this Search and Destroy? Can they find anything in this Search and Destroy? TJ versus Joe, and it's a dead silence. It comes down to it. Joe Receives has to make a 1 versus 3 to stay in this series. He found the first, but 2 more. He needs 2 more.
Is he going to get some good timing? Yes, he is. Temp will not find the gun, but KiSMET has the info. The bomb is going down now. KiSMET will go for the check. It's a 1v1.
It's not a good nade, but it is the veteran versus the rookie. 1v1 as Clay wants to check every single angle. Joe Deceives waiting super patiently. Oh, it's an easy kill in the end. Turns a corner and just evaporates KiSMET away from it. And we won't be seeing a 12-0. They have ruined my day.
Yeah, damn it. I wanted to see it. Joe Deceives spoiling it with, let's give him his props, a 1 versus 3. But it is sometimes a little bit hard to get too excited about it because LA Guerrillas are still 5-1 down. That's the first round of Search and Destroy that they've won out of 12. And it had to be a 1 versus 3. And still no doubt in my mind of who walks away with this one. Standy sitting at 10-2. Cruise missile available. But Joe Deceives, maybe if he can get his own, is that something that LA Guerrillas can use to potentially get back into this game?
Oh, Salt is on a donut here, and he will be the first player to see this Legion push. Or we're going to find it. Gets off the donut. Finds KiSMET as well. Another first blood for LAG. Sandy calls this in, and we'll get it back to a 3 versus 3. Push coming in from Temp as well. He's going to take down Assault. It's now a 2 versus 3. There'll be another clutch for LAG to make this.
What's the positioning like from Joe Deceives? The question is, what's the positioning like from Standy? He's not going to spawn him on the flank. Bomb yet to go down. TJ in a precarious spot, wants to make his move, but I think he may well hear Exceed on his left-hand side, and that's why he's not moving yet. Exceed will get the door shot on him. TJ provides the cover for himself. It needs to be another 1v3 for LAG.
And Exceed, the man of the moment, to try and stop them.
Oh my God!
Well. Long-range Vaz fight. Does not have dead silence, though. He is a trophy carrier. So he has to go for it. Already he's in trouble. 65 health. Does he reach out Standy here? Because he knows where this player is. Health back. Time ticking away from him. Goes to the reach out on Standy. Gets a few bullets in and alive.
He's just so loud, Brycey. 20 seconds to go. All to do. Exceed, he may well find a little bit of time in here, though.
And down he goes. Down he falls. And KiSMET. That is not a celebration. That is a sigh of relief and a prayer to the heavens. They win the series. 2 S&Ds and a hard point. I'll tell you something, if they can get good at control, they've been an incredible Neslo team. But for Legion, they win the bounty match, they win the 10 points. Unfortunately, their S&D is great.
And that might be it for LA Guerrillas in terms of the run for champs. That gap has now increased massively. It's the swing games like this against teams in and around that area that you must win. You must close that gap. You must make it easier on yourself in the long run. But the Search and Destroy gameplay, it's only 1 round out of 13 that goes LA Guerrillas' way. Vegas Legion just far too much for the Guerrillas in that one.
And what a series. What a series from both these two. The hard points were entertaining. The control was a little bit of it wasn't good. It wasn't good, but LAG walk away with it. It's a 10 streak of losses for the Legion on control, but an incredible S&D. I don't know what to make of it. It has been a weird series. It has been these two teams fighting bitterly all the way through. Commiserations to LAG. Congratulations to Legion.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's 2 teams towards the bottom stages of the CDL right now, fighting for every single point that they can get. It's such a big win now for the side of Legion. Put themselves in a better position than they maybe would have thought, but hey, look, they needed the bounce back win after yesterday. They got it. They're still in contention for champs.
They certainly are. Well, let's find out what our desk made of that game that went the distance.
All right, we now have Vegas at 2-1 in their standings for the Major IV Qualifiers. On the other side, it's an 0-3 start for the Guerrillas. But go ahead, Allie. Give the Legion their 10 grand.
No, that did not throw like over to the
Extra toss. Someone else clean that up later. It wasn't pretty for the Legion, though. I'll just say that. Remember, this is a team that beat Boston. They looked clean. Standy looked impeccable. Today, they look sloppy. Outside of this game mode, a 12-1 in Search and Destroy. Those are some impressive numbers, Allie.
No, very impressive. I mean, we knew the Search and Destroy was where Vegas Legion were really going to shine, but for it to be a 6-0 in that map number 2, I mean, it was just TJ all over again. You know, a lot of people tried to make that blaring horn of like, why is TJ on this squad? Well, go watch maps number 2 and 5 in this series. TJ is simply that guy when it comes to Search and Destroy.
Yeah, I mean, they look absolutely incredible there. This looked like a typical Vegas Legion series. You lose the control, you split the hard points, and you win both S&Ds in dominating fashion. And just the way that they did it, like you think about the Game 2 Search and Destroy, just hyper-aggressive, TJ making plays, communications there. But then in that Game 5, like, the subs were making the plays in this Game 5, but they were getting pushed up and then taking their time, waiting for LAG to then make a move, and then the subs would converge and get it done. Like, Standy had himself a hell of a Game 5 series. Like, TJ was the guy playing a little bit more aggressive, but Standy was finding a ton of the kills. So Vegas Legion looking extremely strong in this one when it comes to Search.
On the other side, I'm going to keep singing Joe Deceive's praises. I've been impressed with what I've seen from the SMG, from the Guerrillas, but this Guerrilla squad now 0-3, losing to Minnesota, Thieves, and now most recently Vegas. This time in a Game 5. Vegas picks up 10 grand to start off the day, and it's a pretty solid start here, Allie, but the chat, they were pretty excited after Nameless busted out his pencil. We wanted to give you an opportunity to do something similar today. What do you got for me, Allie?
Well, so I wanted to talk about the control that Vegas Legion just can't seem to buy one. That first round was pretty good in that El Asilo, but I really want to talk about round number 3, where Vegas could have gone up 2-1 on their defense. So let's pull up the clip, and I'm going to show you on the mini-map. So in this situation right now, you can see number 3 is kind of that really important player on the minimap currently. He's kind of that insurance player, right? And when you look over, 1 and 4 are pushed up. So if those 2 players die off spawn here, that number 3 is going to be the person to try and lock down A because they're spawning so far out. Let's roll the clip and see how they hold it.
Hold.
Okay, so number 3 still here. Again, he's not getting into a lot of engagements. That's going to be Temp. But again, his job, he's that insurance player to allow player number 4 and number 1 to just try and go and get some spawn kills. But as you see, number 2 is going to fall here. And number 3 actually leaves his position to help his teammate push A off spawn. They no longer have any insurance. He's actually going to be the first player to die. And then the teammate off spawn dies. And then all the kills go to the hands of LAG. So it's a simple mistake like that, that if Vegas Legion just doesn't leave that red tower position, unfortunately, it was Temp in this situation. If he just holds that pre-aim, maybe they kind of win and go up in that 2-1 in that defense. But unfortunately, made the mistake to push with his teammate, be the first player to die, and they lose their insurance.
20 seconds left. You're making some mistakes. That one cost you big as Temp and Legion dropped the Game 3. They had to clutch out in a Game 5, and he looked great, especially in that first Search and Destroy, and he joins us live right now. Temp, welcome to the stream, buddy. Awesome job in searches today. You 12-1 the Guerrillas. What is it about that game mode? Why are you guys so comfortable against a team like the LAG?
We're comfortable versus every team at Search. We just have a great Search team. TJ Halley, one of the greatest Search players of all time. Clay's been feeling himself recently. He called like probably, how many rounds was that game? Like 7? He called at least six of the plays that game. He had a very good rhythm. And then whenever I get put into positions where I could just snake a head glitch or sit on a power spot, I strive in those positions. So it's very easy.
And Temp, obviously, that Game 3 control, thankfully you broke the streak, because 7 of our 7 matches this weekend so far, whoever had won control had won the series. You guys break it with this series, and just, is it a mental thing at this point? Do you guys are scrims with control also where you guys are falling short? Is it just not translating to matches?
Since we got Eli, we've played a lot better in control. Hemlock, I feel like I've been struggling, so maybe that's why we haven't played it. El Asilo is one of our better maps. I just watched the clip that you played, and if the door is out, like towards the point, you can lay down in the point. And I flew off. We were talking about it the opposite. My teammates wanted me to do what I did, and
tell them
have
no.
the other guy not flank. So you know what I'm saying? So we're kind of all on the different page, especially in like intense situations. Sometimes that happens, but we just got to get better. You know, we haven't had that long with Eli, and it's like a pretty completely different play style. So we're still adjusting.
For sure.
Donnie, talk to me about, where you guys' mentals at coming into today. I mean, obviously, you guys trying to make it into champs, a couple points away from that, but you fell to the London Royal Ravens. What was the discussion like after that match to get ready for this one, an important one?
Well, it's such a quick turnaround. There wasn't much to talk about other than, we were losing our heads a little bit last match.
Yeah.
Losing to a team, you could feel it. Like we didn't underestimate them, but like we know we're better than them. We feel that we're better than them, and then we're making silly mistakes versus a team that we're like not looking down upon, but kind of, sort of, I guess.
Sure, yeah. Then
you start to lose your head a little bit. So today is just like, yo, I understand we're doing really bad plays and making really dumb decisions, but like stay composed and we need to just execute for what we can do right now. And now we go back and watch the matches. Like we watched so much VOD. We watched the London VOD. We watched every single map. We were playing maps that we were watching maps that we weren't even going to play just to lose. So, it was kind of one of those things like, bro, we just put in all this preparation. Like there's not much to talk about. We just need to lock it in tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I watched Stylebender last night. He was inspired my VOD today.
In,
what I'm saying? Just pull up, lock it in, bro. Like, just get loose, man. Just put it all out there. So
I love it, my friend. Before you go, final thoughts here. You guys are just 20 points behind Røkkr for 8th place. That's where you need to be to play at COD Champs. How do you feel right now knowing that you have Toronto and Florida left before we get to Columbus?
I feel good. I think we feel good as a team. It sucks that we lost our team that's under us, like London, they're in last place. It sucks that we lost that. It would have made our jobs a little bit easier. But, these next 2 matches are huge for us. We need to win at least one of them and just get momentum going into LAN. In my opinion, like at least my mindset, is going to come down to a LAN run at the end of the day. Unless we were to win like all of our online games, it's going to come down to us having a great major, and that's really all that's on my mind. So just getting better for the major, and whatever, like once we get to the major, that's what's gonna happen.
Well, I know Sam's the misfit in the chat, and all of the Vegas Legion fans are looking forward to that run, hopefully here in Columbus in just a few weeks. Congrats on the win tonight.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me.
That's Donnie Depp, baby, aka Don Don. Check out his music while we show you the scuff play of the game. Here it is. It's coming from TJ Alley, the S&D legend. Alley, what's he doing this time around?
He got an ace. I mean, again, we talk about TJ. It's been this S&D masterclass, and him on Mercado and him jumping up in that top window has just been a menace all season.
Man, I don't know how people let TJ do this. Like, if I was playing, I'm putting him down.
My bad, TJ.
He's a beast, though. I mean, he just has the green light. He's another one of those guys. I was calling him Diet Shotzzy in the green room.
He did do that. He did call him that.
That is your scuff play of the game. We have 2 more matches still to come tonight. Before we get to that, quick reminder, pick up your league packs. Do it right now. It's a great investment to have your in-game style. You can simply scan that QR code to pick up your pack today. It's not just the league pack, Sal. We've got the in-person gear as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to look like some of these players with some of these jerseys. So shout out to the CDL teams and give them some good gear.
And of course, pick up your in-game team packs after your league pack. I've been rocking OpTic Texas recently. Atlanta FaZe might be my new one this week, and you have to find me in ranked if you're still in plat somehow. All right, that's what we got for match number 1. Legion strike first. When we come back, we've got another battle. Don't go anywhere. This is the CDL.
feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet.
Gotta one up the next, point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Give me the smoke, I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love that hate, I don't need no antidote. Better keep it light when you talking to the globe. It's no joke. Give me the smoke, I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love that hate, I don't need no antidote. Better keep it light when you talking to the globe. It's no joke. Give me the smoke. I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love that hate. Give me the smoke.
Welcome in. It is week 2 of our Major IV qualifiers, the final day of action here on Sunday, and this is going to be a battle between our number 2 seed and the number 11. It's Toronto taking on the Florida Mutineers. In the chat, well, they've already decided the outcome of this series. 85% siding with Toronto Ultra, just 15% riding with Florida. Is there any chance Chat's gonna be real sad, Nameless. Let's take a look at these maps and modes.
I think Toronto made it away pretty good with these maps and modes. I mean, you look at the hard points, that's fantastic. And then the search and destroys that Mercado. I mean, it's just looking good for Toronto. Also, just have a definitive advantage. The Expo will be interesting, though, when we look at that. Toronto gets rid of a CeeLo, and Florida's in a situation where, like, we don't want to play hotel. Let's try the new territory.
I know you're both going Toronto. Give me the map count real quick. 3-0?
3-1.
3-1? 3-0 for me. Let's send it over to our casters for this one. Are we closing out on Expo today, Miles?
I hope so, Chris. First time Chance and I have got a game of Expo, and we're real excited, mate. Miles and Chance here to take you through this exciting one. Florida versus Toronto, important matchups for both teams. The points race, I mean, we saw it in that last one with Vegas taking on LAG. Chance, it's getting spicy, brother. Real spicy. Let's see how Vikul does today. Excited to see him play.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think I'm most excited to watch the Embassy S&D. Like, I know everybody's expectations for this one. Ultra, even though they're 0-3, just won a tournament, so very high expectations. When you look at things like the hard point record, obviously that's going to be stacked in one direction. But just for the fact that Florida was the first team to take Atlanta FaZe down on Embassy Search, very excited to watch them in the 2-5. And I do think if Florida's able to get to a Game 5, there is a massive amount of upset potential. Florida has played quite a few different teams and at least been dangerous, admittedly struggling to convert with the 0-3 record. But we do think kick things off rather on Mercado might be a good time. Toronto gonna spawn on the old bad side.
The old bad side. Somebody's kink somewhere. Cap still finds himself a kill into the hard point Florida Mutineers flow. Time ticking their way for now. We'd love to see that happen. Again, you're looking towards that bottom side of the minimap. And so are Toronto Ultra. Entire squad making their way down south, trying to get across that 50-yard line. A couple of them have made it. Hicksy, the man of the moment. Can he get in and try to flip those spawns? That's the name of the game right now for Toronto Ultra, a team who has had their fair share of ups and downs recently, Chance.
Yeah, I mean, hey, ups and downs, sort of the name of the COD League this year, it feels like, for MW2. Every single championship winner maybe doesn't drop off in quite the same way Toronto has, but it is always that roller coaster of emotions and CDL points collection system that we have. But as far as things go for Florida, pretty solid opening start. The spawns never got flipped. They built themselves a little lead, which I think Ultra should be able to get the scrap, but now it's Operation Don't Get Picked Apart by Scrap. Don't want to start spawning out, but Scrap certainly has other ideas.
Scrap has taken a heavy hit towards the front line of the Florida Mutineers. Whoa, Kleenex flying out the back of the window. Look great from this POV. It's 5-0 for Scrap so far. Toronto Ultra with an electrifying break there. Now they've got the hard point and they are in. It's now 6. It's now 7 for Scrap as he continues to fly. Capsule finally has the silver bullet for that monster, and all of a sudden, whoa, Mutineers right back in the point.
Hey, you'll take that for Florida as well. If you're getting picked apart by Scrap like that and you somehow find yourself back in time, in spite of the fact that a pinch is coming through, you'll take what you can get. And Capsule doing his best to put in some serious work. I mean, he's got 8 kills as well. Unfortunately, he is being outperformed by Scrap, who's sitting at 10, certainly living up to that main Slayer capability.
Certainly, indeed. Vikul with the final clearance there. Next 15 seconds going the way of the Florida Mutineers. Good job out of them. A nice bit of a messy P1 into a lovely P2 rotation. Now over to the third hard point here on Mercado Las Ambas. Insight, the boys of Toronto Ultra, they're in first. Time now going to be taken in favor for them. Fellow, what's he got? Can he make his way forward? As once again, Scrap in the feed. He took today personally, Chance. He's 12-3 already.
I mean, it's like the perfect dynamic, right? You have Scrap allowed to just free roam, kill everything in sight, and Insight's like, no big deal. I will be in the hill. I'll just sit here on rotation and collect all this time. Insight has almost spent more time purposely not taking gunfights. The almost inverse is Scrap, but while he's busy not taking gunfights, Florida took the fight to him, got the break over on the Tin Hill, and now Brack has found his new home. He's fulfilled Insight's role.
Florida man holds hard point. Mutineers still ticking time away. 25 to go here. Capsule. Okay. He is cooking, man. He's having a great time here on Mercado. 11-5. A 3 spree from him. The final 20 seconds will go uncontested for the Mutineers as you're already looking towards the barbershop. Is it going to be one from Hicksy? He does get the trade, though. Brack is there. The backline now wide open. The battle still raging for barbershop. And it looks like Ultra, they've won the rotation. A bit of a catch-up to do here, though. Great stuff out the Mutineers early on. The first 3 hard points, mostly clean.
Hey, this is a big moment as well. I'm pretty sure Fellow actually just spawned here out towards this parking lot area. He's in between a couple players, but yeah, there's freebie number 1. At least knows that number 4 on the minimap, Kleenex, is going to be over towards Garage. But if Fellow's in this position, he is going to be a constant thorn in their side. if he could stay alive, but CleanX does take him down, and all that pressure Florida could have had, well, they're going to have to reset and try to hit through the front. Nice little start on the gunny, but 10 HP means he died of one bullet in the foot, and Ultra continue to hold strong.
Insight for the man to get that last one in there. Holding still in the barbershop. Capsule up front. Can't get it done against Insight, who's now running the Vaznev. Up close and personal. Final 20 seconds here on Barbershop, and Toronto Ultra looking absolutely fresh to death after the fade they've been given out there in Barbershop. Over towards Tin we now go once again. Brack and Capsule. Courtyard covered. Capsule still cooking, folks, so far. Having a good time here. 14 and 9 since we last checked in. Now we see that next hard point pop up. Mutineers are in all possible nooks and crannies. Let's see how long they can hold on.
Yeah, and what? You're going to be down by about 18 points at the start of this hill. This is a moment where you need to convert. Vehicle is getting a massive kill on Insight, by the way. Ultra, we're trying to set up the pinch. So if you get a kill, all these players spawn out. And it looks like Florida, well, whether or not they get the close spawn, well, no, they're spawning across the map. They've just lost every single gunfight, and they went into this hill down by about 18 points. They had the setup that they wanted on rotation, and they basically get 0 seconds on it. Finally back in the hill, but it is still a dogfight because Scrapz is still around, but it looks like Fellow there. Make sure he can't bark too loudly. Trying to keep these players at bay, but it's still the back and forth, and it's Ultra that just overwhelmed them on the time.
Finally starting to walk away with this one. Toronto Ultra now starting to heat things up. CleanX, you all forgot about him as you start to get things going. The Great Dane, final 15 there on Tin, finished. Now they comb across the map. Toronto Ultra have cleaved their way in, trying to get to the top side of Cantina now, and they might be in position to get it done. Smooth moves from CleanX. The back door though, and it's Brack, the man who cuts him down over to Scrap, who's trying to keep this place safe and sound. There are members of the Mutineers nearly everywhere. Top stairs covered. They've got the back alley of the barbershop as well. They are everywhere. Here comes the approach. Toronto, one kill at a time. Into the stairwell we go. Vehicle caught unaware. Absolute bloody madness.
Yeah, now the players on point are just getting swarmed, and they do not even have time to breathe. Scrap was able to live for so long down low, and his teammates time to come and help him out. But now you got Florida. It is a massive pinch around the hill. All 4 arrows super close and tight in and around the top Cantina hill. Question is, can you win the gunfights to get inside? And it looks like enough trades have come through that Ultra should be the last survivors. Brack the only player nearby, but Scrap hyper aware, keeping him at bay, or maybe blowing himself up a little bit in the mix. But good news, CleanX is waiting in the wings.
The CleanX can get both. Ooh, one bullet away. Vehicle stays alive. Ixie's now going to make his way over towards Nero. To the parking lot we now go. Toronto Ultra starting to heat things up. They've managed to turn that momentum into a lead. Over 100 points now for Florida Mutineers. They've still got a lot of life left in them. Can they get a clean break here? No more streaks to be thrown at this one. Capsule at range from Hixie. Here we go. Mutineers on the pinch.
Oh, that pinch gets shut down pretty quick, though. At least Hixie was able to take down one before he falls, and you got both AR, Scrap and Insight, worried about the back alley. So everything has been cleared. The flank has been dealt with, and now it is all guns forward. Insight on the cross. I don't know if he saw them all, but the intel should be perfect. I mean, Double Child's going to come out, but look at the crossfire being set up by Toronto. Clean and easy, just how you write it down. Insight and Hixie working beautifully together. And even though you get past those players, I mean, guys like Scrap just posted on the hill, waiting for gunfights. Honestly, he's been a little bit bored being Super Soaker.
Yeah, right. Over 200 now we go. Toronto Ultra looking to close out map number 1. Hixie flying forward. Good awareness. He's got that spawn read perfectly. Will he fight the gunfight? No need. His teammates here to back him up. Toronto Ultra, teamwork, making the dream work as we now go back to P1, and we could see it end out here. Will Ultra be able to soak up as much time as possible? Nice shots at range there from Hixie as they are playing a blinder here on Mikado.
Well, maybe an opportunity for Florida to try to create something, but possibly they have been blinded. And funnily enough, number 3 actually ends up in Cantina, so he's going to be slowing Brack down. So Florida concerned about a few things because you have to be perfect. On this rotation, you can't really afford to give away any P1 time either. And obviously you see in the feed, Toronto, they swarm it. They hit it from every single angle. They break you down on P1, and you've got Insight. That has just been the rotation, man. Over on the down bottom side of the map, blocking spawn. So even if Florida fight back for the time here, still such a long way to go to even think about getting back in the game.
I know. Tough one now. Mutineers, they were stacking the point. Wrong game mode, fellas. Moving on out now, trying to comb their way across the map. It's over now to Insight. That top window in Mikado He's got that cantina covered. No one's getting in for now. 20 seconds for the win. Here comes that hit. Mutineers, got to be a clean break, and you've got to hold that time. Fellow wins a big one. Forward you now fly. Scrap with an aid. He's got the cross covered. Back over to the hard point we go. Here come the Mutineers capsule. Front door. Fellow's up next. Guns them both. Scrap is absolutely frying. It's 26 and 16 overall as Insight has the cross. Time now. Ticket. Kleenex finds another. And another point we now go. Mutineers, last chance. Here we go.
You know they just want the kills too. Scrap picks up the 2 and waits an extra 5 seconds before jumping into time. If there's kills to get, Toronto want to get them. Florida gonna have to flood into the hill, right into the pre-fire of Scrap, who does enough to get the 3rd and all fall down. Toronto start things off right, squeaky clean, the map 1 win.
Absolute massacre to start things off. Halfway point, that was when Toronto Ultra didn't look back after burners were hit. See you later, Mutineers. A solid fight though, but hey man, you have to give it to Scrap. That was a very, very strong individual performance. Kudos to him. Helps the boys get on the board first and foremost. Ultra take the lead here in the series. Florida Mutineers search and destroy on the bounce back. We'll see that in a moment, but for now, man, whew, Ultra come to play today.
Just like clockwork on the map, right? Like, even for the type of synergy we had on both sides of the screen, as it were, Scrap was high flying and getting a crazy amount of kills early on. Capsule was doing the exact same thing. But the way we saw like Ultra playing the map is when Scrap's collecting all the kills, guys like Insight are on rotation like 35 seconds in advance. Like, even towards the end, I think Insight sat in top cantina for literally like a minute 10, minute 15 seconds, being the super anchor for the team. And you have so many of those like little teamwork moments for Ultra where you can see the synergy, where they're seeing like they're capitalizing off the plays that Scrap is delivering. Florida just didn't really have that. So we can take a look at the highlights and get a bit more action, but as good as Capsule was able to do early on, just not able to capitalize, create any of those moments in the plays and turn it into time. So Florida just a step behind in hardpoint.
Yeah, crazy. Capsule again, good individual showing out of him as well. Opened up the first 2-3 hard points very strong. Helped the boys keep it very competitive, but after again that halfway mark, Charles, like it was just done, man. I mean, what was it for you that saw Ultra take the lead so far and so fast?
It was the fact that Florida couldn't capitalize on the plays. Even the side tin hill, like out in the patio earlier, where Florida had the full rotation, all 4 players up. Vehicle got like the entry kill on inside on like the far left side of the map. So they had everything covered, had the exact setup, and converted it to literally 0 seconds. You had Capsule on the rotation over to Barbershop. Like, he picked up a 3-piece to sort of entry it and set his teammates up on rotation, and then Florida turned it into 0 seconds on the map. I think you had Fellow got a cheeky spawn over in the parking lot as well, an opportunity to make a play to try to strip something away from Ultra, unable to capitalize. So Ultra just a little bit too clean, and obviously a little bit dominant in the slaying category as well. So Ultra, they just had a little bit extra.
They had the kills that fed the hills. There we go. Team accuracy chance though, weird one, man. Ultra statistically lower, despite definitely outslaying them across the board. Interesting stuff. But there we go. The first map is complete here in our series. Mercado Las Almas done and dusted. We now roll over to Search and Destroy. Gonna get a little bit of that Himmelmat Expo for map number 3. Will it be a 3-0? Will it make the desk smile and be happy? We'll find out. Toronto Ultra, of course, we saw these guys win the last major chance against an incredibly formidable OpTic Texas roster. After that, what happens? They lose the next 3 series, some of them worse than others. A scary prospect for Toronto Ultra. We don't have a term in this game for what we called last year that Vanguardian Leviosa. Straight up to straight down. We'll see if they can't find the big win over here for Florida. But Florida chance again. We hope Havoc is doing great. He's taking a step back right now. Vehicle coming into the main roster and bringing the goods today. We'll see if he can't, help turn this team around, man, because he's an exciting player to watch. He's a great kid. I hope, all the best for him in his career. But for now, let's see if he can't find a big dub over Toronto.
And, I know the 3-0 is sort of the conversation on the desk, but Expo is sort of an unknown factor. Brand new map in the league. We haven't seen either of these teams play it yet, so who knows if, Florida or Toronto is figured out the extra, setting up the spawn traps quicker, getting the timings down just a little bit faster. So there's potential there. And in Search and Destroy, Florida, maybe not as electric as they once were, but still very solid. I think Fellow throughout this stage has been the kill leader in the snipe category. He is 13 already in only 3 series that they have played, a few of which haven't gone to every single game 5. So his sniper has been completely on point. And just for the fact that map 2, we're going to aBeZy, and this Florida Mutineers roster was the first to take Atlanta FaZe down. And it was the map where Atlanta FaZe was obliterated obliterating teams on. I mean 6-0, 6-1, 6-2s down the line. Florida found a way. Fellow snipe was super impactful, and that record does not tell the story because at the start of the year, the first few stages, this was the only map Florida didn't have success on. Now with this new roster, they're finding wins.
And then snipes, ladies and gents. That's what we want to be looking out for here on aBeZy. Still expecting a lot of fast plays. We see those B plants quite regularly. An exciting one to watch here on aBeZy. Here we go, though. That bomb is going to be in the hand of Capsule, and we're already clearing trucks out. That means they won't explode. That means Fellow could... Ah, no! Wrong truck. I take it all back. That is exactly what we didn't want to happen.
Yeah, there are 2 trucks there. It has been that way since day one. So truly unfortunate for the first blood, and all that impact for the sniper. Going to have 0 impact in this round. And Ultra have a bit of a stranglehold over towards the P2 side of it. CleanX ready and wait, might get traded out, but you still have the man advantage. And that is your bomb carrier forced to back down up top. And that is vehicle 30 HP and only a dream.
Certainly trapped. Waiting for Brack, though. This is good timing, and Hixie's not going to take this bait. He knows that part of the map is unsafe and wide open. He's going to let it slide. There we go. Right back into the chow. Here come the rest of Toronto. Number 3 now inside, making his way across map as well. Mutineers, you are running out of options. You are running out of time.
And you know this is a standoff to Vehicle and Hixie. Like, Vehicle got the call out. He was in the P2 corner. He knows he has to check, but the problem is if Vehicle flies out, you have Scrapz set up there for the assist potential. So Vehicle knows what the play call is, tries to be quick, even goes for the pre-fire, but yep, the setup, just like in the hard point for Ultra, the teamwork on point, just a little bit too clean.
Lovely work, though, from Ultra. They know that 2-man hit's coming at exactly the same time. Watch the snap from Scrap here. Instantly over to Brack. Knew where he's coming from. Immaculate aim as well there. Beautiful shots. Good round, Ultra.
It really is just hopeless, too, just because Hixie's in the spot where he's watching the full cross. So if you want to rock the bomb out and go to, like, the tennis court side of the map, you're getting spotted on the cross and Insight's going to be there. If you want to try to kill the player that you know exactly where Hixie is, it's basically, at minimum, a guaranteed trade that's going through because Scrap's going to be watching over top. So too clean of a setup and, honestly, a first blood that is a dagger. And now for Ultra, they got the trophy out. They got Hixie in position. One of the better bomb planners in the league, and while his teammate does get first blooded, it's looking like he is going to be able to get this bomb down, but through the middle of the map, Capsule is making plays. So yes, the bomb plan is in, but you have the man advantage, and you should be able to isolate Hixie, because you can see number 5 is trapped in main. They know exactly where he is.
Oh, the nade's going to make this real tough. There's the push. Nice work, Mutineers. All down to Insight, 1v3. Stunned up, they know exactly where he's going to be. It's a matter of winning the gunfight against him. Vehicle, maybe the first man to throw shoulders. Capsule, he might be the bait. It's a difficult balance now for Insight. This is such an awkward 1v3. It's a snipe from Capsule. Still keeping an eye on the bomb. Hasn't finished the job yet. Wins the fight. Jamie Craven still kicking. Can he take the second? It's now. Oh my God, all down to Brack. And it's not enough. Insight wins the 1v3. That is disgusting.
Oh, that is a win sight right there. How good does it get? I mean, I know he can hear Capsule jumping up top initially, but either way, those reads are on point, and that is a brutal round for Florida. I mean, you know, that's when you look back on and say, hey, maybe just all 3 stand on bomb and pre-aim the window, or maybe try to get better timing on the chows, but... that is you give Insight an inch in a search and destroy clutch situations, he is going to take a mile and then some, or a kilometer, I suppose, but he gets it done. Ultra up 2-0.
Wild. What a brilliant round. That is the king of clutch. Like having a fellow now. We've given his snipe a lot of love in the build up to this series. Let's see if he can't give us a couple to sing more about. There's one. Lovely work. Brilliant bounce back here from the Mutineers. 4-2 right now. Inside Scrap. Ooh, nice beams out of Insight there. Turns Brack inside out.
And I mean, if Insight could get a 1v3, I feel like a 2v4 is slightly better odds for him if he's got a little bit of help in Scrap. Horrible news, though. The bomb is going to get planted, but the great news is you picked off Fellow, so the sniper's down. You got a 2v2. And you've already cleared out basically the P2 side of the map, so you know exactly where you need to look, but look at that cheeky little angle from Vehicle. I actually had no idea about this one, but in spite of the angle, everyone has died. This is a 2v4 for Ultra. Vehicle, the final hope.
Done.
Gone.
The final hope extinguished by Scrap, and the defuse will be there as well. It will be 3 rounds in a row for Toronto Ultra. I'll tell you what. Well, CleanX hit a Heineken for a minute there. No. These boys absolutely frying his search.
Yeah, that feels like a GG. I'm not gonna lie. That is 2 back-to-back rounds that you have no right to lose, and Florida just find a way to get rid of it. I mean, you got a 4 versus 2. You've cleared out the bottom side of the map. You're basically poised up for the free bomb plant, and then like Inside finds a pick, and then Scrap finds a pick, and then every single player just falling. So Shoulder's not on point. Players not handling their lives very well, and I mean, Ultra are obviously going to be playing with confidence now.
Oh, have to be. A team that's confident anyway, you know? And Scrap now, sniping hand under the bush. Will he catch any of these players out? Looks like they're all going the inside of the embassy. No one's going to be in that line of sight. He's going to dip that one out for now. The bomb has been planted over by B. Oh, Vehicle and Brack, they get into the party very quick. Now, 2v3. Okay. In sight, he's back in his home. Finds one. Will Capsule take the challenge? He is banged up. Fellow wins the snipe battle against Scrapz. So now, once again, Jamie Craven, 1v3, 1v2. The bomb is being defused. I don't think he's going to check it this time, and that will be the round. But where do you go? Florida Mutineers, if in doubt, hop on it. Get on the board.
Yeah, and fingers crossed. That was literally about to be a combination of the previous 2 rounds of a Scrap and Insight 2v4 and then an Insight 1v3. But a bit of a difference there. Don't give Insight any time to work. Capsule's going for the chow as soon as his teammate hops the bomb, and Fellow had the snipe in the windows if he needed to hit the shot. So much better that time by Florida. Admittedly, still a little bit scary given the previous 2 rounds, but hey, at least they're on the board.
And you'll take it. Here we go. Another round up. Kleenex has got himself in towards orange. He's going to get extremely busy in a moment. Fellow, nice angle. Unfortunate timing in Vehicle. Oh, yeah, he's been spied. He's been spied. That, ooh, it's a big win. Vehicle stays alive. Trades are on point, though. Hicksy's right there when he needs to be for the squad. 3v2. Florida down the map.
And honestly, what do? They know Brack's going to be up top with attack. Capsule's last man standing, but his dead silence just ran out. So Capsule popped dead silence and didn't make a single move on the map. And obviously that bomb is down in a brutal spot to have to go and collect. Looks like you got Scrap down low, sort of bouncing back and forth. And if Capsule can find the pick, that's great, but I don't know if Bullets to actually fully connect with, and the entire play basically rests on Capsule to find at least a kill, but you are running out of time.
Brack's come over to at least help. He can provide some overwatch, and now he's moved into mid. So this 2v3, it's going to be a very tough one to win indeed. However, good luck to you, lads. 20 seconds now, Brack. Further forward we go. That's the bomb recovered. That's the sound cues, though, given up. Here comes the hit. Capsule flying out. Big win. Takes care of Insight. Brack's still alive and kicking as well. You got to get that bomb down. No, ASAP. Run, man, run!
They have time?
No, they don't. Scrap's done it. He's killed him. He's taken care of business. The bomb is now down, and there's no hope in hell unless... No. Good shots out of Capsule there, but he had to find Scrap with 1.8 seconds remaining on the clock there. There was simply no way. Another good round, Toronto.
Yeah, and, you know, good read by Scrap towards the end just to catch Brack. Brack hitting a wild dolphin dive just to expose himself a little bit, but that was a bit tough. Not a lot of time on the clock. I don't actually know if they would have been able to get it down. I think there was like 7 seconds left when he was diving back there, so it would have been close, but either way, too efficient of a round for Ultra. They get the picks, they get the coordination around the bomb site, and as soon as that bomb goes down in that situation, if neither Brack nor Cap has the dead silence, it is effectively hopeless. Toronto, not a team that is going to make a mistake like that.
Ooh, unfortunate miss. Ooh, 2 misses. Capsule, though. He ain't going to miss at that range. Oh, position now to get a 2-piece, maybe. Nope. Good work from Scrap, flying back into this fight, and you are slithering that bomb. Fellow, so unfortunate not to hit these shots from this position. 3v3. It should be a 3v2 now. That bomb has been planted. Good luck, have fun. You've still got to clear out top side of Embassy.
Yeah, and I think it's what Vehicle that probably has to make the play, just because Scrap's going to be up top, but even these players are on orange. This is not a fun situation to have a sniper in. The dead silences pop, Vehicle's going to be making moves, and the faster you can clear this out, the better. Question is, what corner do you check? Can you make the read? There's the first one. This is doable.
They're very doable. Kleenex now. Dead silence popped. He's waiting for something. Kleenex, the jump chow. Vehicle's there for the coverage. Hicksy now last man. 15 seconds. Can he make himself onto this bomb site? He can. Tags are in. Over the top. Gets one. Not enough time. As Hicksy, what a move. A Vehicle and Fellow, the reposition at the last possible seconds chance. 0.5 on the clock. Woohoo! Mutineers, stay alive. And Fellow, yeah, man, breathing a sigh of relief. Wow.
Yeah, truly a nail biter. I mean, Hixie does everything right, gets the timing perfect. If both Vikul and Fellow are not there, like for that chow, I mean, a half second, if it takes an extra couple bullets of shooting, that could have been another clutch. But hey, either way, take care of business. Both Fellow and Vikul looks like they were ready to hot bomb either. So, you know, spidey senses tingling in the search and destroy in a moment like that. But they execute, they take care of business, and a nice little round in spite of the fact that those snipes were not connecting. But Fellow's going to stick with it. He'll try it and true as everything is exploding on the map.
Quite a lot was tingling after that one, I think. 4-2, Hixie can't get a second. Lovely shots, though, as the trades, they will come to a close. The market is now ceasing operation, and Scrapz is gone. See you later, mate. Fellow won't find that snipe today. He will hold this angle, though, and it's a perfect read. Here comes Scrapz. He's just throwing shoulders from there, though, Chance. Bomb recovered. Mutineers back at it. Here we go.
Yeah, great angle by inside as well to get the pick on Brack. I think Brack was trying to help out, jumping out of the, top PD bathroom windows, but Ultra had the right play call for this setup, and now you're basically begging Fellow to get a pick on the map. Nice little spread from Ultra, but I mean, these are spots like, how do you even read this? Capsule, they're gonna get spotted, tagged up, and CleanX just solidifies the round. Fellow can't hit the snipe, and another perfectly executed round out of Toronto.
Lovely shot at the end there from Insight. We might get that in the kill cam, but either way, Ultra, here it is. Another strong round as aBeZy continues to be a good one for them. This Mutineers squad that brought down Atlanta FaZe in this very map and mode, not quite the same metal here against Ultra. They are singing. See if they can't close this one out.
I think a rhythm like this for Toronto, it's almost like a tune-up match. They go down 0-3, and they're like, all right, let's get some win back into sales.
Yeah.
Got to take him to task, but got to finish the job. You got Capsule able to get the first blood, and that is a very aggressive setup from Florida. That is a great first pick to find. Maybe good news for Ultra. If it's CleanX that falls, you still have the bomb in hand, so options to make moves, but you're getting flanked, and Florida just have all the map control they could possibly ask for.
Insight's asking for a lot here as well. Florida's got that full map control. Insight is exposing himself a lot more than he would want to try to catch these players out. And okay, yeah, Brack sees it. He's going to play safe. He's not going to let this go at all. Ultra have got a little bit of movement towards the backside of the aBeZy, but Brack is never, unless his foot slicks out, he's never going to give this up, surely.
Well, that does mean Capsule's completely exposed. Yeah, if Brack's not going to help him out, yet Brack can't help him out. Capsule gets left out to dry, and then when Brack goes for the chow, Insight guns him. They had all the map control in the world, and the one way for it to break down, Ultra made it happen.
Oh, that was it. Absolute perfection from Ultra. It's not over yet, though. The bomb's been planted. Pistol's there. Vehicle's gone. Ultra. What a search and destroy. Absolutely immaculate play in the final round. That certainly was the rock to the Mutineers scissors. 2-0 here in the series so far. They are singing. They're looking very pretty here in today's matchup.
Yep, 1v3 from Insight, a 2v4 for both Insight and Scrapz, and even towards the end, the 3v4 clutch, where it is just the smallest windows of opportunity that Ultra were able to take in that round to hand deliver. But there you go. Any success Florida had on aBeZy in the past, they are not able to recreate there. In spite of the fact that they got a decent number of first bloods, 5 to 3 in that category, but obviously with all those clutches rolling through, Florida ended up just getting punished and outclassed. And again, for Toronto, they're certainly making it look like a tune-up match.
Oh, yeah, very much. Here's the maps and modes so far, ladies and gents. We go to Expo Control, and the desk is rubbing their grubby hands together. They want that Game 3 to end here, but Expo, that'll be the next we play. We'll see what happens after that one, because, hey, Mutineers, a little bit of swimming to be done there. Can they make the bounce back? We will find out soon, ladies and gentlemen. Toronto Ultra, Florida Mutineers, game number 3 when we come back.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by the new series Citadel, premiering on April 28, only on Prime Video.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. That's right, fidget spinners are at the ready. Toronto Ultra and Florida Mutineers are having a whale of a time. I take that all back, Mutineers have had a tough run of things so far, but they can turn that frown upside down here at Himmelmatt Expo. We're going to the Swiss Alps, ladies and gents, and it's going to be a good old time. What will happen at this oil and gas summit here, Chance? Pure gas, good premium, or is it just going to be more of the same and Ultra basically running the show?
I think it's going to be a lot of deliberation about how global warming is not only inevitable, but at this point going to be cataclysmic and catastrophic for the entire world. So we're going to talk about it a bunch and then do literally nothing. So shout out to oil corporations everywhere. Let's get it in control.
Two zones, A and B, an entire conference room that is yet to be properly set up. And over by, what, the outside of the map, the A side, that's where the sauna's at, ladies and gents. We're going to have a good time. Nades are up and abound. They might connect, actually. Or not. Interesting. Well, Caps has got that low angle covered. Love that spot. Oh, beautiful. Takes two of them. Lovely work out of Brack as well. A clean 3 down there for Ultra. They're on the attack. They're going to have to make their way out through that awkward flag side of the map from the driveway all the way down towards that sauna once again. Over to B, they're now going to hit. Good luck. Have fun. Things get real ugly in here.
And honestly, shout out Capsule, because I will absolutely be stealing that opening break just to the crack in the door. So that is beautiful, and he was in prime position to sort of help out over on that B-side spawn trap, but you already got players like Fellow in position. That is sort of the prime Terry where Florida are going to be constantly applying that pressure. So whether or not they can successfully defend B is a long-term thing. Fellow, his job right now is to live while his teammates there to clean house, and Capsule back in, ready for the mix. Him versus Inside and Poor Inside, tagged up, stunned, naded, everything, and then gunned down.
Yeah, you see how easy it is to get that B stat going. A fast journey across that little corridor immediately into the point. Now over towards A. Definitely the harder of the 2 points to capture here on KiSMET. 21 lives remaining here for Ultra on the attack chance. They are still pushing forward.
All right, you have won some key gunfights, though. As soon as number 6 vehicle falls, Ultra have like sort of opened up the left side pressure and at least are starting to rotate out. And as soon as you start, Capsule is there to close it down. And he is playing very aggressive in your base. He is going to be a constant thorn in your side. And as soon as you deal with one, Brack's the new guy in position. You deal with him. Now it's Vehicle's turn to be in the mix, and Ultra just dealing with the absolute blender. Doing it very well, though. They have clean house. You do actually have an exit plan to get out, and Fellow gets traded as well. So Ultra, it has been a long time coming, but now the opportunity to start to work towards A. But again, for Florida, doing very good job on the conveyor belt, always having players in position.
Yeah, good stuff. Although you do have to worry about a couple of players on the flank now from Ultra. They're starting to heat up here on Himblemat. Kleenex, he played it slow, cut down, and hail a gunfire on the outside of the sauna. 11 lives remaining now for Ultra Vehicle, keeping the restaurant all safe as well. Now Insight up by Blue Tent, making his way forward. This is a tough gunfight to win. A really awkward spot to be in. The frag is going to help, though. Good reads on the flank, finds one with an aid. Oh, back and forth we go. And he hasn't made the read there onto Vehicle. His teammates there do, thankfully. Just over 30 seconds to go, and here we have it. A 10 life separator between these two teams. A still remains.
Yeah, well, you at least have the clearance. I think the biggest issue for Toronto, number 5 Capsule, going to be working on the flank. And obviously without these lives, you have to make this push perfect. But it looks like Florida a little bit too clean with it, finding all of the kills. With 5 lives to go, there's still that sort of back pocket chance. They have stopped the clock. They have a little bit of pressure on A, but Florida, they just have a presence almost everywhere on the map. They've got a nice little swarm around the zone.
Yep, lots of final lives now remaining here for Ultra. Kleenex, on my word, finds one, snaps onto Fellow, but no kill. Now it all comes down to Scrap. He's going to do what he can here, grab a kill or two, but the round is done. Good work there from the Florida Mutineers. Defensively sound. They let B go quite early chance, but A, a very, very strong bastion of defense there.
Yeah, and you know, this is the 3rd time I think we have seen this map played in the CDL, so very fresh, very early before we get starting or start getting like really solid stats of, is it going to be an offensive map, defensive map? It's certainly defensive heavy. I just don't know how extreme it's going to be. Maybe a 60-40, maybe a 70-30, but certainly, at least in my opinion, going to be an edge on defense. So Florida showing off the reasons why you get in their spawn, you set up the trap, you're constantly going to be annoying. So they look great on defense, Smiles. Now we get to see them on the attack.
Well, we got to see them on the attack. Let's have a quick listen in as well. Florida Mutineers, here we go.
Nothing.
Hudson plants.
Okay. I'm staying down from the guy right.
I don't see any plans.
It's Scrap.
Hudson bar. One's bar right now. Bar love ending. He got a love ending. It was Scrap deep right. He's gonna chow fire pit for sure. Let's get bar.
He's on me in the bin. And one's cut. Pinching your diner. Kleenex. He's on the bin and one's
Kleenex is in my diner.
Okay. I spawned trees. I'm gonna go B here. Should be.
Still be ticking. One's holding huts. Scrap's holding huts. Nice, good job. That's 2. We should just go B here for sure.
Yeah, I'm on B.
Go far top. He's top already. He's going secret. Secret or H2 actually. They're going around, guys.
And one's
no, bottom holes. Kleenex, right side.
One shot.
You're right side.
In the back.
Kleenex.
Okay.
Double secret. I spawned.
Ellie, toolbox. I'm one shot.
Go your chow. Pinch low con. He's dead on A.
Okay, shift A.
Yeah, go on.
Go top bar. One of you.
Nice, good job. One deep right on me. One deep right on me.
Bar. You're getting help in a second.
I'm going. I hit him with an A deep right. Give me a second.
H1.
Nice. Two right now. I kill one.
Good job. You're alone, Tyler.
One more really weak Kleenex. He's bottom diner hitting the diner stairs. Big kill with him. You two can play it quick. Yeah, let's play this quick.
On
my right. Nice, that was him.
I'm getting down.
There's going to be one deep right. He's at the fire pit, okay?
I'm gonna challenge him.
He's in this right corner.
Okay, I'm top bar.
There's 3 huts.
Top bar, Hixie.
He challenged me right there.
Top bar, one shot. Top bar in hut. I'm one shot. I'm back right. Hang on a second.
Outer hut's really weak on you, Scrap. He's H2.
I need it over you. Stay down.
There's 2 deep right. Slow down. We have lives. Slow down. We have lives and time here. Where was the guy?
Deep right. Exit.
There's 2 deep right.
I'm one shot.
I'm getting bar control here, bro. Yeah. Good play.
I'm holding our diner push for a second.
Top bar.
Yeah.
Kill me from front side time.
Hey, not bad at all, chance. Follow me in is. They kept this round together. They've still got 2 ticks remaining on A to try to grab a hold of. Big work there from Scrapz. Kleenex to Co. Oh, hip fire doesn't work out as Toby, the Great Dane, gets another.
And I'd say right now for Florida, obviously you have opportunities to win in two ways. You were up by a decent number of lives. That has been cut, so only a single life lead. But if you can apply the pressure and just stop the clock, you have the opportunity to play TDM as well as the actual game mode. So Florida certainly creating opportunities. Now that 2-life lead, Toronto down to 8, but Toronto also have like a beautiful 2-2 split right now, worrying about both sides of the map.
Nice shots from Scrapz once again. The aim has been so on point all series long. Kleenex now on the backside as well. The life count finally changed hands. Ultra with the lead. Only by 1. Capsule does change that. Back to even Stevens. 7 apiece. 30 seconds to go. One last crack at this, Mutineers. Here we have it. Hixie, good coverage. No one's getting through that side of the map. Scrapz found himself a sweet corner. This is a good spot to be in. 20 now remain.
And I think, yeah, I mean, Insight and Kleenex, that was probably the, crucial duo right now to try to get past. You see Insight picking up kills in the feed. Scrapz playing an incredibly difficult spot to read at all. And that honestly looks like an insanely good setup to have in a moment like this. In Florida, last ditch effort, Dolphin dives out and bound just to stop the clock, but you are down to 2 lives and you have no access points to the zone. And we are now 2 for 2 on defense. Toronto, you see, it took a lot more effort to make it happen. Like, you absolutely have opportunities on the attack, but eventually defense reigns supreme.
Yeah, only just, though. A segment advantage, though, going to the Florida Mutineers. So if we do have to get to that final defensive round 5, it will go to our Floridian comrades. Here we go, though, Ultra. See an attack this time round. See how things work out. Florida Mutineers, there go at the defense. Kick this round off immediately. Let's go for a quick listen in now with Toronto Ultra.
See anything?
He's in toilet doors.
Yeah, deep on the vent.
What's up, Tiki?
Under, close right of me. Spot.
Try and get connected to them.
On like fire pit, Toby. Hit him twice.
I got fucking stunned, my bad.
Fire pit behind the shed and one's deep sign as well.
I think there's 2 there.
On the ramp down.
He's to the left side somewhere.
That's there.
Ramp down.
Secret,
yeah, one's gonna be
secret, one shot, secret, one shot.
Treato now, he's going behind you, purple.
Yeah.
I just push that bus.
I just try to push their spawn, bro. We should still go for A here, I think.
I'm holding on like top C1.
Sounds like Tritos, man.
I'm waiting for a pinch. I have you top pinch.
I'm just being annoying, okay? Anything, Tiki?
I have you top and low pinch.
Tiki, dead.
Nice.
I'm being annoying, okay?
I'm looking at your connector. In our spawn weak, Javi. Like top globe.
Top ramp. Oh, top ramp. He's going connector, top Tiki. He's going to be top windows, bro.
I'm my connector now.
He's going to be 2 on us here, Charlie.
Top windows.
Top windows. C2 side. One's like
C2 on the chest. Blue mid dead.
Nice. One more C1.
Stun C1.
Goes Tiki. Could be top window.
Yeah, I'm proving it. Fin top window. I'm getting in the low stairs. Let's just get a bit.
Max one there, bro.
Oh, one's front A, Jimmy. I'm gonna keep holding the windows for a sec, okay?
Slope in the right.
Yeah, I have windows. One's low connector.
He's in tools. In tools.
Balls though, yeah. Went to left.
It's on me. One shot point, nice.
More bathroom.
Bathroom dead.
Last guy low.
Try working A if you want someone.
He's on the ramp. The ramp with Trito.
Oh, he's still on the sign? Yeah, okay.
Missing one as well. Missing fella.
I'll see Trito. He's in there then.
He's in our spawn then. He's running around, vending.
He might be vending, yeah.
I'm back purple. I'm in a weird spot here. Give me a sec.
He's on reception. Absolute reception.
He's just pushed out. Back 10
No reception?
Now. Yeah, you're going back bus, by the way. And reception.
Around the left, bro.
Bathrooms. He's still like front reception. Yeah. Bathrooms right now, but...
Oh, yeah.
Yo, top of the vent. I'm in a bad spot. I don't know where
he's still in here?
Yeah, on the store. Front reception. Challenge you.
I'll see in bathrooms.
Nice. On the back vent.
Wait, one C1 go in.
The lobby steps.
I see one then. All good. I have a streak as well.
Yeah.
Can get the first wave here.
Alright, let's play together.
Yep. He's in our C1, by the way, Prac.
Top vent.
Another wonderful extended look into the comms on an attacking round. Chance, it's not an easy thing to do to get towards that A zone. Be a little bit easier.
No, it is also, I mean, look, it is not always easy to set the spawn trap up, but once you get it, it can be brutal. Ultra fighting their way out of the blender, but that life count has just been made clinically absurd. You are down to 9 lives now. You've had Bello just living. If you had a heat map, that has been his home on the bottom left corner. And Ultra finally create a little bit of pressure, but that's to get out towards the B zone that's already been captured. A long way to go before they can think about touching A, and I mean, just getting picked apart. So Florida on defense, they have been completely on point. And obviously, shout out Capsule, 23 kills. He's loving life.
Oh, certainly loving it right now. 24 and 16 for Capsule. Though they do get one man on A, and it's going to be inside. Nearly gets absolutely melted by the Vaz there. You can see the feet. Nice job, Brack. You tagged him back for the old feet shot he gave you on Mikado. 25 seconds remaining here, and Himmelmat, we will see the Mutineers take the lead and take map point. Last chance here from Ultra. What do they got? They're diving in. CleanX is on. A little bit of a tag. There's Vehicle there with a crossover by A Street. The line up for Capsule. Good lordy, that's going to be the round. And here we go. Mutineers, map point.
Hey, collect the damage, collect the kills, and a dominant round right there on defense. On defense specifically, Florida flying and frying along the way. Capsule, I mean, even in the hard point, the man was lighting things up in the kill feed, so his gun has been hot entire series long. Question is, can you pull off a win? Advantage and opportunity now firmly within your grasp for Florida to get their first map win of the series. And it will be interesting to see if they can make something happen on offense. They certainly created a few moments again. The previous round, they were up by lives, had a little bit of pressure out towards A, just couldn't execute in the end. See if they can get it on the round 2 try, and it's a good start so far. Fellow gets the first blood and plenty of pressure on this bar. You see that is where all of the action is taking place.
It's got to be happy hour. Everyone is here. They are gagged for it. Fellow will be the last man to drop there. Over towards the B zone we now go for Toronto defensively, but you got a 2-man stack from the Florida Mutineers on A. Scrapz, ew, God, they lined up for him. That is so unfortunate. Can Capsule keep the pressure up? You need to keep fighting for bar. That's exactly what's going on here. I'm not even sure he's 21, but either way, he's living behind that bad boy. Big kills and a huge bit of work there on A chance. Halfway captured.
Hey, I mean, you'll take the extra tick, and you still have pressure over on this A zone. So, Fellow up top, if you can find the errant kills, it would be great, and you'd have some opportunity. But Toronto looks like maybe just a little bit too clean with it. But they're also actually forcing the close A spawn. So, it's still sort of like a pseudo spawn trap. And I'd say for Florida, this is the opportunity to try to get the more difficult point. The bodies are right next to the hill. The second tick has almost come through, and then they cannot buy a single gunfight win. Ultra shut the door in their face, and now it is the prime spawn trap that has been set up.
What's the thing? We've talked about how easy B can be to capture this time round. There, you got 30 seconds to make this happen. Mutineers, let's go. Vehicle bangs and clears his way right through Hixie. Up next is going to be Insight on a force spree, but no one's going to hit down low for too long. Vehicle takes the secret stairwell. Now over the top they go. Insight, his ears must be ringing. Players everywhere. Eyes on Vehicle. Tags his first. Brilliant work. Last 20. Capsule should be able to make it through, but the rest of the Mutineers are here. The rest of Ultra now have hit the backline as well. Scrap goes big, finds one, keeps them off the time for a moment. But over to A we now go. Chance all that for a second or two.
Well, I mean, keep in mind, this is what for defense for Ultra, if they can just shut him down and clean out house. So they want to make sure they keep this dominant and keep the ticks as low as possible. And for Florida, they are desperate just to get anything to make this happen. Still pressure on A. Brack is able to pick up a big 2. CleanX, though, trying to close the door in their face. He's going for the chow. He takes him down. He's got 2. And now the reposition. You shut him down on B. You should be good for defense.
Scrapz pop Deddy. Perfect timing. Takes care of Vehicle. 1 left on the point. And this could be game. Brack, nice covering fire. There's Insight from behind. That might be it. Is anyone able to get to A? CleanX is still roaming the halls over there. Insight. He's up top stage. CleanX can't win the fight. Oh my God, A could get captured here. Hixie's got to go absolutely wild. He has to get pressure onto the point with the rest of the squad, or we are about to see an additional minute added to the game clock. Mutineers, they've done it. They've captured A.
Well, here you go. Now that's the big question. If you get the more difficult point, how effectively can Ultra hold B? If it's anything like Hotel, Ultra can do either zone and defend them to perfection. And they've honestly orchestrated the map and got the pushed out towards Globe, so they're able to manipulate the spawns. It's a setup you want to have, and you have the life advantage as well. But for Florida, one good break in this zone and game will be yours.
Not a lot of lives to work with for anyone. Insight managed to catch a stray Capsule out and abound. Over to Brack. Past the cloakroom. CleanX.
Wow.
Oh, hangs him out to dry. Over to Vehicle on the point. Might be able to stop this one. He's hit the stage. Oh, what a snap nearly, though. CleanX finds another massive kill. Final 2 lives now for the Mutineers. And the round should be done. The hold at B was good enough. Nice snaps from Brack, but it's not going to be there. Brilliant work out of both teams, offensively, defensively. We go to a final round. Mutineers, they have certainly got it.
And this is going to be a fun map to watch just because, again, we're not entirely sure of how effective teams are going to be able defending both the zones for that situation where players do get A first. So, I mean, Ultra do deliver. They still hold strong. It is still clean on defense. But I think as far as this game stands, Florida should have defense for the final round if my tick count was correct. So, Ultra certainly have their work cut out for them. Florida should be in prime position to take this map down. I mean, it's been 4 for 4 on defense. So, we'll see if Ultra can try to break the mold.
You get a couple of stabs at it. Let's see if they go for it. I will say, though, I mean, by all these teams, everyone's getting the scrims, the reps in. And these are the Control round 5 records, but not necessarily here on Himmelmat. Pretty solid for both, but here we go. Fellow over by the fire pit. We heard him in the comms giving a lot of love to this position. Incredibly important long line of sight over by A. Will he be able to catch a few out? Good stuff to start things off. Capsule cleans it. Makes the point a little bit safer, but that first segment is gone. A. Progress Ultra.
Oh, well, I mean, hey, a little bit of progress, and maybe long-term, that'll be a nice investment. I do like the A hits off the rip, and I suppose you'll take a segment if you can get it. But either way, Florida doing a good job. Again, they have been hyper-aggressive on defense. 0 time wasted to get players in position, and they have pressure all over the map. And you see how much more Florida actually values defending this A zone. They are sending 3 arrows just to swarm on that single player. And even Ultra haven't made the hard commitment to go to the B zone just yet. They want to clear out their base, but it's going to be a long way to go. Florida on defense, still on point, and Vehicle so annoying to deal with.
That's such an annoying gunfight. Oh, no, fellow, unfortunately, the last bullet, he makes up for it with that win on no insight. Magical stuff out in the Mutineers right now. 18 lives remaining for Ultra. They are being beaten and battered here at the B zone. Here's the next. CleanX, though, lightning fast approach. Right now, trying to keep the lobby safe. Everyone from Ultra now trying to check in for this talk over by B, and they're not hearing a whole lot. 40 seconds remain.
Yeah, and you have to just full commit to B at this point. You had to full commit to B maybe 30 seconds ago on the game clock, and Ultra have a little bit of presence that direction, but Scrap, who is trying to keep the flank a little bit easier, gets dealt with. Insight, I don't know if he's up top or down low, but he's got a big responsibility to make sure the flanks don't come through, and it looks like the positioning is on point just to play the angles, not going to get shot in the back, and Toronto do secure the easier point to get. But obviously, you see the stranglehold on the map. You see Florida have the setup. And a cheeky little angle there. Cap might get dealt with, but it's still Fellow in the back. It's still players like Brack posted up bottom Snow. Ultra have a long way to go.
We've got a long way to go. I was going to say, we have streaks to work with here as well. That could clean out Brack on the far side. He's going to hit that open snow field. Bad news, there's trophies there. Will they be able to get a tactical or a lethal in time? Or go for the players in spawn? No! Trophies are there. Streaks invested. Information gained, but no kills.
Wow, Fellow's challenging too. Yeah, he is challenging, ready for the gunfight. Nice and aggressive, and that is a cruise missile trying to set up a play that just gets stuffed. Oh. And that is a windmill right there for one player, and Cap, oh my God, does he shoot straight?
That boy is absolutely spitting on him. 40 seconds remain. 11 lives for Ultra. Can they get in there? Close. There we go. They're in. Fellow's got to go big here. Finds himself one at least. Scrap's got the guns up at the rim.
Oh, this is it.
Still getting the capture. Anyone able to get in the point? Capsule's got to fly forward on the contest. Has to get it going. Oh, they've captured A. He dives in. Ultra at the last possible second. Wow, Scrap is absolutely turned.
Oh my God.
It is never chalked. And that could not have gone worse in the final seconds there for the Mutineers. It looked brilliant. Everything was going right. Toronto Ultra steal it in a 3-0. They find the source there on the attacking round. GG's.
Yeah, and I gotta watch that one back too, because I don't even really know how it happened. Like, they dealt with the cruise missile play perfectly. Fellow gets the 2-piece in the back. You clear out, you push out the spawns you want. And that is just a tough pill to swallow, because Fellow, fantastic in the kills department. The damage out of this world. Capsule just walked away with 69 engagement, so he had a nice game, but not enough for the win. They dropped it towards the end, and Hixie, 19 and 38 for the dub. You will take that 0.5 victory, but I do believe we have a look at the final few seconds again. Scuff play of the game, final 30 seconds of the control, where I'm just going to be staring at the minimap, Miles, because I do not know how it happened.
Well, we got so excited by all this because we watched one by one these amazing individual wins from everyone on the Mutineers. Everything was looking great. The boys were absolutely cooking. Then CleanX dives on in. Here comes the remainder of the stack. 4-man stack for a minute. Just for a few seconds, that progress bar flies forward. Scrap holds the lane, no problem whatsoever. Capsule last-minute contest, not quite enough, and Vehicle cut down before his feet could even touch the floor. Wow. Toronto Ultra, that certainly was the scuff play of the game. That final round came out of nowhere. Truly, it is never chalked on control. Never.
Literal snap in the moment, man. Everybody coming in through bar in those hallways just to find that moment, and that is... I mean, honestly, a very painful game for Florida. The 6-2 scoreline and the search and destroy doesn't look good, but that's a 1v3 from Insight. That was a 2v4 for Scrap and Insight. Even the final round, they had to clutch with the man disadvantage. The Mercado, they absolutely picked them apart, but even that Expo, Florida's so close. I mean, they play all these top teams very dangerously, but at the end of the day, it's just another 3-0.
Tough, man, another 3-0. Hey, though, it's a 3-0, and the desk certainly feeling themselves after that one.
Hey, yes, we are. Thank you, Miles and Chance. What a victory here by Toronto, keeping things swift. 3-0, but as they mentioned, wasn't that easy. Florida is fighting people tough and amped. I almost felt like Florida was the better Expo team for the majority of that game. It was just one team wipe that cost them, right?
Yeah, I mean, maps 1 and 2 were obliteration, but when we get to the game number 3, Florida should have won that map at the very end there. I feel like they maybe let somebody get through. Like, Hicksy got through and around, bottom doors, finds the first blood, and then you see another player come up from top bar. Just Florida losing gunfights. I mean, when that stack comes in, you're spawning deep street. There's really not much that you can do. So, yeah, somebody gets through and around. But, yeah, a wonderful map. We saw Florida Mutineers set up one of the dirtiest spawn traps that we have ever seen on that defense. They had them pinned bottom statue. So Florida definitely put some reps in on Expo, and I like the call to play it here.
Yeah, Scrap with some heroics to get him out of trouble both in that moment and at the end of the game. Toronto finished with a 3-0 and now have their first win. Now they have just one more matchup, and that's going to be against Las Vegas on 4/14. So how are we feeling about Toronto's chances of now riding up to a top 8?
Oh, definitely feeling good. I mean, again, it's a weird situation where our major winners are coming off and starting 0-3. Again, the teams that they were playing, though, to game 5s, they were getting clutched on, where in this series, they were expected to win and win in a dominant fashion, and that's what they did.
I just want to say, can we show some love to Scrap? Like, even on this Expo, so many moments that they could have just been absolutely chalked. He finds a 2-piece. Throughout this entire series, Scraps absolutely took over to get them this win, man, and they needed it desperately. And like you say about the Vegas game, it could really come down to Toronto versus Vegas for a winner's bracket spot.
Yeah, so yesterday Octane drops at 2 point something. Today, Scrap a 1.75 and Hardpoint 2.33 search and destroy and a 1.26 in control. He joins us live right now. Let's welcome him to the stream. Scrap, how we feeling, buddy? You guys finally got a W here in our Major IV Qualifier.
Finally, you know. I mean, to be honest, we're 0-3, but I don't think the 0-3 shows the type of team that we are. I think we're way better than that, and finally we got to show it today.
I completely agree. Again, I mean, you did go up against the Boston Breach, CL Surge, and Atlanta FaZe. Definitely a tough start to the schedule, but I do want to kind of hone in on that LSC low control from yesterday against Atlanta. Control's obviously been y'all's kind of game mode, and we don't get to see you on LSC low too often because you're so good at it. Atlanta took you to the push yesterday. Kind of what was the conversation after that loss?
You know, conversation is just the same as always after we lose a map. You know, we know maybe you can't win every map. You know, sometimes even your best maps you lose on. But, you know, it's just, I don't really know. There was really no conversation, if I'm going to be honest. We just move on, to be honest. Like, that's all it is. We just move on.
Scrap, talk to me about S&D. Going into this match, 0-5 in your last 5 searches. But when you look at it, it's just a lot of searches you guys had. The lead, you're doing your thing, and then they make some adjustments, and you guys aren't able to respond. What was different about today, and how are you guys working in that game mode?
Clutch.
Yeah, so I think, as you know, Puggy just said, our clutch, like we haven't really been winning our situationals, you know, 2v2s, 2v3s, maybe like 3v2s, such like that. So, you know, it's just like maybe hone it in, maybe the comms have to be a little better in search, but yeah, today was a good showing from us.
Yeah, you guys looked pretty phenomenal and pretty comfortable throughout this one, except for that last game. Expo was a little bit rowdy. Can you talk to me about the map? Is it evolving with the way the teams are approaching it?
Yeah, I would say every map kind of evolves over how many, like, how people play it and stuff, and how long it's been in the rotation. You know, we took out one spawn trap map to put in the next one. You know, you probably saw us getting spawn trapped in the back tree spawn. But, you know, it's just how it is. You got to get out of it. But yeah, it's just we're trying to learn the map. Everyone's trying to learn the map, and yeah, maybe we could throw it in the map rotation.
I got one final question. So we know who your guys' last match is. It's going to be against the Vegas Legion, potentially for you guys to make it into the winner's bracket. Are you coming into that one with some extra spice just because of the storyline between you and Standy, or what?
You know, maybe people hype it up more than you know we do in here. You know, we don't really go into any other match any differently. It's just we have to do our job and get it done. And yeah, so we don't really have anything extra on our shoulder. We're just trying to get the win.
All right, well, we'll create the drama in this room and let them fans know it's a big deal.
Exactly.
Scrap,
We're
thanks
coming for a
playing
slamming,
along,
though.
man.
I'll tell you that. We're slamming them.
That's right. That's the gas we needed. Scrap, the man, gets the dub for Toronto today. We'll let you go celebrate with this squad, and we've got to remind everyone at home, it's time to pick up your collection. If you haven't started your collection yet, do it today. All you got to do is scan this QR code and join in on the fun from Upper Deck. The Upper Deck e-pack is available on the site. We talked about some of the best cards. Still waiting on my Scump card to pop up. Of course, we also have World Series of Warzone. Bigger, harder, better. And for the first time ever, it's going to be in person. This one is going to be an excellent event. Once again, get your phone out, scan that little thing, that little box, and you can get all the information you want. And of course, flow state. What is this, Allie? Are you in the flow state yet?
I'm not in the flow state right now, but I think Scrappy was throughout that entire series. So if you want to shoot like some of the best, make sure you get your flow state pack.
Get in the groove with your flow state, and of course, stay tuned. Final battle of the night has another 10 grand up for grabs. OpTic Texas takes on LA Thieves. 10 points separating the squads. You don't want to miss it.
Same crew, but this time, we take everything.
Envoy and Dylan Adams has picked up 3 in a row, looking to take care of the entire squad, and he's done it.
Boy, this is a big moment. LaRue is cooking. He comes out of the break.
I think he did. You can see the arrow comes. Here it comes. Oh, by the second. Huke runs into trouble. Oh, my God.
Kenny on the flank. Kenny on the flank. Kenny!
Can I trust you?
Of course. Can I trust you?
Always. Whoever betrayed us was readying for something cataclysmic. Everything you know is a lie.
Welcome back, everybody. The Call of Duty League Major IV is sponsored by Citadel, of course, out April 28th, only on Prime Video. And right now, we've got a little bit of fun thanks to our friends at Citadel. It's time for more Spylights, where we give you 3 hints on your favorite pros, and you tell me whose silhouette this is. Let's start with the first one. Tournament wins and COD titles? Well, 5 of them.
All right,
5 different COD titles, right?
Their first champs win was in the 8th season. First champs win?
First champs wins. The first time they won a match? I don't know. First event win was Black Ops 3 opener. Well, I know who this is. It is LaRue.
Is it?
Samuel?
Yes.
Show me his face.
Yeah.
W.
Yo, wait. What is the second stat?
Different titles, first champs.
Oh, like winning the whole tournament.
Okay.
Yep, I got it.
Well done. Okay. He is also our player to watch today because in his most recent matchup against the LA Guerrillas, Octane put up the most impressive individual numbers we have seen in a best-of-5 series. We don't expect him to be the only one dropping bombs today, but he's got to be Mr. Consistent once again on that back line.
I mean, and he has been consistent, to be fair, throughout this entire season. I feel like he's easily top 2 main AR in the game right now. And not only that, during this split, he went from a 1.07 to start Stage 4 qualifiers to a 1.31 overall in hardpoint. So the slang has almost doubled for Sam LaRue.
Yeah, I mean, Sam is an absolute beast. We talk about his comms all the time. Also, he's the captain of this squad, and when they're doing the little things right and they're blowing teams out like they did versus LAG, he is going to absolutely feast. Yeah. Right place, right time. Things are going to work out. Sam's a monster.
If you like Sam, go follow his YouTube. It's helped me a lot in my ranked play, from gold to platinum, just like that. Let's take a look, though, at his teammates, because it's not just Sam. He's got a bunch of friends with him, and I think Envoy deserves a lot of credit for what they've accomplished recently. We had an interview with them. We talked about their confidence. Everything is on the up and up if you're an LA Thieves fan.
My biggest thing right now when it comes to Envoy is he's been that guy throughout this entire stage, and it was all off the conversation when we talked to Kenny in that one interview, and it was like, yeah, we've just got to learn to play our situationals a little bit better, play our lives a little bit better, and I'm going to take a little bit of a step back so Dylan has a chance to fry. Well, Envoy went from a 0.92 in hardpoint to a 1.51. Not only that, his non-trade kill percentage has gone up about 10%, meaning he is getting away with his life in all of these situations. So he's slaying and he's playing around the objective.
And now we're seeing like the fruits of their labor, right? They've been a top 2 respawn team all season long. And now that Envoy's getting into his groove, he has been, in my opinion, the best player throughout this stage. Now that he's getting into a groove and finding those multi-kills, they are steamrolling teams. So Thieves, I mean, if you're an OpTic fan, this is the toughest competition you have right now.
LA Thieves currently sitting at 3-0. Their opposition is currently at 2-0. So winner of this definitely is going to lock up the #1 seed currently going into our Major IV qualifiers. So we got to talk about this OpTic squad that was able to finish impressively last night with another 30 bomb coming out of Shotzzy. This squad, everyone's contributing. Ghosty had a great series. Dashy dropped some numbers, but I feel like Shotzzy is really coming into his own as the leader of this pack.
And it's been in their hard points, right? And we're going to be seeing 2 of the best hardpoint teams in the game go at it right now, and where OpTic has the edge is in Search and Destroy currently. They've never beat LA Thieves in that Game 3 control, but they have yet to go up against LA Thieves with Ghosty in the lineup. So they definitely have a lot of opportunity here, but their Search and Destroy, once that has become perfect, we could see them being a favorite to win heading into Major 4.
Yeah, I mean, and we also saw like that Asilo control yesterday versus New York was very good by OpTic Texas. And
yeah.
Ghosty had himself a hell of a series. You know, Chris, you mentioned Shotzzy and what he was able to do. Like the guy's finding kills, but also playing like big brain plays.
Yes.
Like if it wasn't for him, they lose that Game 4, and we're headed into unknown territory with the Game 5. So for OpTic, just been absolutely ridiculous. I mean, right now they're #1 in rotation win percentage. This is a team I did not think that we'd be saying that about. You know, traditionally they have not been good at that. So OpTic completely turned around, looking ridiculous.
Flipping the script halfway through the season, and they are heating up after a second place at the most recent major. Let's take a look at our maps and modes as we're going to be breaking down this series. I want to get the predictions and kind of get a feel of who's going to be the favorite in this one, because on paper, it's pretty even in my book. Allie, who do you think has the edge coming in?
Well, when we look at the maps and modes, like I said earlier, the fact that OpTic has never beat LA Thieves on a control, they're actually going to be heading into Expo in that game #3. So again, a lot of opportunity because neither of these teams has played that Expo control, and maybe it's been working out for Texas and Scrapz.
Yeah, I mean, I just have 2 notes. OpTic have not lost Mercado Hardpoint with Ghosty on the roster, so looking like that's a lockup for them. And then if we do happen to go to that Game 5, which there's a hell of a chance that we do, LA Thieves have the worst first blood conversion rate on that map, so we'll see if they've went to the lab and come back stronger.
We just passed 19 million channel points bet on this series. Currently, it's looking like 45% of the community is going LA Thieves. The other half plus is going with OpTic Texas. So pretty split for now. Get your predictions in because the games are just a few moments away. And if you need a little help deciding, here's some numbers across the board. When you're looking at the record in Stage 4, well, you've got a 5-0 currently for the Thieves, a 3-0 for OpTic Texas. And you look at those numbers pretty evenly when it comes to the KDs.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, how do you pick here, right? Like, you can't go wrong.
Yeah.
They've both been ridiculous. I said it this morning during top of show, but these have been the 2 best teams throughout this stage, the 2 favorites going into this event. Whoever wins this is going to have a lot of confidence going into the major.
And I'm looking at the screens right now. Who's got the better vibes? Kenny's cheesing. You got Drazah cracking jokes. Ghosty and Shotzzy are giggling. Seems like there's not a lot of pressure coming into a matchup that you would think maybe the players are freaking out because it's #3 versus #4, and winner of this is officially #3 in our standings, nameless.
Yeah, I mean, well, we saw it like in all their matches. Thieves have just been laughing at their opponents. Like every single time they win a map, they laugh. They lose a map, they're chuckling. So vibes definitely play a big factor because traditionally Thieves have not been a good online team. So it's very surprising to see them put it together. You can see these are our CDL points right now, #3 and #4. Everybody wants that #1 spot come champs time.
Yeah.
Yeah, Thieves were way down low up until that Boston Major. Their second place helped them jump up the leaderboard. Then OpTic did the same thing at Major 3 in front of their home crowd.
So, I mean, there's a lot on the line, right? Not only LA Thieves is trying to either tie with OpTic Texas, maybe overtake them in points, also money on the line. Also, winners bracket are going perfect on the line, depending on seeds for Major 3, because LA Thieves is basically guaranteed. So, I mean, there's a lot of pressure, but again, these are 2 teams that aren't shy of having to go up against each other a lot, so it'll be a good match.
Since we last checked in, another 10 million channel points have poured in, and they're all in favor of OpTic right now. So this one is now looking like 66% of the fans are going with the green wall. Let's take a look, though, at not just this matchup, but what else is in front of the teams moving forward. Because we talked about the seeds. Winner of this will currently have the #1 seed. For OpTic, you've got 2 more matches after this one, right? You got Ghosty, Shotzzy, Huke, and Dashy on the lineup. 5 matches per qualifier, and so far they've got the 3-0 over the Ravens, and then surprised everyone with kind of handling the Subliners yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't like the hardest schedule, but OpTic have had some pretty difficult splits prior leading up into this one. You got that Breach match at the end. I feel like Breach is still like a question mark over them, like where are they currently standing at? We got to learn how Kremp is going to be, but that'll definitely be interesting. Breach turned up against OpTic one time. We'll see if they can do it again. LAG, that should be a definitive win for them. So there's a real world where if they win this game, they go undefeated throughout this stage.
OpTic's looking for a perfect run on the way to Major 4 in Columbus. On the other side for the Thieves, they've got a similar path, and they're halfway through it. Let's take a look at the damage they've done. You've knocked out the Surge, but your other opponents, the 12th and 10th seed here.
Yeah, to round it out after Texas OpTic, I mean, going up against Minnesota Røkkr, where we also don't really know where they've kind of been landing, is a little bit of a question mark. I'd say their strength of schedules kind of mirror each other in the sense of strength of schedules.
Yeah, I mean, I believe like whoever wins this game is going to be flawless heading into the major. Going 5-0.
I like these calls. All right, final question for you is predictions here, and I want to start with kills.
What?
Who is dropping the most kills in this series? Because everyone wants to watch the Rockstar who's going to go on the streaks. I think whoever's getting the kills is getting the Deddy, going on more streaks.
I got you. I'll help people with their prize picks. I think Dashy gets the most kills of this one.
Really?
Who is
I
it?
seen him, Dashy.
Dashy?
I seen him tweet out a gif of Kobe. He's locked in. My guy's about to pop off.
I'm going with Envoy, easily. Yeah. 1.57 at hardpoint, go with Envoy.
Chat, you've already predicted, so let us know who gets most frags throughout this series. It's time to send it over to our casters. The final battle here at Bounty Week.
What are those?
All right, it is the final battle of Bounty Week. I've got my special glasses on, and I cannot see a thing in these. But fortunately, what I do know is coming up ahead is an incredible match. There is points on offer, there is money on the line, and also seedings and points. Ton, it's looking like an incredible end to this week.
I tell you what, it's looking like a big idiot on my screen right now. That's what it's looking like. It is looking like an incredible end to the week. Of course, OpTic against Thieves is a huge game, but both these two teams with a really good form heading into it. It should be an entertaining one, to say the least. We're getting a few things squared up on our end. We will be jumping into the game very, very shortly, but this is a hard one to call. Both two teams looking absolutely lights out. I just don't know which way this one's going to go. I know you guys at home have really been putting the channel points onto OpTic, but this one's a 50-50 for me, Bryce.
I think you're right. I think it's an interesting point here because I think things have looked really good at this stage in hardpoint, but so have OpTic. In fact, coming into this stage, OpTic have been looking like one of the best hardpoint teams, bar none, against anyone. So we'll see how that first map kind of plays out. For the rest of it, though, the S&D, it can go both ways for both sides, and you do favor the control towards the Thieves. Whatever you think, this is a big matchup, not just because we get to see two Titans at the top of their game playing against each other, but it could give us a little insight into how it goes down at the major.
Yeah, well, both these two teams will be vying for that top spot. Of course, they will be vying for the major win. And to see, actually, I want to touch on Thieves for a moment. To see them playing so well online as well is going to be a scary prospect. Because I think, you know, with the online major coming up, they would have been like, okay, we're much better online, yada, yada, yada. But now they're playing so well in their comfort of their setup. I was about to say a home setup, but of course they're in the compound. But the boys have been playing very, very well. Octane and Envoy especially. If they can keep that up, they're going to be a very, very scary team as we head into the major. And, well, not very long, Bryce. Second week of the qualifiers. But the next one coming up, obviously, next weekend. And then we're straight into it. But let's have a look at their records across Major 4. These two teams at the very top. 3-0 for Thieves, 2-0 for OpTic.
Yeah, and that's the real big story, right? Thieves want to go 4-0, OpTic want to go 3-0. Make sure they hit that winner's bracket like the top teams that they are. And just in case you are wondering at home, we are getting this game underway very, very shortly. There is just a small technical hiccup that we are fixing before it goes live, because it's always better to fix it before the game starts so we don't have any issues. But I have been told by production the game is ready, the fist bumps are rolling, and the map is loading. Ton.
Nah, you just press the start button, Brycey. It's all up to us, isn't it? So here we go into Hotel. It's an interesting one because, you know, we typically do think of these two teams very, very solid when it does come down to Hotel, but OpTic, as of recent, of course, have been absolutely insane. As far as the records go, it is one of the, I want to say, better maps, obviously, for OpTic. Thieves still a decent record, but one of the worst in terms of how their games do go. Last time around these two teams played each other, it was an OpTic win. They'll be feeling confident heading into map number 1 here, Bryce. They'll be wanting to take a lead in this series before we head into the search and destroy. And I think they're probably the favorites to do so. Let's get into it.
Yeah, I know one thing and one thing alone. Whatever happens, this is going to be a good map between these two teams. And I am excited for a throwdown of hardpoint proportions. Both teams obviously looking for the positioning around this first hill. We'll see who comes out on top. Who's feeling hot at the moment? It's Huke and Shotzzy.
Yeah, good work from them. And heading over towards P2 in just a second are OpTic Texas. You can already see Dashy is here. The best rotating in the team in the game, I should say, when it does come down to hotel hardpoint. 60% of the time, they are the first ones there. It's looking like they are going to get this rotation over towards P2. Good chunk of time at P1 as well. Thieves, thankfully, will find these kills, though, in the right time at the same time. Dashy can find one, staying alive if only momentarily. That flip that has come through. OpTic Texas were the ones there over towards P2, but it's going to be Thieves, the first one to lock down some time here.
And while it is going to be a bit of time for OpTic to begin with, this is tense here for Thieves. They have the rotation. They do want to be broken after a poor P1. Kenny waiting patiently. Drazah already getting that first kill coming down. The pressure coming through in the mid, though. Huke is going to get it. Drazah looking for it. Kenny already going to get gunned down as well. And it is a stairway. It's both teams flooding from the sides.
Yeah, Ghosty kind of baited there initially for his teammates to find a way through, and he will find 2 more kills himself. Good play from Ghosty. It's a nice break from OpTic Texas. Thieves on the whole percentage are not necessarily at the top end of things. Breaking is where they find the majority of their points, but they are struggling to hold P2 here. It's a scrappy one so far. Shotzzy will find 2 and 3 to break things open. Ghosty to clear it up. It's going to be about the rotation heading over towards kitchen now. Drazah can do very little. Keep an eye on the spawns. It is going to still be Thieves towards that restaurant side, and they're all spawning up there. So it's only Huke here against 4 members of Thieves.
And this is what we said could be the issue. Thieves did not want to let that go that quickly as well. They've got to be careful. Another rotation. Another time Thieves are in position in kitchen. And now here comes the first push. Dashy, quite like a member of his team to back him up here for the trade. And you can see them flying through as well. But Kenny will take down Shotzzy before he can do anything. And Dashy reacts to it. But Kenny again finds the second. And that's a stagger for Texas.
Yeah, good play from Kenny, because that just slows down OpTic Texas. Now they can't fly through the front door. Octane will find one at the Shotzzy as well. First sign of an answer back coming in from Ghosty, who can find a second as well. Drazah doesn't land a bullet. Ghosty flying around the corner and eviscerates Envoy. And there's the break out of absolutely nothing but Dan Ghosty masterclass. It's 3 to find the break. Huge plays from Ghosty.
They're going to try and break back in here. It's a 2 versus 2 in the kitchen. You can see Shotzzy's going to fly through the movement maestro. Find another kill at the same time. 20 scrap seconds left. One player from Thieves is trying to break through. It's Octane, but he goes down as well. And Thieves really aren't finding their feet here on this hard point.
Yeah, it's been a slow start. OpTic Texas, but they're not the first ones there. The breaking has been quite simply outrageous, and it's just been by brute force for the most part. That's 3 from Ghosty through the front door. Thieves, though, will find themselves in a position where they can set up nicely here. But they need to start holding some of these hills. The rotations have been solid. You haven't got many points, though.
Well, let's see. Because if it is the same story, it could be a disaster for Thieves. They are in. Texas are mounting pressure, but this time they are not finding the kills. It is a hold from Thieves.
Better from Octane. 9 and 6 from him. And this just sits into the ground. Players running up on him. Him on a head glitch. Him beaming them. Dashy, big kill onto Drazah there. Can't find any more, though. Stuff break here for OpTic Texas. These were the first good hold of the game, though.
And finally, as they get some points on the board, they're probably feeling a little bit loose and freer into this hard point. Let's find out how they're feeling in the comms with an LA Thieves. Listen in.
Hey, why was this guy old? Chat with them, Simp. Hot up on me. Could be double. I have you there. Shut up, Fred. Hot up. Could be in secret. Could be in secret. Hot up going in. He made it. Nice job. I'm out. Shotzzy. Be secret again. He's not secret. Couch. I have it. I have that. I can get mid. Kyler killed Ken. Kyler killed Ken. I have one. Yeah, Kyler just had. He's gonna be on me. I have them. Secret hit it. Secret our side. In cat room. I'm living. He's gonna push you. Okay, I'm living. Kyler's gonna push out kitchen. I'm here, Ken. I'm here. I just want to catch with you. I'm gonna hit this. I'm done. I don't see this guy catch. He's a dog. Back front white at a time. He might hit cat. Yeah, he could go mid. He could jump. I think he did. Thunder. I hear him. I'm playing this old. Careful. It's a done. Okay, that's all y'all. There's 2 all three here. All 3 Close secret. I'm gonna show him back. Show him back. 2 already in catch. 2 already catch. I got both. Nice. I spawned behind them. Yeah, it could be long. They just solo just a help it old. One can be front already. I love it. I have a bottom. What can be kitchen?
And the Thieves can rotate, but they cannot hold against OpTic over and over again. It does look like OpTic Texas are in their groove at the moment, but let's find out if the vibes are also flowing with OpTic Texas. Listen in.
Hop up,
one shot. Hop up, one shot inside door kitchen, and then back right time. They're all weak. They're all really weak. They have no trophy, by the way.
Oh, I'm in bed.
Bottom bed dead. We can shot this. Right side time. He's deep right of time on the heading.
One peek left.
Back kitchen dead. I'm contesting.
Peek left, one shot. Nice, good shit.
Let's go time.
Yeah,
pull up. He was weak, Kenny. You're just standing here, dead.
I'll be back, sit down. One more pool area.
Spawning front.
I'll be back, cheers.
Outer.
One shot.
Nice.
Sit on. Yes,
We're missing Octane.
He's got head.
Yeah, they're gonna spawn kitch. I have back kitch right now. I have your back from kitch.
Ain't dead. Nice.
Yeah, one's in kitch or TV or something. We're missing Envoy and Kenny. I'm gonna go pool. Actually, I'm gonna go catwalk. You hold pool. I have your guys top cat. Yeah, spawn. I'm being annoying. Couches, by the way.
He's like white block.
Annoying spawn. He's on our side of white block, I think.
There's a guy spawning mid. I'm behind doubles. Yeah, he's absolute. Nothing couches. I spawn kitch.
Dead.
Dead.
Better single spawns.
One spawn left on me. Absolute. Going white.
I'm
I have single. I have all your guys single.
I pull.
I have all your guys single, by the way.
When is that going to be?
And I don't know which is more ferocious, the comms or the gunny. OpTic Texas putting everybody to the sword so far in this map. And Ghosty's a walking UAV.
Sheer brutality around the back spawns from Huke. They haven't managed to get a hold of the spawns over towards P2, but yeah, something I pointed out to you, it feels like Ghosty is the one running the comms right now. Sitting at 12 and 16, but the callouts have been on point. Thieves have found a rotation over towards P2. Important they find the kill onto Shotzzy as well. Again, good soaked up time for OpTic Texas. It's going to be an 80-point lead as we head over towards reception. Huke inside the point being annoying. The rest of his team are on the way.
Huke's got something different on that Vaznet today. He hasn't really missed as the team kill does come in for them. But realistically, LA Thieves need to hold this for the full time. The first one has been deflected from Texas. Thieves have an opportunity here. If they can get all the time off of this hill and have a good rotation, they are back in this map.
Huke and Shotzzy through the front door, though. They just brute force their way through once again. Octane and Drazah, you gotta get the gunny up, and my goodness me, they do it to the highest level. 2 kills apiece, and all of a sudden OpTic Texas are now reeling just a little bit. Shotzzy spawning in over towards the sparse side will get dealt with, and that is P2 time. 20 seconds remaining, and look at the rotation that's come through. Kenny has slipped the net. OpTic Texas are going to be here first, but Kenny has got to go huge for the team on this rotation over towards kitchen.
They call him Kylo Ken, but is he feeling the force today? He's looking for the first one on Huke. He hasn't managed to get it as the movement comes in, and OpTic shut him out completely. This is now a hard break for Thieves. They have to get across the map, check the corners, find the gunny, and break into this hill.
First good kill onto Shotzzy. Huke is able to slow them down, goes for the Chal again, and it's a trade that suits OpTic. They're going to start spawning out. LA Thieves will know that the pinch has been set up here. They've got to move quickly, and they've got to look at 2 different directions. OpTic Texas, 20 points away. The hold is looking good so far. Can Thieves do anything about this?
Tries to try and make a one-man show for himself, but he hasn't managed to. Ghosty's still alive in there. He has reinforcements with him in voice of Shotzzy as it does go contested, but Shotzzy just killing any player who looks at the doorway. Huke backing him up as well as OpTic do not even bend a little against this pressure from Thieves. And with 9 seconds to go, surely it's done.
5 seconds. Thieves are going to find a perfect break here. Envoy will be able to find one. Huke will clean it up. It's 4 seconds. It's map 1, OpTic Texas. It was just so good from them.
We asked, out of the 2 hardpoint titans in the CDL this stage, who is better today? And the answer is a very resounding, very clear OpTic Texas.
And I think what's the big surprising factor in that one, we were talking about it at the top of the show. We were talking about it as we were heading into the hard point. Rotations for OpTic Texas were crucial. The rest of the stats leaning towards that being such an important thing for them when it comes down to a win on Hotel. But it was them finding the breaks, which has typically always been the bread and butter of LA Thieves. Thieves were there at first the majority of the time. They just couldn't hold to save their lives. Texas coming in with some crazy break sums that will be looked back on if you're the LA Thieves coaching staff. You got to think about that one from Ghosty, finding 3 on his way into kitchen. You can't let that kind of thing happen. It's a big win for OpTic Texas, nearly a 100-point deficit for Thieves. You would have expected maybe a bit of a better performance out of them in map number 1 there.
Yeah, realistically, OpTic just looked like the better team at keeping it chaotic. They were just able to always get bodies into the point. And those bodies didn't have to do much other than make LA Thieves break position and get into a disadvantageous gunfight a lot of the times here. Not to mention the fact that in this highlight we saw Ghosty just break a hill himself because he felt like it.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the best players we've seen from Ghosty. He's not really been that guy who's going to come in with those solo moments. You would expect that to kind of come through from somebody like Dashy, Ghosty, even Huke. Dashy, Shotzzy, even Huke. But Ghosty coming up with the goods at that scenario all on his own. Fantastic play from him, locking down the hills. And what I was really impressed with on listening, you know, I was saying to you, it sounds like he's leading the team. Call-outs coming through, the bricks were well coordinated. A good all-round team performance from OpTic Texas. I'd be very, very happy with that one. Good start.
Wow. There we go. We asked the question in Hardpoint, who comes out hotter? And this time it's going to be OpTic. Moving on to the S&D, though. Both these teams have had mixed fortunes moving forward. Also, Huke, by the way, he was shooting absolute missiles. 27 and 18, a 1.5. And we saw him heat up probably about the first third of that map and never stopped.
Yeah, I think it was honestly the big moment that we seen from him was heading over towards P1 in the second rotation. He was finding so many crucial kills towards the backside and just forcing Thieves away. And honestly, it felt like OpTic got a lot of time over towards P1 on both rotations. Initially off the rip is the most impressive, and then on top of that on the second rotation as well. Soaking up some good time over towards P1. Never a bad trait to have. Fortress Search and Destroy is going to be coming up next. We get another look at Expo Control, which I am enjoying immensely so far. But Fortress coming up next. It's a hard one to call between these two teams. It's still all to play for there. And that would have been a map OpTic Texas would have been feeling confident about. It is probably more favored towards them on the stats side of things. I just think the way that Thieves lost it, they'd probably be a little bit disappointed by. You know, they set themselves up with those rotations, which is not something they typically do try and do. If you're finding the rotations and you still break as well as Thieves typically do, you're in a good spot. Found the rotations, just didn't find the holds.
Yeah, and that's probably something they'll go back and look at kind of in the VR, because if you get rotations like that consistently, you only really need to stop them dead on one to give yourself a serious advantage going forward. If you've been tied up and you get 60, you are significantly ahead. Unfortunately, it never really worked for them. LA Thieves playing the fundamentals very, very well. Unfortunately, the raw horsepower of OpTic Texas basically just punched through those defenses every single time. And like I said, some of that was just the way that they ended up playing. When you got Huke and Shotzzy being very, very tricky, Dashy getting the cuts when he needed to, and Ghosty basically doing everything above the kitchen sink, it was difficult for Thieves to feel confident at any point. You know, they would have a setup, they would have a rotation, and then lose key gunfights.
Yeah, and I kind of go back to something that the desk said when we're in the major. It's like sometimes you go into a hard point and they can just smoke you. Like, I mean, that can kind of happen to anybody. You guys at home will know. You play a ranked and sometimes you just get gunned. On every occasion, it felt like OpTic Texas were doing the right things, though, setting themselves up in the right positions to find those gunfights. And as we head into a Search and Destroy on Fortress, OpTic Texas will be feeling good about the 2-4 record on the other side of things, coming up from the side of LA Thieves. But the last time around that these two teams played, who won it? It was Thieves. Took this in around 11. Let's see if OpTic Texas can avenge that loss and find themselves with a 2-0 lead heading into Expo. They'll be feeling super confident. And then you start staring down a barrel of a 3-0. I'm getting a bit further down the road, Pricey, but it is an option for OpTic Texas. So you can find yourself 2-0 up here. You're feeling so good in this series.
Oh, Octane just going for the pre-fire. Right now, neither of these two teams being too aggressive, and I say that, and Shotzzy gets himself into a position. This might be a kill because of this nade. He's going to get it out, gets the Kirk as well, and he is going to get two. He gets traded, but that nade ends up killing two of the Thieves. And full advantage now to OpTic Texas.
That was actually Ghosty's nade coming in, so Shotzzy puts the nade down. The call-out must be there. Calling him weak. Good team comms coming in from OpTic Texas. We might not hear them, but we get the example. Big nade coming over from Ghosty, and look where he is. He's all the way over towards the blacksmith side, so that's across the map. Good coordination from OpTic to find those two kills. Now 2 versus 3 for Kenny and Envoy to try and figure out. In weird positions, though, trying to find a pick to even the odds and then go from there, but a lot of audio cues here from Kenny will surely be heard. Dashy will find him. It's a 1v3 needed from Envoy.
Envoy will pick the bomb back up, but Ghosty's already seen him. He's going to be called out. He's going to be surrounded. He's going to run into troubles, and down he goes. And that all started from that 2-piece nade that went off at the beginning of the round.
I would love to have seen it from Ghosty's POV. It looks like he was pretty far away to find the nade. But just good comms. Shotzzy playing his life. Stun out. Got him dead to rights in the corner. Teammate comes to back up the Thieves player. Caught in between a rock and a hard place. Isn't able to do anything. So first round over towards OpTic Texas. First blood conversion. Not the best, but they do find quite a lot of them. Find a couple there as well.
Let's see. Can they convert this attacking round as well? Already a big push into inside for the control. And this looks like a nade lineup. Here it goes.
Nobody there.
Doesn't get anything from it. You can already see Thieves are taking under control. And Envoy is going to go down already. It's very, very aggressive here from Thieves. They've gone for the playstyle, but they are finding nothing. Bad timing on the pop of the dead silence.
And if you're Thieves there, they obviously have been watching the VOD because OpTic Texas like to play those nades quite often, which means that they don't necessarily have somebody bottom R. That scenario, they didn't. LA Thieves take control of that, but find absolutely nothing but Dashy. So you've given up the A site. You now have to go for the retake. It's a 3 versus 2 in favor of OpTic Texas. Cruising right now in the search and destroy. 30 seconds.
This is not an easy retake. All of OpTic sitting still, sitting patiently, waiting to trade. Huke will be the first one up. Octane needs to check this corner. It might get the right time. No, Huke's going to see him. Oh my goodness. Nothing for Thieves.
That's a tough one. Very, very hard to break that back in. Huke is almost the sacrificial lamb. If you're OpTic Texas there, you play the site. And even if he dies, it's okay because you will get that information. They'll be looking one way, and then the push can come from OpTic Texas to retake quickly if they need to. Unselfish player, but is there ready to find the kill anyway as the rest of his teammates clean up on the other side. Good play from OpTic Texas again, but that was a kind of a roll of the dice from Thieves. Big push into Art, didn't work out that time. OpTic Texas going to read into that next time when we go over towards the other side. Or are they going to just continue to play their game and happy to go for the retake? Looking like a slow and steady one from OpTic Texas this time around. Thieves once again getting aggressive down the street side of the map.
This is all about waiting to strike here. Huke looking for it as well. Envoy watching bottom art. Does he jump out here as well? Throws the nade, waits for the player to come through, and it's going to know a person's there as well, but cannot capitalize on it. There are too many guns watching this.
Just can't chill that. Cannot chill that. Good information, no. And that's slowing down OpTic Texas from getting themselves into a position to prevent what's about to happen. Looking like that bomb's going to go down, but somebody getting themselves into a position is potentially Huke. Dead silence popped. Hasn't found anything yet. Will find one now. Ghosty able to find one himself. Even the odds is Envoy. Now all of a sudden it's a 1 versus 2 for Octane.
Huke is different. And Dashy will now play his life for as long as possible as Octane tries to find him but can't, and has to take the bomb as well. Huke's going to be there, and of course he gets the next kill. It's flawless, it's fantastic, and it's 3 rounds for OpTic Texas.
Dashy is made of something different. I do not know how that man has not died. Octane will be saying that to his teammates. He has put a hell of a lot of attack bullets into him. Dashy surviving, I would have loved to know what these health went down to there because it wouldn't have been much. Somehow surviving, just playing his life. Octane in that scenario knows he has to get rid of him. He has to go for that challenge. He has to make sure he finds that kill on the Dashy. And because Dashy knows that as well, he just plays his life, allows Huke to get himself into a position. And even if Octane finds that as late as he possibly could have, Huke's already in the spot to trade that one out. OpTic Texas cruising here, Bryce.
Yeah, it is looking pretty simple for them. Gonna need an adjustment here from LA Thieves. There's a nade lineup again. Hoping to find something this time. Let's see if it gets the hit. Oh no, Kenny's managed to take down Drazah with a stun. They do get a nade check, but they don't get the kill off the lineup. Not really that they need it. They already got first blood from a team kill.
Does that count as a first blood? Technically. I'm not sure how it does in our stats. Tim will probably let me know, but it's a big hit from OpTic Texas. Over towards the A side. Numbers advantage thanks to Thieves. Kenny looking for the pick, looking for his first kill of the game. Can't quite find it, has to back down. OpTic Texas forced the issue. It's a 4v3 retake needed for Thieves.
Shotzzy round the flank as well. Dashy gets another one. Octane left alone. 1 versus 4. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to run. And down he falls. OpTic Texas 4-0. It's a non-stop winning train for the Green Wall.
And just impossible for Thieves in that stage. You've given away that kill for nothing. Not quite sure how it's even transpired, to be honest with you. And OpTic Texas just take it and run with it immediately. Smiles all around the vibes. At an all-time high for OpTic Texas right now. Apart from Huke, he just looks locked in, to be honest with you, but that's how he looks all the time.
I'll tell you something. Huke needs to add a Y on the end of his name. And they can all match. More chemistry. But, dreams aside, the nightmare for LA Thieves is what we are currently watching cannot find anything going. They cannot get any kills. They cannot get any bombs down. They certainly cannot get any rounds.
I mean, what's been a big problem for Thieves typically is first blood conversion. When it has come down to it. Thieves lost this map yesterday 6-4 and had 5 first bloods during that game. Only converted 2 of them. They haven't really had any first bloods to help them try and rectify that conversion rate. Pushing over towards A now is going to be the play, but Ghosty through the door, and OpTic Texas know exactly what's going on here, but a kill from Drazah will just ease some of that pressure. But look how close OpTic got to try and retake this one. Here we go.
Still tries coming through. Kenny with attack is trying to make sure he stays alive, and he does. And Ghosty in a 1 versus 2, and down he falls eventually. LA Thieves get a point onto the board here in this S&D, but it was a little bit close to call. Fortunately, the trades just worked out for Thieves that time.
Just a nice reach out from Cammy. They managed to eventually get into the site unscathed for what feels like the first time. It's a push from open. OpTic Texas have forced themselves up into that position and feel like they have to take the opportunity. They know if they go for a challenge, things get a little bit crazy. Most of the time, it's them who come out on top. This time, though, Kenny with the off angle will find the first and the second. A nice reach out comes through, and that will be the round. Huke very passive, expecting the aggression from Thieves, and bomb out again. They're going to get it. Kenny will find one, and his teammates another kill onto their own team from Thieves.
The one benefit Thieves have right now is map control. And he's going to hear him as well. Envoy finds Ghosty. Huke will call in this. Fortunately, the members of Thieves are undercover, but it comes down to a 2 versus 2 ton.
Thieves can win this. That's a streak burned. No bomb for OpTic Texas. Thieves are in a position to lock this one down as well, and they're going to see a lot of bodies heading over towards that B side. But now is the reposition there for Thieves. Do you know where the bomb is?
They don't. They're being very, very careful, checking their angles, so I don't suspect they have. Octane's a little bit worried somebody has slipped through here. It does mean that Kenny is alone in this trade situation for a few seconds.
Kenny's getting some audio cues. He knows what's going on. Here they are, and Dashy's going to get caught with his pants down, though. 2v1.
Huke's still going to plant. Octane on Overwatch. Can Huke perform the miracle? Already takes some damage. There's a chow coming through the doorways. Who gets the first? Huke looking for the second against Octane as bullets fly out towards it. The fast net firing as well as both teams snake, bake, shake and die, and Huke finds the 1 versus 2. Oh my goodness. They had the opportunity. They had the numbers, but they weren't Huke.
And the push is arguably just a little bit too quick from Kenny. It's a super difficult one because you're both in the same spot. If they take their time, then Huke can maybe get away. They go for the chow, but it's not coordinated well enough at all. And Huke picks them off 1 by 1. OpTic Texas can do no wrong here.
And Huke is a different animal today. 8-1. Will he end this round right here and right now? Shotzzy and Huke are both pop dead silent. Shotzzy already going to be on the flank. He's going to find at least one. He waits. He's patient. He's going to get the second, but the damage is already done. Kenny in a 1 versus 2.
They just pinched from 2 different angles as soon as the flank comes through. So do the rest of OpTic Texas from the front. It's just far too easy. Search and destroy goes their way. It's as simple as you like. Thieves have not turned up yet, and OpTic Texas have not taken their foot off their throat from the word go. Phenomenal search and destroy from them. Picked them off where they needed to, got aggressive when they wanted, and Thieves did damage to themselves along the way. OpTic Texas are firmly in this driving seat now.
Oh my, well, everything. That is ridiculous. A 10-1 from Huke, and it never looked anything but comfortable. It never looked like they were in the same league. LA Thieves have just been battered about the fortress by a green wall ascendant. And if there's one thing you got to say, obviously, second to the last major, looking like one of the favorite teams coming into the next one.
It's a hard line now. If you look at it, the Thieves, yeah, Macari Hardpoint they'll be feeling good about, but after map 1, you never know. Search and Destroy, you're still not feeling good after what was an absolute beating on Fortress. If you do manage to get it to LSZ, but it's the reverse sweep that is absolutely needed now from Thieves. Expo coming up, there's obviously a question mark around that. We've already seen it from OpTic, but we haven't yet seen it from Thieves. It's an interesting one. It could go either way, but Thieves absolutely do need it. A 3-0 is on the cards for OpTic Texas, though, Brycey, and with the way they're playing right now, I wouldn't put it past them.
Certainly wouldn't. Well, we're going to go to a break, but before we do, of course, we have Spylights presented to you by Citadel, which you can now catch on Amazon Prime Video on the 28th, I believe. But who is this pro? Played on FaZe and OpTic in the same year. A picture of him became a meme and owns a clothing brand. That is an interesting one to figure out. Well, get your thinking caps on, have a good look, and we'll see you right after this break.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by the new series Citadel, premiering on April 28, only on Prime Video.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Who is that pro? To remind you, they played on FaZe and OpTic in the same year. A picture of them became a meme, and they own a clothing brand. Ton, any ideas?
You know what? I was struggling just a little bit, but the picture of the meme one got it right through the door for me. It is, of course, Embos. There you go. Anybody in the chat get one? Anyone get it? Did anyone? I'd imagine the majority of them. There you go.
We get the meme as well. Of course, that's Spylights presented to you by Citadel, sponsoring the CDL this year, and hopefully they're watching because this game is going to a control, and technically the statistics do favour LA Thieves in this one, but the momentum and maybe the feelings don't. And it's all gone a bit dark in the LA Thieves arena. A change of lighting, maybe a change of mood.
I mean, the vibes are flowing. They're still feeling good. And I think the reason for that is they are 3-0 against OpTic in control. So is that going to carry over to Expo, though? That's the question. LA Thieves, for the most part, have had their number when it has come out of control, but they haven't played this map. So a lot of questions still to be asked. It's an interesting one to go into. Drazah needing to bring his A game here against OpTic Texas, but is the comeback potentially on? Was delving into maps 4 and 5. Bryce is still difficult to see a way out for Thieves now, a 2-0 down, but you never know. You never know.
You don't, and the one good thing is with the lights off in LA Thieves, at least they're all ready for bed that the OpTic are looking to tuck them into. And I'm going to see a bit of an aggressive start. Shotzzy going straight into B here. It's a bit of a stack coming through as well as they look to get this done quickly.
Yeah, we've seen teams start to develop just a little bit more of a strat on this map in particular. But he's a little bit harder to get a hold of, but everyone's been hitting it nice and early. But Kenny is there to slow this one down. It's already a ticket in for OpTic Texas. They're happy to take that, but Shotzzy towards the backstage will just continue to stay alive. The rest of the team pivoting over towards the A side. It's a good map movement coming in from OpTic Texas. But a good answer from Thieves as well.
Shotzzy hasn't really done an awful lot yet so far, but they know they have to look for him, and they have found him as well. The tick slowly coming into A. They've already got one onto B.
Nicely done by Thieves. They're really still concentrating on keeping a hold of those spawns and keeping a hold of the control and forcing OpTic away as much as they can. One player who did drop back, though, was Drazah. Has allowed OpTic Texas to find themselves in a good spot. He wasn't expecting that. Shotzzy now able to push forward. Restaurant control or sauna control is really what he wants to play for here if he can. Rest of the team on the inside of the map not able to get much going. Thieves in a good spot here. Just about clearing them out. They can now force themselves up that left-hand side of the map, and it forces OpTic Texas with that spawn over towards the statue side.
Okay, that's going to be a stun check against him. He's going to be some serious trouble. He's looking for this streak, but I don't think he's going to find it. He's on 2 health, and they have the information. Just managed to get away from his teammates. Going to be cleaning up as well. OpTic looking to try and get out of this spawn trap. Try to get on a B and find something in this attack.
And the problem is here for OpTic, though, you're in such an unfavorable gunfight at nearly every single level when you head over towards this side, and well, every gunfight at this moment in time feels favorable for Kenny. 7-0 to kick things off. There's a cruise missile in your back pocket for further rounds, and there is pretty much nothing that OpTic Texas have been able to do here. But Huke and Ghosty finding some kills, push over towards A. Spawn side of things now looking a little bit better for the side of OpTic Texas. They will start spawning over towards the other side when they do die, but they haven't done for quite some time. Good progress today.
Kenny looking to continue on his
Oh my God!
That was an unbelievable shot at the same time. He is weak. He's going to on one last challenge. Not going to get it as Octane takes him off his streak. How dare you?
Sam having a hell of a stage so far. Not wanting to be outshone by Kenny, but happy to allow him to keep that 8-0 tag. The streak does end. But OpTic Texas have now found a little creak in the door and push over towards B. That time is going to be extended. 2.7 on the clock, make that 1 minute and 2 seconds now. Good heads-up play from OpTic Texas. As soon as they get the call, all of them respawn back up. It's heads down straight over towards B. Big caps coming through. But now you have to spread out the map. You have to try and find some kills. Thieves are just going to play nice and awkward. Kenny yet still to be killed by anyone on OpTic.
Shotzzy dancing around as he hits about Mack 3, dancing through the stage. This is still very much alive for OpTic. They just have to keep a little bit of map pressure coming through. Shotzzy looking for any player he can find. He stops this timer with a little bit of time left, but he's so outnumbered.
Yeah, the lives outnumbered as well for OpTic Texas. Not much they can do here. 6 lives to 14. 29 seconds remaining. It's going to take one really good break. Thieves have dropped back towards this side of the map now, but OpTic Texas, you don't have time to set up the perfect break. It's got to be through the front door.
And here we go. Clock stopped. Drazah waiting for Dashy. And everything has now slowed right down as both teams know this is the last hurrah. Dashy will find a kill, but it's 2 for Thieves. And now Envoy will sit on the point, lose it to Shotzzy, but Shotzi's alone, outnumbered, outgunned. And with 9 seconds left to go, this round is over. The benefit for for Texas is that they got 5 ticks.
Yeah, 5 ticks, not a bad effort on the attacking side. 1 away from taking the round. You will happily take it. Not too bad from OpTic. They'll not be too despondent from that, but eventually, feels like Thieves getting their first significant step in this game. It's felt very one-sided so far. We'll be happy to take that defense, though. What can they do on the attack on their first foray onto Expo?
Let's see. Is it lights off? Gunning up for Thieves. They're a way back into this series for them. Kenny's 14 and apparently just likes playing in the dark ton. I don't know what it is, but maybe there's a strategy they have.
Something about Thieves, nighttime and darkness, I don't know. I was thinking of a joke. Brain's not working very well today. Huke and Co, though, trying to defend over towards the B side. Kenny still just being such a nuisance. Everywhere he goes, OpTic players seem to die. 15-1 to kick this off. Can't find another one here. Nice retake coming in from OpTic Texas. Want to try and get control of theater as much as they can. It's probably the best opportunity to find a break over towards B. That's why we're seeing so many teams head straight over towards it. Not a lot of control for the defensive side. LA Thieves have got a good foothold over towards B. These next couple of kills are crucial.
And Envoy gets caught by Dashy top bar. This may mean that OpTic make a move here. Drazah already waiting for the push. And it's slow and it's throwing off Thieves' timing. They're not looking the right directions, and Huke and Dashy will eventually swoop in. They get 2 of them. 2 ticks on B to begin with, and these are probably wondering why these pushes are so slow.
OpTic Texas just been taking their time, and well, they've taken their time too much. B's now going to go over towards the side of Thieves. OpTic Texas already extended over towards that street side. That will be Ghosty locking that one down. Shots raining through over towards the B side, but that point is gone. It's a good start from Thieves. Plenty of time to find something over towards the A side, but it's finding the break on this little spawn trap that is so difficult. And could it be through the backside? Can he continue his reign of terror here? Huke shuts him down, and now OpTic Texas in a good spot to pin Thieves back.
The key thing here is, can LA Thieves not only win the round, but can they get enough ticks to match them up? 16-4 from Kenny. He's calling in a cruise, probably for information more than the kill, as he finds nothing with it, but it does give an opportunity.
And the wrap-along streak coming in from Thieves. They have the time to just try and pick OpTic apart, but they've been picked apart themselves. Big kills coming through, but Drazah staying alive towards this side is actually quite important. The rest of the team can now move over towards that street side, set themselves up in a better position. Drazah finding a second as well is huge. OpTic Texas needs to start holding on. My God, Drazah, he's doing it on his own. The rest of the team now on the way as well. A good opportunity for Thieves to go 2-0 up here.
Shotzzy still playing that power position to the bar, making sure to keep those reinforcements down as much as possible, but Ghosty in a prime position as well. And Texas have map control. It will be Thieves that have to move through the gates and the doors and the windows to find something. Shotzzy is just going to get gunned by Kenny. What are you doing?
Oh, you nearly find Huke as well. This is the best look at an A hit that we've seen from either one of these 2 teams so far. Big kill from Envoy there onto Ghosty as well. The pressure is still on. 15-11. The lives are there for OpTic Texas, but they've got to find something. LA Thieves have had some presence here for quite some time. The stack's going to start coming through.
They've got 3. That second tick is rocketing forward. Dashy goes to Chow, but gunned by Octane.
That's the round.
Nice streak for Octane. Doesn't make it the 6th, though. That's actually a huge kill from Ghosty. But this round is over. And LA Thieves move forward in this control in very competent fashion.
And OpTic Texas just never really had a good stronghold on that street side of the map. When you do push up there, forces the spawns for Thieves way back towards the statue, which is further towards that B side. You then have to
check so many more corners when you're then trying to force and get some street control. There's so many different places the defensive team can be. But it was Drazah who've managed to find 2 or 3. And then from that stage, OpTic Texas never got control of that step side of the street, which is what then forces the team to then spawn back towards the statue. And when you can't find that, the spawns are closer. LA Thieves are there faster. The kills are all staggered. Thieves find the trades where they need to. They go in their favor. The stack comes in. The round comes in. Now Thieves have the defensive side of things to close out the game and force a map 4.
Oh, we're going to get taken down there in the end, and it will be more players moving in. Octane waiting for this angle, but he might get caught. They're already going to know he's behind him as they check the corner again. It hasn't worked out the last 2 times for OpTic. It's almost going to be a wipe. Huke staying alive means they won't have to worry about being battered off spawn.
OpTic Texas filtering through into the theater. It is very much the LA Thieves show right now. Octane isn't able to find the kill, so Shotzzy's going to open things up here. Kenny towards the back door has been a constant nuisance, but nobody's got a grenade on his forehead. Huke will find the kill. Looking like an early potential B. Coming in from OpTic Texas. If we can get a hold of this and have plenty of time over towards A. They could be laughing here and they could find a comeback. Thieves are backed on down over towards the A side. Happy to gain control of that side of the map. Looks like they're going to hand over B towards the side of OpTic Texas.
It's still very much alive here for Texas in this. They may be down 2-0. But get this point, get this round, and everything's still to play for. He will be chowed one last time, but it's an easy pick for him in the end. 2 minutes to go, lives all even.
We talk about that street control. Plenty of it here for LA Thieves. Actually, I have Envoy over there supporting Drazah. You see where OpTic spawn? You just see where Huke is, number 7. Towards that statue side, that's where you end up spawning if you are on the attacking side and there's somebody pushed up towards the street. And look how slow and methodical OpTic Texas can be this time, considering they have so much more time on the table.
Shotzzy considering the longest of shots against Octane. But patience wins out. He knows a player's going to be here as well. And I think Shotzzy's been seen. And he's going to fall down in a second. They were relying on him there for the play. And it's a complete wipe in the end. Shotzzy wanted to be the catalyst for some sort of push. And instead, they've just burned 45 seconds.
That's the thing with this. You really do need to take your time. You need to pick them apart. You can't just run head down, hope you're going to gun them. Yeah, okay, sometimes it might happen, but it's a difficult position to do it from. Still spawning all the way over towards that statue side. Just so many hard gunfights on the way over towards A. 50 seconds remaining. Lives and rounds very much in the side of the LA Thieves. Map control is there, but Shotzzy might just try and cause some chaos. Gets inside the point. Dashy will be able to find 1. Octane can answer back. It's 6 in a row for Sam, but the rest of his team have all fallen.
He's got the 7-0. Tries to juke the kill cam there as well, but he's taken a lot of shots, gone down.
Dangerous.
Slow here.
Dangerous.
He makes a huge 2. Kenny alive, looking for Shotzzy. Gonna find him eventually. And that just slows it. Octane also going to be calling in this streak. He knows. Has to put OpTic as much on the back foot as possible. And he slips it through in a Huke.
Slows down that push. Just huge from Octane to find anything. As everyone from Thieves falls. Staying alive as long as he can. Spawn's not able to quite be manipulated by OpTic Texas as well as they would. And look at the beams coming out from Octane. 29-13 had a pretty slow start to this series, but the control has been so one-sided. These are surely going to tie it up. Find a map. The comeback could potentially be on.
Yeah, Kenny started off hot and Octane decided to finish it. Absolutely non-moving tack. One player left. It's just going to be Ghosty. This is over. I mean, it's definitely over, right? Ghosty finds 2. Second tick is going to be in. Ghosty's going to look for the 3rd. There's no way this happens. He's got 3. Not going to get the 4th. Oh, that would have been a play dreams are made of, but it is not to be so. And Octane looks stressed. The guy just went 29-14 or something.
I think he might be stressed because there's still plenty of maps to be played. Their backs are still against the wall. But that was really, really impressive. And Thieves just have their number in control. That's now 4 in a row on the control side of things. LA Thieves, when you're going up against OpTic Texas, 30-13. It's a big, big game from Octane. But honestly, they made it look pretty easy. They've got a good handle on Expo. A lot of teams will look at that and sort of say to themselves, yeah, Thieves look pretty decent on that. OpTic, it looks solid. Thieves just put them to bed there, Bryce.
Yeah, they did. I apologize to Octane. I said something ridiculous like 29 and 14, but apparently it's 30 and 13. Kenny with a hot start in the beginning. We thought that was going to be the biggest play this game. Turns out Octane barely even got warmed up. He was 4 and 4 at this point. Which means, well, if you do your math, that he has had an incredible game. 26 and 9 for the rest of the time, Ton.
Absurd stat lines going in from Octane again this season. He's having a hell of a time in the online stage.
He's 11 and 9 here.
Oh, wow.
It's outrageous how good he actually ended up finishing. He only dies 4 more times in this map.
Absurd stat lines coming out for some of the boys on LA Thieves. And honestly, yeah, okay, Octane will be the one that stands out, but Drazah found some massive kills, especially in the attacking round, which is ultimately what wins them. Yeah, look, Thieves found themselves 2 defenses, which you would expect, but winning that attacking round is the crucial thing to do when it comes down to any control map, and specifically the defensively sided ones, which Expo currently still is. That will go over towards Thieves. It will take the reverse sweep to get the job done, and a Mikado hardpoint is what you're presented with in map number 4, which should be incredibly spicy. OpTic Texas have won 6 straight on Mikado, but LA Thieves are no slouches when it does come down to this hardpoint map. This should be interesting, but really good performance from Thieves when it comes down to control. I'd argue we may not see that for them in a little while now. They seem to have got that one locked down. Good play from Thieves.
Yeah, it's going to become one of these things for Vito's as we move into the major as well. Teams are trying it out. Him or Matt is getting sprinkled into the rotation.
A bit more of it.
I don't think anybody is fully confident on it yet, and that's always going to be an issue when you do come into a new map in the CDL. But hey, it's better than Fortress. Moving on, though, of course, the hardpoint up next. And we said before, right, like both these teams had a very, very good record on hardpoint this stage. I was always leaning slightly towards OpTic. They have been the better team. Remember, the last time they lost one, I think, was obviously Toronto, all the way back when in the grand finals of Major number 3 in Texas. Since then, though, they've been putting everyone away, and they did it as well on that Sunday in Texas. The Thieves have looked good, but are they OpTic Texas good?
Well, I mean, even before that, Toronto lost. What was it? It was either 9-11, something like that, in a row before that. And then since then, they went on a kind of similar streak as well. So, okay, well, Toronto maybe have them on the hardpoint side of things, or based on Toronto's performances as of recent, maybe not. Maybe OpTic Texas have ascended a little bit more. They've been so strong in this, but can Thieves break this streak? Specifically, as mentioned, the streak on this map is 6 for OpTic Texas. And it just feels like they just blow teams away on occasion. Yeah, okay, their macro is really solid, their rotations, etc., have all been great, but it's just sometimes the gunning has been incredibly hot from Mikado sided OpTic Texas. But looking over towards it, it's the same story in terms of the statistics. The rotations have been so important for OpTic Texas. The number 1 ranked team, the second best team at breaking in this game is LA Thieves. But last time around, we've seen it the other way around. I mean, we've seen it was all about OpTic Texas finding the breaks. It was Thieves who were finding the rotations. Mikado, it's interesting. Similar kind of story as Hotel for both these two teams. We know what happened on Hotel. It was OpTic Texas by a comfortable margin. Can they close out the show here, or do we get a map number 5? I'm open for the latter, Brycey. I want the map 5.
Well, I'm sure some Green Wall fans rather not go that distance and just get this game over and done with, but hey, I'm all the way with you. Let's find out, though. Can Thieves do better in this hardpoint than last time? Or is it just the buzzsaw of Texas? And one thing you don't want to see is the human turret himself already getting off to a good start.
Yep. Octane can have a good game here. Those rotations, those breaks are going to be a lot harder for OpTic Texas. Octane setting himself up, my goodness. Can't miss right now. Huke will eventually deal with him. The rest of the reinforcements for this side of Thieves are here. OpTic Texas scrapping for this point. Dashy will find that final kill. He does have a fight against Octane coming up in a second. Thieves still with the more favorable spawns as we head over towards P2 in just a second. There's a slight lead for them based off P1 as well.
You can see they're still looking for it. It might be OpTic. Just leave a player here to soak and then spread out and take every single angle they possibly can. As they have the lead going into P2, but positioning a little bit for Thieves, but they are going to spawn out. Envoy should catch Dashy here from behind. Doesn't need to. Octane already in a prime position to do it.
Shotzzy gets a good spawn over towards the back side. Spawns alleyway. Now he's in a position to help his team out, but Octane cannot just do it with attack. The knife in hand as well. We'll deal with Shotzzy, and now the push from OpTic Texas is going to have to be quite substantial from a couple of different angles here, because Thieves have had a chance to set up. Thieves are finding the kills. It's the alleyway push that's going to start coming in from OpTic, but Thieves still in control.
While they've been here and Octane is playing like this, it still hasn't looked great for Thieves. They're barely holding on to it, but they aren't getting the points they need. OpTic Texas close once again, looking for it as nades ricochet both sides.
Good play from Kenny. It's all about this rotational gunfight that's now going to start coming through. He eviscerates Shotzzy. Headshot multiplier for the win, and now all of a sudden Envoy is here. Kenny will be here momentarily as well. Big kills coming in from Dashy and Ghosty. Hell of a start from Thieves here. 8-1 from Octane, Ghosty, guns, Drazah. This one's far from over. OpTic Texas waking up, rotation locked in. Can they get the same amount of good time that Thieves did over towards P2?
And here we go. Dashy has players lining up against him, but Dashy don't miss. Finds the first on the Kenny. Trophy down, nades out, backing up, reinforcements flooding. And Thieves trying to get in position, but they know this is a horrible break. Every corner has a member of the green wall in it, and they cannot break through.
Such a hard break, such a good setup. OpTic Texas, every single base is covered, but here we go. Through the front door is going to be Envoy. Octane will find one at the Shotzzy in the mid-map as well, and all of a sudden the transitional kills coming through for OpTic Texas. They need to be there from Huke, not going to happen. Thieves with a really, really nice break. Just so well coordinated every single time. And your boy LaRue continues to shred. 10-3 from him, a great start. Rotation again, no. Going to be here for OpTic Texas, 33 points to their name. The LA Thieves are not going to be far away from 100 by the time we head over towards Barbershop.
Huke with a great cut here as well.
Great
he makes
read.
2 of them. All isolated. Envoy is alone and outnumbered heavily. He won't get anything out the back of it as well. OpTic Texas have this rotation. They have the perfect setup as well.
Well, they had the perfect setup over towards P3, Brycey. And that got split wide open. Oh, that's not going to be ideal either as well. That's going to be a spawn out coming through for Shotzzy. Dashy will probably join him as well, and now the push from the front's going to come from the Thieves. Shotzzy will be able to find 2 though. Drazah inside the point now, trying to get in. It's going to be another break from Thieves, but OpTic are here.
And Shotzzy isn't missing every single gunfight. He's just killed Thieves one by one as they march into their doom. And OpTic, they needed this rotation in the Barbers, and they've all been served by Shotzzy. The rotation is on though, and you can see Thieves will be here first.
Yeah, good mid-map spawn coming in from OpTic Texas as well. Are they going to be able to find this potential push? Thieves are here in numbers. But has the setup been good enough? Are they going to be able to read this? My god, Dashy. Guns, Drazah, and that might just open up the floodgates yet.
Envoy, he's going to get done by Huke instantly. Unfortunately, Kenny gets one back, but he is super weak as well. Going to look for the reinforcements. They're looking for it as Kenny jumps around every single angle. He gets a second player at the same time. He knows one more's out here. Jumps over the fence, finds another one as well. And Kenny goes to work to save Thieves from being broken instantaneously.
Beautiful from Kenny. Octane slowed down, but Kenny started to get into his element once more. My word. Off the top row, Dashy gets dealt with. And Thieves, when they find the rotation, they're finding the kills. It's another great 60 points pretty much from the side of Thieves. That lead will be re-established once more. OpTic definitely within touching distance. Rotation will be important, but look at this break that's going to come through. 15 seconds remaining. Kenny's done some magic already. Gonna have to pull a rabbit out of the hat from this one, though.
Shotzzy and Kenny are going at it for scrap time. On the other side of the map, Octane is here and patient. It has given Thieves a little bit of an opportunity to get back into it. The difference in points between them is not big at all, but this rotation might be. Already, Dashy is going to find 2, playing his life fantastically. Shotzzy will eventually back him up, and while he goes down to Kenny, it's Shotzzy versus Kenny again. They're both sitting top, they both know where they are, and Shotzi's been stunned, he's been naded, but he's still alive.
OpTic Texas finding a way into this one, just a staggered push coming in from Thieves. They do have the numbers momentarily though, so they'll start to try and force the issue. Big first kill coming up, Octane will be able to find it. Dashy finds 2 though, breaking the back of LA Thieves immediately. The kills are answered back once again. No, OpTic Texas trying to hold on.
And this is just outrageous from both teams. They are turning the tempo to 11 and just going head to head every single time. It will be OpTic who will get the scrap time onto this one. We are off to the races. We are looking for this next rotation. Dashy is already here. He's facing down Kenny.
And that last hill just comes down to the kills trading in the favor of OpTic Texas time and time again. They have themselves now a lead for what feels like the first time in this game. I think it might be. Thieves now spawning out. Good setup here from OpTic Texas. Huke is so crucial for the team, as is Shotzzy. Oh.
And this is where it gets dangerous. Thieves start hot. If OpTic start to hit fire right now, the series will be over. Drazah wins a big gunfight. Huke has 6 health left, and Envoy will go for the trade. It's still going to be Ghosty. He's already set up and waiting. The car's on fire is his aim, as he just tries to use every bit of movement, mechanic, and gun he can find here. There's both teams again, butt heads in a hard point.
Ghosty does so well to stay alive as long as he does. Lets the reinforcements now start to fly on through. Drazah will find 2, though. Well set up by his teammate. The bait's coming through. It's a nice break from Thieves, who really, it's felt like they've slowed down over the last couple of hills. OpTic Texas have been the ones there. Things getting a little bit more scrappy. We haven't seen any really good holes over the last couple of hills. It's such a tight game. It feels like when Thieves get there first, they are ones that find so many different points there. It's felt like a good chunk every single time. OpTic Texas has said have been scrappy though. They've been keeping touch, and they do have the lead as we head into the second rotation.
Huke playing his life here, not going to get the second kill against him. That's going to be 3 down for the Thieves. The crucial point here is going to be how much time do they bleed out of this P1, but can they find a way into P2? Already OpTic not putting too much pressure. I'll say that, and Dashy just absolutely blows his legs off. But is there a way through here for Thieves?
And it's just a bad scenario, isn't it? You can soak up that P1 time if you don't have P2 control. Yeah, it's okay. Maybe you can deal with the break. The slide spawn out for Ghosty there as the pressure starts to run on through, but it's going to end up being a pinch. You will get dealt with. 15 seconds remaining at P1. If you're Thieves, you need every single second of that, because this is going to be a very difficult break. Look at this deep push from Huke. This will just slow down Thieves so much, even if he doesn't find anything. They've got to turn around. They've got to find the kill. Huke should spawn up with his teammates now. There's LA Thieves starting to push from the barbershop side. It's actually a mid-map spawn for him.
They're waiting for it. 3 down the back alley. Drazah and Huke getting the trades through first. Envoy going straight in, going straight through, looking for it. Wow, a perfect break from Thieves. OpTic get absolutely destroyed in shock and awe. They do not hold anything against them, and now they'll have their chance at their own break.
There's that break percentage, the high one from Thieves, coming into full effect. It's just a force down the alleyway side, and they win their gunfights. They break on through. It's as simple as that. OpTic Texas, maybe a little bit of a pinch setup here over towards these final 25 remaining seconds. Kenny, well aware. That's now going over towards Thieves. They're going to break 200 by the time we head over towards P3, but OpTic Texas are going to have so much time to set themselves up, Pricey. 15 seconds of scrap. Look where OpTic are forcing the issue in the middle of the map, but with the setup over towards P3 as well. Thieves can take their time, but OpTic, the trenches are dug. They are ready and waiting for Thieves.
Kenny wants this kill against Shotzzy. Desperate to find this streak, to break this hill. But OpTic have built their wall. They have thrown their defenses up. They hold everything. Dark back alley and tin. Kenny gonna fly over. Player on the floor. It's gonna be Shotzzy already finding it as well. There is nothing here for Thieves.
40 seconds remaining. Over towards P3. Thieves have barely even got a look onto tin. It's the push from the back alley that is maybe going to orchestrate the Thieves to maybe finish this one. 30 seconds remaining. OpTic Texas take the lead, but here comes the push. The kills, though. Which way they're going? They're going towards OpTic Texas. Ghosty playing it to perfection. 22 seconds remaining. It's all about the rotation, but the first ones there are OpTic.
Oh, and it's perfect at the moment from OpTic. The rotation, the kills, but Octane finds 2. They have this. Huke has been the hero for them in this series so many times. They're looking for it again. Huke and Envoy. Surely he's going to be outnumbered. He's eventually going to get taken down by a nade. And OpTic go towards Cantina. They have to get past Drazah.
Are they going to be ready for it? Are they going to be ready? The answer is no. Drazah falls, so does everybody else on Thieves. It's pretty much a perfect break. Kenny is there, ready for the rest of his team to find a way through, but OpTic Texas are 10 away.
They're going to fall down. Kenny will find 1, though. Trades going through, but they are not going through for Thieves. 5 seconds left. Kenny has to go for it as well. And oh my goodness, what a gunfight by Kenny as he dives into his 249, 250. It's done. OpTic with the rotation to the rotation will take down LA Thieves. The reverse sweep will not be recognized today, but they are stressed and they are thankful. And OpTic Texas move forward for their so far flawless qualifier.
And just a break at the end. So forceful from OpTic down Cantina side and then holding the mid-map to cut off the reinforcements. Kenny's there left all alone and nobody from Thieves can get there to help him. And honestly, when I see Thieves and Octane specifically finding those 2 kills towards the backside, from there I think that Thieves are going to have a good opportunity. But Shotzzy and Co just find a way every single time, and it was a game of really breaks. We've seen both teams find so many, but ultimately the ones that mattered, the ones that were more efficient, came from OpTic Texas. It's 2 hard points. Again, they're just unbeatable in this mode at this moment in time. Comfortable, if anything, as well.
More than comfortable. Gotta say as well, I think Shotzzy found some ridiculous kills to help break some of it, but LA Thieves, the slow push into 10, it may have cost them in the... They move forward 4-0 so far. The Thieves finding their first loss this season as well. It has been a battle of the Titans, and it certainly was entertaining. Let's throw it over to the desk to break this one down.
Great work, gentlemen, and congratulations, OpTic Texas. I don't think you needed another 10 grand, but you got it in your bank account. Epic performance as well into hard points, because coming in, we highlighted it. These were 2 of our best hard point teams.
Yeah.
Today, OpTic proved they may be the best in the game right now in this mode. 5-0 as LA Thieves, now 5-2.
I think the most impressive map and mode for me in this series had to be that search and destroy. You know, OpTic, we knew they were a strong hardpoint team ever since Major 3, and now as we head to that map number 2, I mean, I expected them to have the edge in search and destroy. I didn't expect them to have a 6-1 dominant win with Huke going 10-1 win over the LA Thieves. So OpTic Texas, I said they cleaned up that search and destroy. They could be the favorite going into Major number 4, and it looks like that's what they did.
Nameless in this game for Mercado could be blowout or it could be super tight. This one was all knotted up at 124 going into P7.
Yeah.
Then it felt like a slugfest in the second half.
Yeah, it was crazy. We saw some huge plays in the side of OpTic Texas, and I want to shout out Huke. I mean, his rotation, you know, P7, he goes over towards Barber, secures the spawn for Green, and then they're just thinking ahead, right? We saw how Thieves had that setup, soaking the time on P1. Dashy finds the first kill. They just stay cool, calm, and collected. Great plays from OpTic throughout that second rotation, man, and what seemed like Thieves had a good opportunity.
Taking a look at our numbers, Huke dropping a 1.19 in that series, and as you mentioned, making some of the critical plays to spawn his team in that final hard point. Shotzzy continues to impress when it comes to total kills. On the other side, what do you see from LA Thieves, Ali? What do you like, or what do they need to improve?
Unfortunately, as you can see on your screen, we didn't get the Envoy we're probably hoping to get that we had seen in the previous 3 series from the LA Thieves. But again, you know, sometimes series like that just happen.
There you go. 3-1. LA Thieves are going to get handed their first loss. They're still 3-1 so far in our Major IV qualifiers, so you can't be too mad at that. We have to, of course, highlight, though, our scuff play of the game. It's Huke.
Could just take this entire highlight of map number 2 and just stay on his POV the entire time. Again, he finishes this map 10-1.
Yeah, I think he has 4 bomb plants as well, too. Like, they were getting the bomb down at will, trading out. The scuff play of the game has to be this clutch, though. Like, he finds one, hits him with the snake. I mean, this wall is literally paper, so he's just shimmying around. It's just so annoying to deal with, looking at that stage and seeing Huke's head. There's nothing you can do.
Huke getting it done. OpTic winning the search and destroy, going on to win our series 3-1, as he will lock up our scuff play of the game. Looking back, we had a jam-packed day.
We did.
3 matches, 2 bounties, and some big winners. Who was the biggest winner on the weekend, though, Ann, looking back?
I mean, it has to be OpTic, right? Going undefeated throughout this, bringing down a top contender in the LA Thieves. If you're OpTic, you're feeling like you're in position, you're the favorite to win this tournament. But also, I think another winner on the weekend was Vegas bouncing back and getting that win. I mean, you lose to London, for God's sake, right? You're in position to where, like, now we might not be in the winner's bracket. We might not even make it to champs now. Well, they get their win back in the redemption. Now they're in a spot to make it to winners.
Ali, right now we are joined by the man you are praising in the green room. Ghosty is back on the mic. And dude, I love your comms. I love your story as a player. You are quickly becoming a fan favorite in the league. What's it been like in the last 3 weeks, though? Because it feels like this team is really starting to find their groove.
We've just been putting in a lot of work and practice, making sure that we review everything we need to in VOD, and we've just been going at it 100% every day and putting in the work, and I'm glad that we were able to show that work today in the series.
I think one of your biggest wins so far during the split is going to be the win over LA Thieves. I do want to ask about that expo, though. It finally got into a series with you guys. It's our first look on with you guys. Do you play Expo and Scrims and just thought, all right, it's looking good, let's try it out? Or is LA Thieves just, have something against you when it comes to that game number 3?
They definitely played it a lot better than us. The first offense, there was definitely a little bit of light, but other than that, they just simply outplayed us on it. But in scrims, it's been going pretty well, and we knew that LA Thieves would likely also want to test Expo against a good team just because we're both 2-0 in the split, or they're 3-0 or something like that. So, I mean, I was happy with how it went, and now we have some good VOD to review.
Ghosty, so, beforehand when you were on this squad, you were new and it was just a lot to take in. Now you've had some time to sort of feel comfortable with the squad. How's it been being that in-game leader with these guys after now having, 3-4 weeks to get comfortable?
I like it. I actually really enjoy this role. Like I've said before, this wasn't my natural role, so to speak, or what I played in Challengers, but I think I can do it very well. I enjoy it, and I love the way that my teammates can play off me, so I'm really having a blast.
Ghosty, if I want to learn to calm like you, do you stream? Where can I watch more of your content?
No, twitch.tv/OdanGhosty. I stream like 6 days a week, 5 days a week. I'm on my grind, so just like Ant.
I'm subbing tonight, brother. Congrats on the win. Thanks for the entertainment.
Thank you. Thank you guys for having me on.
Absolutely. That is Dan Ghosty doing Ghosty things. Some excellent calls as OpTic gets the win in their matchup tonight. A 3-0 score will put them in our #1 seed. Let's go back, though, and talk about some of the teams on the other side of the leaderboard. We started with LAG going up against Vegas, and this was one that Vegas needed to get a win if they wanted to climb and catch up to the Røkkr. Today, they do just that.
They needed a win yesterday versus London, and then they really needed a win against the LAG camp, and they were able to pull it out. It did go to a Game 5, though, so we went all the way to the distance, but it was the search and destroys that Vegas Legion are once again just showing some serious prowess and dominance in.
On the other side for LAG, I think our city's had a much better day, but Nameless, are we worried about this squad?
Yes, you're worried about LAG. I mean, this team has struggled. They're extremely inconsistent. They're not getting wins regardless, but even in their showings in these series, they're inconsistent. Arcides is having a crazy series one day, and he's dropping 3 kills the other day. So pandemonium in the LAG camp for sure.
That was our first match of the day, leading up to our second battle featuring Toronto going up against Florida Mutineers. And while this was a 3-0, there were some tight moments, some tight games. It was just a whole lot of clutch coming out of Ultra. Hixie had his time in the sun, so did Scrapz as always.
Yeah, a big clutch out of them, especially in that map #3 Expo, where it did go to round #5, and Toronto were on the offensive side of things. They almost didn't pull it out, but it was a clutch too in the end from Scrappy. But again, this is a series that we expected to be a little bit more of a quicker, more dominant one. We're talking about our Major 3 winners going up against Florida Mutineers, one of our teams at the bottom of the barrel. So more of an expected match on the day.
Yeah, I mean, by all means, it was dominant, right? Like, they dominated the first 2 maps, 250 to 100, then 6-2. Just Expo, I mean, you get into the mix for the first time. We see teams are learning it today. And I really have been enjoying Expo. It's a lot better than Fortress. We're seeing a lot of opportunities on offense. We'll see where it develops.
Yeah, shout out to my man Fellow. Fun to watch his AR on that map. Taking a look at our standings right now after 2 weeks of qualifier action. Mutineers 0-4, Guerrillas 0-3. Everyone else still in the running for a top 8 spot. OpTic currently in the #1 seed after taking down Thieves tonight. How many teams is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams at 2-1. You have a few teams now sitting at 1-1 or 1-2. Nameless, how crazy is next week going to be?
I mean, it's going to be lit. We might have like a 5-way tie for 8th. We'll see who makes it into winners.
Allie, anything you learned this week that you're going to take home to your ranked games tonight?
I did not learn anything. I'm sorry.
All right, well, I'm going to watch some VODs, and I'm going to learn something, and I'm going to share it with you.
Thank you.
Thank you all for tuning in. A fantastic evening, and, of course, remember, we'll be back live in action Friday, 2:45 p.m. Eastern with Headquarters, the final week before the Columbus Major. See you then.
Closer than it appears, trying to take it to another tier. Prime time, yeah, my moment is here, yeah. I ride the nation for my title, do what I must for survival. By any means, yeah, I know, I can't stop, I won't fold. Might bend the rules just to break the mold. Hella high water, calm and compose. Life will get messy, but I reach the goal. Climb the totem pole, beat the protocol. Yes, I had it in me after all. After penny falls and a lot of false things I can't control. My intentions come from years of rejection. Learn many a lesson, I'm progressing. Turning burdens to blessings. to another tier. Prime time, yeah, my moment is here. Yeah, in the spotlight and it feels right. Never been scared to take it to new heights. I always dare to dream and dare to see the chance to be a better me and everything. The possibilities are endless. Odds against this tremendous. Check this, I just check fear off my checklist. You must have forgot, boy, I'm relentless. I'm in it for the long run. I'm a problem to my problems. Fighting through the tears. Fighting in my fears. See my past in the mirror. Closer than it appears. Trying to take it to another tier. Prime time, yeah, my moment is here. Yeah. I ain't scared. I ain't scared. I ain't scared of them now. No. I ain't scared. I ain't scared. I ain't scared of them now. No. I ain't scared. I ain't scared. I ain't scared of them now. No. I ain't scared. I ain't scared. I ain't scared of them now. I'm in it for the long run. I'm a problem to my problems. Fighting through the tears. Fighting in my fears. See my past in the mirror. Closer than it appears. Trying to take it to another tier. Prime time, yeah, my moment is here. Yeah.
Moving, bro. Oh my god.
Envoy.
Nice, I have eight. Guarantee that kill.
Oh my god.
Let's go.
They got one tick on.
Let's get it, bro. We gotta win this though.
Oh my gosh. Subplay?